What if fate gave Bella one more chance and this time, it led her back to Edward? In this universe, a single moment changes everything, opening the door to a love she thought she had lost forever. Welcome to part 1 of What If Bella's Second Chance Was Edward. Let's begin where the heart never truly let go. You sit there in your heartache, waiting on some beautiful boy to save you from your old ways. You play forgiveness. Watch him now, here he comes. F.S.D. I mumble under my breath. I don't curse in the house unless I'm alone. I reach down and pick up the source of my pain, clenching it tightly in my fist and hopping on one foot while rubbing the pain from the arch of my other foot. I inhale sharply, preparing to call out for the two knuckleheads who I know are responsible for this. They are constantly leaving this stuff lying around. Why are there so many pieces of this shit? I exhale shakily, remembering that the knuckleheads are gone. Suddenly, my eyes fill with tears of remorse for thinking of them as knuckleheads. They do have that pesky Y chromosome, which probably means that they will eventually act like idiots at least part of the time, but, for now, they are just my babies. Why does the house feel so empty without them? Shouldn't I be rejoicing that I have a few days of peace and quiet? A few days where I can do my own thing. Get it together, Swan. It's only for 8 days. Great. It's been 6 hours since they left and I'm already talking to myself out loud, and crying. Bella Swan does not cry. Then, looking down at he handful of plastic I am still grasping, and thinking of my solo status in the house for the next few days, I scream at the top of my lungs, fuck. Shit. Damn. I fucking hate fucking Legos. I cring as I hear the husky chuckle from the patio door and roll my eyes at the easily identified intruder. It's my back door neighbor. Wait, that sounds gross. It's my neighbor whose house is behind mine, and who frequently comes unannounced through my back patio door. Without even turning around, I ask angrily, what the fuck are you doing here? I whip around to glare at my neighbor, irritation coursing through me at being caught yelling, cursing, and teary. Hey, simmer down, Bells. I just thought you might need a little afternoon delight to cheer you up. I know how hard this week is for you. What? I screech. Yes, screech. There's no other way to describe the high-pitched sound that comes out of my mouth. I am so great with the snappy comebacks. Afternoon delight, Bella. Take it. It's just for you. Another husky chuckle accompanies this statement. I feel the blush I despise, but for which I'm famous, begin to heat my cheeks. Angela, what the hell are you talking about? Did you bring a guy here? Again with the screeching. I sound like an uptight harpy. Actually, I sound like an uptight harpy's fingernails as she scrapes them down a chalkboard. Angela shoves a cold metal cup into my hand, laughing. Well, didn't take long for your mind to go straight into the gutter, did it? Seriously, girl, we need to get your body caught up with your mind. In fact, I will make it my personal project for the week. She waggles her eyebrows at me. Angela, you may be my best friend, but you are also my employee, and I do not want my employees involved in my sex life. And what the hell is in this cup? Because it smells amazing. I told you, it's afternoon delight in a cup. With a straw. If I had a cute little umbrella, I would have put that in too, because it's so fucking good it deserves to be decorated. Rum. I scream. That's all you need to know. Drink up, sister, because I have had it with this mopey ass gratitude you get every summer when your 3 little monsters disappear for a week. Now, before you get your panties in a twist, you know I don't really think they're monsters. I couldn't love those kids more if they were mine. In fact, if they were mine, I probably wouldn't love them this much. 'Cause the best part of being Auntie Angie is that I can feed them junk food, take them to do fun stuff and then drop them off back at home. Damn, Bells, slow down. On that drink or you'll be drunk before I can tell you about my brilliant plan. I swear she said all of that without taking a breath. I am only half listening. I am distracted by the party in my mouth. But I distinctly heard her say I had a gratitude, a word I am sure she picked up from my daughter, and that she had a plan. Angela's plans are never good news for me. And any plan she declares is brilliant as a plan I'm sure should scare the bejesus out of me. This is the yummiest thing I've had in my mouth forever. Shut it. No comments from you are necessary. I laugh at her when she snaps her mouth shut. And I think since I'm 33, I'm officially too old to have a gratitude. You've been hanging around Sophie too much if you're picking up the 10-year-old slang. One more thing while you're still stunned into silence. I will have nothing to do with any of your brilliant plans. The last time you had a brilliant plan, I got felt up by a 24-year-old who told me not to be ashamed of my body when I wouldn't take my shirt off 10 minutes after we met. Remember, I will run naked through the streets before I get sucked into another of your plans from hell. Well, there's the snappy girl I love. I knew she was in there somewhere. And the first part of my brilliant plan has already been achieved, so it's too late to back out now. What was that about running through the streets naked? I'm sure we can work that into the plan, if you insist. Operation Get Bella Laid this week is moving to objective number 2. What was objective number 1? Sneak into Bella's house with yummy alcohol. I smirk. Sorta. It was more like distract Mopey. Control freak Bella with rum and ice cream so that fun Bella can come out to play this week. And by play, I mean let someone play with Lily so you can finally get a little sexual healing and rejoin the party that is life. Who's wee-wee? I ask, with my mouth full of rummy ice cream goodness. You know, you're Lily. She answers, completely exasperated with me. Your flower, your secret garden. You're JJ. I just think Lily is a nicer way to talk about her. Luckily I have swallowed my afternoon delight. It would have been spit all over my kitchen counter otherwise. I have tried dating Angela. There just aren't any good ones left out there that aren't old or taken or still living with their mommies. I haven't found one guy in the last 2 years that I could have an intelligent conversation with and to whom I was remotely attracted. Dating. Did I say dating? No. I said laid. You need some good lovin'. You're beautiful, smart, rich. The rig. HT relationship guy will come along eventually for you. For now, you need some fun, no strings sex so that poor Lily doesn't wither up and die down there. A sex god to remind you and Lily why we go to the trouble of fixing ourselves up on a daily basis. Seriously, Bella, how long has it been for you two? I sigh, then shudder, then sigh again. First of all, you are creeping me out by talking about Lily, like she's her own person. Or one of my multiple personalities or something. Now I'm creeping myself out. Second, you know that there hasn't been anyone since Marcus. You ask me almost every week. He's been dead for 3 years, so you do the math. You are the CFO of my company, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you. I retort, then feel badly for talking to her harshly. Snarkula, you are making objective number 2 almost as easy as objective number 1 to achieve. You will be working your way up from snarky to hot and bothered in no time, she laughs. I know there hasn't been anyone sink. Marcus and I know exactly how long he's been gone. I also know that you hadn't been sleeping together for a while even before he got sick. So, what I'm asking is, how long really? How long has it been? And since Lily has entertained a human visitor? Almost 5 years, okay. Oh, I'm screeching again. And crying. And still drinking my afternoon delight. I'm definitely going to need another one of the say drinks if she's going to keep hounding me about my sex life. She quickly pulls me into a hug and drags me to the leather sofa. I sniffle loudly, then slurp up the last of my drink. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I just feel like I have to push you to see that you are wasting away here. I mean, I know you are a mom first. I really admire that about you. But the twins are 10 and Chase is 8. You have spent the last 3 years rebuilding their lives since Marcus died, but if you don't start rebuilding your own, I'm afraid you're not going to come back to us. I want to see the light in those big brown eyes again. I want to hear you sing and laugh. Well, maybe not sing. She pauses for effect and for me to join in her chuckling. I want to hear you make snarky comments. You need some adult fun, eh? ND, this is the perfect week to see what you've been missing. You know your kids are having a great time with your parents at the lake and you have no responsibilities to tie you. Angela, we have negotiations this week. You know that. I interrupt. Acquiring Vulture Publishing is really important to me, to DeClemente Publishing. It will potentially increase our market share in areas Marcus never dreamed of. My interruption earns me an exaggerated sigh from Angela. She hates to be interrupted. I know this and did it anyway. Crap. I am falling right into objective number 2. Double crap. Now I'm smirking because I like being snarky. I'd forgotten. Triple crap. How much rum did she put in this drink? I'm starting to feel good. Sugar rush plus alcohol buzz equals win for Bella. Negotiations won't be going on all night long. But we can find you a sex god who will, she snarks back. She hops up from the couch, suddenly excited again. Now, let's get moving, sister. It's Saturday and we have girls' night in, remember? You said we could all come over to swim in your pool and drink your tequila and I'm holding you to it. I've texted all the regs and they'll be here in 3 hours, which GIV. Is just enough time to get that margarita machine you have wasting away in your basement fired up and ready for action. I think that poor margarita machine has seen less action than Lily during the last 3 years. That's not true. I've made slushies for the kids in it lots of times. I'm trying to sound pissed, but that sounds lame, even to me. Bella, allow me to draw a comparison. Slushy. S are to margarita machines as vibrators are to Lily's. Okay, once in a while, but not really what the equipment was created to handle. And definitely not as good as the real thing. She's laughing and backing her way toward the door. You get the machine ready. I'll do the liquor store run and meet you back here in an hour. Bye. She slams the door behind her and makes a run for her own house before I can even think of a snappy comeback. Well, I probably wouldn't have thought of a snappy comeback, but that's not the point. With a sigh, and then a laugh, Lily and I head downstairs to dig out the margarita machine. Lighten up while you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just find a place to make your stand. And take it easy. 2 hours later, the margarita machine is clean and filled with a frozen concoction that helps Jimmy Buffett hang on. Maybe it will help me hang on tonight, too. 3 hours later, tiki torches are lit. Angela's iPod is hooked to my outdoor speakers, and it's not raining, which is newsworthy in Seattle. I'm starting to feel almost lighthearted. This may or may not be because of the 2 frozen concoctions I may or may not have already drunk. 4 hours later. I think Angela was right about the margarita machine. It sounds happy, whirring and chilling and spitting out frosty goodness, fulfilling its ultimate purpose. Maybe there's something to this brilliant plan after all. Angela did graduate in the top 2% of her class at Princeton. 5 hours later. I'm sitting on the side of the pool with my besties and laughing so hard I might pee in my tankini bottoms. How long has it been since I've been this carefree, this easy? I can't remember. We are all singing along with the music and my tiny friend, Mary Catherine, is dancing on the diving board. She's barely 5 feet tall. She's the tiniest friend I've had since Alice. Wow, where did that random thought come from? Alice Cullen. I wonder whatever happened to her. I used to think about her often, but lately, it's become almost a daily occurrence that something reminds me of Alice or her family. I still felt bad about the way our friendship ended, but I couldn't find her when I tried, and then later I didn't want to find her. If I found her, then I would have to hear about her brother, Edward, and I definitely didn't want to hear anything about him. For the 3rd time today, chairs unexpectedly sting my eyes. I clamber up from the side of the pool and mumble something about the bathroom, hurrying to get there before everyone sees me crying over a boy I haven't seen or heard from in 15 years. When I get to the bathroom, though, it's occupied. I lean against the wall outside the bathroom and look up at the ceiling light, blinking away the unshed tears. Get a grip, Swan. Out loud, again, really. Why am I talking to myself so much today? And why is it always out loud? The bathroom door opens and Angela emerges in her tiny red bikini. That's the second Tim. I've heard you call yourself Swan today. Did you change back to your maiden name or something? She asks, swaying slightly. Or maybe I'm the one swaying. I can't be sure. No, it's just habit, I guess. I was Swan a lot longer than I've been DiClemente, so the internal dialogue hasn't caught up. Yeah, Bella, it's not internal dialogue if you keep saying it out loud, Angela says, giggling. Then, we're both giggling and I really have to get in that bathroom. Wait for me, I call, running in and shutting the door. I splash cold water on my face before going back out. I look like hell, but at least my tears are under control now. When I come out, she's leaning against the wall I previously occupied, studying me. What? I'm suspicious already. I've seen this scheming look on her face before. And I know it has something to do with this operation thing she's dreamed up. These looks usually mean big, fat trouble for me. Bella, that momsuit does nothing for you. We need to shop tomorrow. Objective number 3 in the OGBLTW plan. I am impressed that she can remember all those letters at this point in the tequila. I mean evening. Your wardrobe is no good for luring a sex god. We need outfits that say, come hither. Let's do shots and then do each other. I mean, seriously, you have a great body under there somewhere. It's time to take off the granny panties, put on the thong and get back in the game. It is a testament to the courage given to me by my friend, Jose Cuervo, that I say, okay. Angela drags me back outside where only Mary Catherine and one other friend, Emma, are still in the pool area. I guess Ang and I were inside longer than I thought. But these three are my closest friends and Angela wastes no time filling them in on her plan. Mary Catherine is practically jumping up and down with excitement and volunteers to come shopping with us. It's probably good for me, even though her style is more trendy than mine, it's better than Angela's style, tight and short. Emma stares me down with her ice blue eyes. Fucking finally, Bella, I thought maybe you were just gonna put up concertina wire down there and hang a no trespassing sign. Ang, don't forget to hit the lingerie department tomorrow. I had to borrow panties here last summer once and they almost came up to my tits. They were like pantaloons or some shit. My grandmother has better lingerie than Bella. I raise my eyebrows at this comment. I had no idea my granny panty ways were so well known among my friends. Before long, my three best friends sit at the patio table to dissect my wardrobe, declaring it completely lacking for attracting the opposite sex. Mary Catherine even starts making a list on her iPhone of essential items I need. She must have noticed the dejected look in my eyes, Beck. She winked our little hazel eye at me and patted my hand in a comforting way. Guys, I'm not totally on board with this plan. I don't think I can just pick a hot guy and decide to have sex with him. I mean, I'm not a prude. But I've never had casual sex before, I interject before they get completely carried away. Then, Bella, it's about fucking time you did. Emma leans forward in her chair and levels me with that icy stare again. You do not want to head into your sexual prime in the midst of this drought. You'll be like the fucking desert sand and just soak up any water that decides to rain down on you. Don't you want to be a little more choosy and hold out for, say, Pellegrino? Or at least Evian? You don't want to just take the bottled municipal water, do you? Choose, Bella, choose your water. She sits back and nods at me like she's just delivered some deep, philosophical, sexual decree. The rest of us sit in stunned silence. Drunk, stunned silence, but still, it's impressive that Emma has quieted all of us with one weird analogy. Luckily, I am saved when Ben, Angela's husband, hollers through the wrought iron fence. Angela, it's after midnight. When are you coming to bed? Ben sounds lonely and whiny. Angela calls back, I can be naked in 2 minutes if you can. Night, ladies. Ben calls over his shoulder as he races back to his back door. See, Bella, this is what you need. A hot guy that will make you drop your panties in 2 minutes or less. See you tomorrow, Girls. Angela grabs her sandals and runs for the gate to follow Ben home. Ben is like Fiji water. Nobody's really sure where it comes from, but it tastes okay and the bottle's cool. More Emma wisdom. Yeah, she'll be spending the night in the guest room. No driving for the drunky philosopher. An hour later, the party mess is all cleaned up and I'm finally ready for bed. Out of curiosity, I look through my panty drawer and burst into tears again as I search through my unmentionables. All cotton briefs, not even any cotton bikinis. No satin, no silk, no thongs. When did this happen and how come I never even realized it? They're right, Swan, I say to myself. Out loud again. You are the granny panty wearer. I gather up all but one pair for tomorrow and carry them to the kitchen where I use my fancy kitchen shears to shred every pair. I climb into bed with a smile on my face and an uncovered lily. Where are you going? Where do you go? Are you looking for answers to questions under the stars? Well, if along the way you are grown weary, you can rest with me until a brighter day and you're okay. Sunday morning dawns cloudy and misty. And now we're back to the regular Seattle weather. I lie in bed, looking out at the sky, but thinking of the boy with the greenest eyes I have ever seen. The boy I loved and lost. The boy I dreamed such strange, disjointed dreams about last night. I can't remember much about the dreams, except that he was constantly there, everywhere I turned. I guess my subconscious is throwing him at me again. It was probably all the sex talk yesterday. And the fact that of the 4 people I have had sex with in my lifetime, he was the best. Or at least I remember him as the best. I'm sure I've romanticized it over the last 15 years, amplified the pleasure and the connection so that no one else will ever live up to this ideal memory I've created. He was my first love and I was with him longer than anyone else except Marcus, my husband. Marcus, what would you think if you were here? If you knew what my friends have planned for me this week? Would you approve? Disapprove? I know you would want me to be happy, in any case. Jesus, here come the damn tears again. I'm not supposed to be PMSing for another 2 weeks. What the fuck is wrong with me? I feel so empty, so lonely, and I've felt this way for so long before Marcus died. How did we make so many mistakes? No, I couldn't think of it that way. If we hadn't made the decision we did, I wouldn't have Sophie, Michael and Chase. I wouldn't trade them for anything. I smile through my tears and wonder what they're doing. I grab my iPhone off the nightstand, but they haven't called or texted me. I am not allowed to call them. It's the rule when they're with Grandma and Grandpa. They send me a text once a day, starting on the day after they leave, just to let me know they're okay. I am allowed to respond in 10 words or less. It's really hard for me, but Grandma says it's good for their independence. I think she thinks it's good for mine, too. And I may have been a teensy bit of an annoyance during their first trip when I ended up making the kids homesick with my constant phone calls. More tears fall as I realize she's right. I am too dependent on my kids. Too much of my life is wrapped up in their lives. They will never be able to pull away and stand on their own 2 feet if I don't start standing on mine. The balance is just so damn hard to find. Balance. That's what broke up the relationship between the green-eyed boy and me. Balance of his dreams, my dreams, and our dreams. I guess it was more the lack of balance. The arrogance of stubbornness. The reluctance to swallow pride and compromise. Neither of us willing to be the one that said sorry first. I cringe when I think of the horrible things we said to each other the last time I saw him in my escalation of the fight to include his twin sister. My best friend, Alice. I'll never forget the look on her face that last night. I'll never forgive myself for not apologizing immediately and putting a stop to the whole stupid argument. How different might my life have been? I have no way of knowing if Edward and I would have been able to maintain a long-distance relationship as we had planned until that night, but I felt sure that I would have maintained my friendship with Alice no matter what. I suddenly miss her desperately. I lost much more than my first love that night. I lost my best friend and my surrogate family. Edward and Alice's older brother, Emmett, had become my older brother, too. Their parents, Carlisle and Esme, had become my second set of parents, always treating me as another one of their brood. I was almost relieved that I never saw them again after that night. I'm sure they knew the horrible things I said to their children. They would have been disappointed in me. I was disappointed in me. A soft knock at my bedroom door brings me out of my sad reverie. Bella, it's Em. Can I come in? I brought you coffee. Of course, Emma, come in. I pat the other side of the bed and she climbs up after handing me a mug of incredible smelling coffee. We both snuggle under the covers and sip. God, Em, how come your coffee always tastes so much better than mine? I try to keep the whine out of my voice. But I'm not quite successful. I'm a caterer. It's my job to make everything taste better than if you made it yourself. I've made myself quite a little business out of that skill, you know. She smirks over the rim of her cup at me. It's not the only skill I have that would make me a fortune. But it's the only one that's legal as a for profit in this state. Em, I do not want to hear about your vast sexual skills again. I remember all too well how appreciative Antonio was last summer. Everyone within a 5-mile radius of my house heard how appreciative he was. I had to buy a 5-gallon bucket of disinfectant for the steam shower after you two were done in there. I make a gagging sound for effect. And if I remember correctly, he was the reason you had to borrow a pair of my granny panties, right? Emma throws her head back and laughs her infectious laugh. I join in soon after. So, what's with the granny panty graveyard in the kitchen? I know I'm blushing as I answer, you guys are right. I am old before my time. I don't have enough fun. I have lost the girl I used to be in all this grief and guilt that I've let rule my life for 3 years. It's time for me to re-evaluate some things in my life. Fix the stuff I can fix. Put to rest the stuff I can't. Make peace with my regrets. Like the green-eyed boy and his tiny sister. Bella, I think you're gonna be okay, kiddo. She says with a wink. Breakfast is in the oven, it'll be out in 30 minutes. I was hoping we could go over the final menu for tomorrow night while we eat, okay? Shit, I totally forgot I agreed to host this stupid dinner tomorrow. I groan. Angela talked me into having a dinner party for Eero Vulturi, the owner of Vulture Publishing, the company I was hoping to acquire, the evening before negotiations would begin. He and some of his assistants were flying in from Los Angeles early tomorrow afternoon. The only upside to the dinner was that it got me out of airport pickup duty. I guilted Angela into doing that, along with Jessica, our CEO's assistant. Too late now. You know how Angela is about this stuff. She loves to entertain in your home, Em laughs. Maybe this will throw her off schedule for the week she has planned for me, I say hopefully. Doubt it. She'll probably just find a way to invite some sex god here for dinner. She's smirking again. Emma, so help me, if you suggest that to her. I will never ask you to cater again. I threaten. Sort of. She knows it's an empty threat. I love her and her food is always incredible. I finish my coffee and head for the shower as she heads for the door. As I walk past her, she smacks my ass hard. Ow. Damn it. Em, that hurt. Isabella Marie Swan di Clemente, where the hell are your underwear? She yells as I slam the double doors to the master bath. First the granny panty graveyard and now no panties covering Lily at all. Angela is way ahead of schedule. Even the sound of the shower doesn't drown out her laughter. But it does hide mine as I laugh right along with her. Mary Catherine stayed over too and is awake in time for breakfast. Angela shows up as well. I swear she's got some kind of food radar. She always manages to show up just in time to eat. But never early enough to help. Actually, we're all thankful she doesn't try to help anymore. We suffered enough in the beginning of our friendship. She makes up for it by always helping clean up. And by mixing us delicious alcoholic beverages. Emma and I finalized the menu before she arrived, so I asked Angela to go over it and make sure we didn't miss anything. Emma is going to get the alcohol, too. So I perused that list once more. Hey, Em, Ben said he would for sure bartend tomorrow night. Is MK helping, too? Angela asks. Yeah, she's going to help me serve since we're doing sit down. M replies. You got a final head count. I think 9, including me and Bella, but maybe we should say 10, just in case. Mr. Vulture's secretary wasn't sure who L was coming from LA when Jessica spoke to her on Friday. Please tell me that Skankaka is not going to be here tomorrow night. MK exclaims. Mary Catherine, she has to come. She's on Jake's negotiation team and he won't be able to make it for dinner. It's supposed to be a non-business dinner, but I need her and Tyler here in case anything comes up, I reply curtly. I really don't think Jessica is that bad. But none of the others like her a bit. No Jakey. He was the only reason I wanted to help, MK whines. She still insists on calling him Jakey, just like she did when they dated, for approximately 2 minutes, 5 years ago. Mayor, you know he's engaged, right? Angela asks gently. MK laughs loudly. Of course, but that doesn't mean I can't look at the delicious man candy, does it? Besides, I dumped him, if you remember. I wasn't aware you could dump someone when you had only been on 2 dates, but I decide not to point this out to MK now. I need an ally today on the shopping trip and she is my only hope. Angela, MK and I take off for the mall so we can be there when the stores open. M has decided to start prepping for tomorrow night's party instead of joining us, but she'll be cooking at my house so she made us promise to show her everything when we get back. Mary Catherine insists we start with Manus and Petties, so we can feel pretty while we shop. Whatever, I just want to get this over with. They drag me to store after store and coerce me to try on outfits I would normally not have the nerve to. But I have to admit, I like most of what they've talked me into buying way more than I'm letting on. The game is more fun for Aang if she thinks she's making me miserable, so I play along. We buy work outfits, going out outfits, new swimsuits, one of which I will not be able to wear around my kids. Casual outfits, and shoes. I'm exhausted, which is also part of their plan. I know what store we've avoided so far today and I realize they are waiting until they think. I am so worn down that I will acquiesce completely to their will. I pretend to be irritated as I get measured for bras in the lingerie store. I moan and groan at the beautiful, sexy stuff they choose for me. I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from smiling when I have my bag full of new bras and panties. And I hold in my gasp when Lily gives approval of the new undergarments in the path of Deb. Autry, I'm pretty sure my friends are dragging me down. Bella's granny panties have left the building. After modeling everything for Emma, and Aang and MK who are sticking around, I decide to set the dining room table for tomorrow night. Angela and MK offer to help. What's going on? Okay, girls, is this now Operation Babysit Bella? Because I don't need it. I'm fine. I got the text from Grandma earlier that everything's good with the kids and they're having a blast. I'm resigned to this dinner tomorrow night. I'm even resigned to the fact that sooner or later this week you 3 are going to take me to some singles meat market and try to foist me onto some poor, unsuspecting, hot guy / sex god so that Lily isn't lonely anymore. I can't believe you've got me referring to my girly parts as Lily now. Time for wine, MK chirps, skipping to the kitchen for glasses and a bottle of white. Bells, we're not babysitting you. We're trying to help, really. Honestly, we thought we were kind of hard on you today and thought if we help you get ready for the party, maybe you'd actually have a little time to start reading Jane Austen tonight. We know you reread your Jane Austen collection every year while the kids are gone. Come on, Bells. Mr. Darcy is waiting, Angela pleads in her husky voice. Sorry, I just figured you guys had an ulterior motive. We usually do. Yeah, you do, but I'm still sorry about the outburst. I'd love the help if you're still willing, I say quietly. I guess I am on edge a little. I miss the kids. I'm anxious about the meetings this week. I feel unsettled. I keep thinking about this friend I had in high school and feeling bad that I lost her friendship. And her brothers. I can't get them off my mind for some inexplicable reason. MKI's back with our filled glasses and I know what her opinion will be even before she begins speaking. Bella, that means that your subconscious is getting a signal from somewhere in the universe. I bet they're thinking about you, too. Maybe there's going to be some kind of resolution, some closure to this relationship that you're suddenly obsessive over. I know she's not done. She's only pausing to sip her wine. You know how cosmically we're all connected, right? So you have a connection with this girl and her brother out in the universe. Even if it's not an active connection in the physical world, your subconscious knows that something is shifting, like enormous tectonic plates. There will be an earthquake in your life soon, mark my words. Has MK been drinking this afternoon? I think back. No, this is completely sober MK. I love her but she's so out there. I love her in part because she's so out there. She continues, sometimes Betty even feels it when I'm going to meet someone. Like, Betty starts sensing his energy a couple days before I meet him. I raise one eyebrow at this little nugget. I'm pretty sure I know who Betty is and I'm pretty sure that I now know where Angela got the idea to name mine Lily. But I can't stop the words as they tumble out. And who is Betty? Bella. What a stupid question. Betty is my Lily. Fuck it all to hell. Now I've heard everything. MK has a PY chic JJ. I'm used to hearing her. Unorthodox theories about life and existence, but this pronouncement leaves me so confounded that I can't stop the snort from escaping, unattractive as it may be. Angela starts to giggle. Thank God M is still in the kitchen. I know she can still hear this crazy-ass convo though. Bella, MK reprimands me sharply, you will fuck up Lily's cosmic connection if you ridicule Betty's. Yin and yang. Don't release any bad karma into the universe. Don't you want the sex god to feel and respond to your positive energy? Terrific. Now we've gotten her started. MK, believer in all matters universal. And Emma, cynic of all matters universal, will argue about this shit all night if we don't wrap this up quickly. Mare, are you off your meds again? M calls. The cynic never misses her cue. How these two manage to live together and not kill each other amazes me. Emma, just because you don't believe in it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, MK huffs. And just because you do believe in it doesn't make it real, Emma retorts. Angela has moved from giggles to hysterics. She's holding herself up by leaning on one of the dining room chairs while she tries not to spill her wine. Damn straight. I saw the bottle MK opened and it was a good one. And an expensive one. True to form, the insults really start flying next. M comes storming into the dining room. Ake 2 big gulps of wine while I half listen to them verbally beat the crap out of each other. Ang and I make eye contact and she points a freshly manicured finger at me. She always makes me break up these fights. I bring out the big guns. Shut the fuck up. I scream as loud as I can. Seriously, Ben probably heard me inside his and Angela's house. Mission accomplished though. They do shut up. I think it's the mom voice. Or the volume. Or maybe the F word. Then the laughter starts. All of us. Laughing so hard that we all end up sitting on the hardwood floor in the dining room, holding our wine glasses in one hand and making a hand tower with our others in the middle of our makeshift circle. You three bitches are the best friends a girl could ever have, I managed to get out in between giggles. But, Ang, if either one of you starts calling your JJ Veronica, we are done. Amidst a new round of laughter, I feel the absence of my long-lost friend again. Monday afternoon, I've just gotten home from picking up flowers for the dinner party when I hear my phone chime to signal I have a new text. OMFG, I have SG in limo and I'm bringing him to her house for dinner. I start to laugh hysterically as I text her back. Stop it, I'm freaked out enough about dinner. Pay ATTN to our guests. I immediately get a reply. SRSLY, SG across FRM me. Will call you after dropping them at hotel, Rolling my eyes, I set the phone down on the kitchen counter and head for the shower. I have vowed to myself that I will not be getting ready 5 minutes before guests arrive tonight. 35 minutes later, I head back to the kitchen, hair done, makeup done and wearing old holy jeans and my favorite oversized, dark gray t-shirt. With 90 minutes until guests arrive, I have plenty of time to change clothes after helping Emma with whatever last-minute stuff she needs. I hear my phone ringing as I walk toward the kitchen. It's Angela. Bella, where the fuck have you been? I've called you like 16 times. I told you I was going to call about the sex god. Calm down. I was in the shower. Why are you screaming at me? God, Belle, you won't believe how beautiful he is. Beautiful eyes, beautiful hair, beautiful lips, beautiful hands. And I'm pretty sure he's hiding a great ass under his suit coat. I hope he wears jeans tonight so I can check it out. And really, even if his ass sucks, he's the perfect male specimen in every other way, so we'd have to overlook the ass suckage. Well, I'm sure Ben will appreciate you checking out another guy's ass right in front of him, but Bella, this guy is so gorgeous that Ben will be checking out his ass, too. Angela Weber, can you zip it for 1 minute about the eye candy part and tell me who the hell this guy is and why he's coming for dinner? Sorry, B, I've been kind of hyperventilating since I saw him. Maybe I'm hormonal or some shit. And by the way, Skankaka is already putting the moves on him. I told her back the fuck off as soon as we dropped them at the hotel, but her eyes were all lit up like a fucking kid on Christmas morning, so the cease and desist order may have to come from you. Focus. Shut up and tell me who this guy is. Geez, she just got me to say, shut up, and tell me, in the same sentence. Her hysteria is apparently catching. Sorry, he's one of their lawyers. I'm sure they said his name, but honestly, there was so much buzzing in my head from the lack of oxygen that I missed it. I forgot to breathe when I first saw him coming down the stairs from the jet. His air was blowing in the wind and his suit jacket was blowing in the wind and his tie was kind of flapping out to the side. I think my uterus actually started crying because it won't be having his babies. But he isn't wearing a wedding ring, and I'm sure if someone was lucky enough to catch Mahadi, Esquire, they would have marked him in some way. I would make him tattoo, hands off, bitches, on his forehead if he was mine. Are you okay to drive home or should I send the hot eye candy roadside assistance? I asked, laughing. I don't remember ever hearing Angela quite this flustered. No, I'm calming down now. And I don't appreciate you making fun of me when all I'm trying to do is get you the hottest piece of ass I have ever seen. I mean, I can't do him. He's not on my free 5 inches list. But if I had seen him before my wedding, he totally would have been. Ben said I couldn't change the list after the wedding, though, so I will have to live vicariously through Lily. Quit it with the Lily talk. Okay, sorry, Bells. I'm going home to change quickly and then I'm coming over. I have to be there when you and Lily get your first look at the sex god. Bye. She hangs up before I can tell her to screw off. And threw a fractal on a breaking wall. I see you, my friend, and touch your face again. Miracles will happen as we dream. But we're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy. 35 minutes later, I'm helping Em set up the bar when I see Angela racing across our backyards, carrying her high heels in one hand and a lidded coffee tumbler in the other. Her smile falters as she notices what I'm doing. Or maybe it's what I'm wearing. Isabella, why the fuck aren't you dressed? The sex god will be here in 45 minutes. Was I not completely clear on the absolute perfection of this man? You cannot be standing here in holy jeans and bare feet when he arrives. Yep, it's the clothes. I'm getting dressed in 10 minutes. I reply testily. Now back the hell off. There's no reason to try and impress the sex god, anyway. It would be unethical of me to try to seduce the other side's lawyer, Angela. You know, I am not a complete fool, B. I realize nothing can happen until negotiations are over. This is foreplay, honey. Fucking play. Think back. Remember when you would spend days teasing a guy before finally luring him into the web you designed to make him think it was all his idea? He won't know what hit him. Quote, I suddenly have the image of a giant spider with Angela's face. No, Ang, I don't remember ever doing that. I was never good at being a calculating seductress. I was the fly, not the spider. I say through clenched teeth, frowning. I think I'm the fly again now, and so is the unfortunate sex god. Spider Angela is going to try and lure us both into her web of casual sex. M takes advantage of the pause in the yelling match Angela and I were having to seethe. There's a sex god coming to dinner. No one tells me anything anymore. She drops the 20-pound G of ice she was holding down to the tile floor, shaking the room and causing all the glassware on top of the bar to clink together. Ladies, that is enough, I say, still through clenched teeth. I love you both, but this has gone too far. Tonight is a very important night for my company. I know my personal life has to change, but I won't do it at the expense of the company that my husband and his father built. I need you both to lay the hell off my sex life for the next few hours and concentrate on the business at hand. The sex god is a non-issue for now. I continue, I'll finish icing. Down the drinks before I get dressed so you can focus on the food. Angela, can you please grab the flowers off the kitchen counter? The short vase is for the dining table and the taller one is for the bar. Okay, Sarge. Angela snickers while saluting me. Hey, I made you a drink too, calm the nerves before all the fun starts. Let me get some glasses and we'll split it while we're getting you dressed. I roll my eyes and shake my head. I know I won't win this battle. With an exasperated laugh, I ask, what's this one called? No more afternoon delight, I hope. Nope, this is a brand new creation. She calls from the kitchen with a laugh. It's called strawberry sexual healing. I hear a snort and I think a high five, too. I'm screwed, not only because I apparently now have two pimps instead of just one, but also because I'm pretty sure Lily heard what the name of this drink is, and she liked it. Several minutes later, Angela saunters, there's no other word to describe her walk, into my bathroom with two red plastic cups and hands one to me. She's my best friend, so I don't always really pay attention to how she moves. But she manages to be graceful and sexy and beautiful all at the same time. I wish I could learn to walk that way. She has the kind of walk that makes men stop whatever they're doing to watch. She told me once that she learned this walk from watching old movies and insists that she was a total math geek before college. I think she might just be trying to make me feel better. I bet she was born with those moves. Come on, Bella, don't be mad. You know it's funny, she teases, as she takes a big drink. Drink, drink, drink. We've got to get you ready and leave enough time for flossing. You don't want any strawberry seeds stuck in your teeth when you greet your guests, right? This isn't gonna knock me on my ass, is it? I ask before taking a tentative sip. It would if I let you drink the whole thing. That's why we're splitting. It'll be just enough to relax you, I promise. I really do love you and I want everything to go well for you this week. And I do mean every little thing. Well, hopefully not so little, she says in her husky man voice. God, no wonder she can get any man in our office to do anything for her. I wish my voice was husky and sexy instead of squeaky. You're not really wearing that, are you? She asks, pointing at the new jeans, cute, flowy black top and black jeweled elbow-length shrug hanging on my closet door. Angela, you personally chose that outfit for me not 24 hours ago, I complain. That was before we knew there would be a special guest at dinner. How about a skirt instead? You have great legs, she reasons. No way. I will have to wear skirts and heels the next 2 days for negotiations and I want to be comfy tonight. Jeans and flats as planned, I insist. Yeah, you're right. Casual is better tonight, and the outfit is fuck sexy, too. Save the gams for tomorrow. The new short gray pinstripe skirt. Your legs will drive him mad. I've never been so glad we have a glass-top table in the conference room, she says. I slurp the rest of my drink down before shooting a glare her way. Obviously, My earlier come to Jesus meeting has not toned down Angela's enthusiasm for her plan. I see you glaring at me, sister, she laughs. You didn't really think I'd give up that easily, did you? But calm down. I promise to behave myself tonight and through negotiations, okay? Now that objective number 4 is met so far ahead of schedule, I'm perfectly willing to wait until Wednesday night when the meetings are over to move forward. Dinner and some bar hopping after successful negotiations will be the perfect opportunity to launch objective number 5. I spit toothpaste into the sink and ask, what was number 4? Finding the hot guy, silly. I really didn't think I'd find him this soon. I was planning on Wednesday or even Thursday. And just so you don't have to ask, number 5 is the sex. She nods at me in tea. He mirror before turning to grab my clothes off the hangers for me. 5 minutes later, she's dressed me, perfumed me, checked my teeth in her own for strawberry seeds, picked jewelry for me, and powdered my oily T-zone. She's like a damn tornado. Lastly, she puts lotion on my hands and forearms so I'm soft enough to shake hands, or apparently forearms, with the sex god. I am suddenly reminded at Alice used to do this to me in high school, dressing me up and running circles around me, getting both of us ready for any activity faster than I could get just myself ready. I quickly push that memory from my mind. I have no time tonight for melancholy thoughts. I have business associates and a sex god to impress. Lord, where did that crazy thought come from? With a last look in the mirror, Angela and I head out to await our guests. Okay, ladies and Ben, Angela pauses to give her husband a wink and a smile. The limo driver just called. They are about 5 minutes out. What? She asks when she sees my perplexed look. I wanted a little advance warning of their arrival. I asked him to call and, you know, when I use my sexy voice, the boys never say no. Now she's grinning, and poor Ove struck Ben is beaming right back at her. Shit, she's coming at me with lipstick. Just a little, Bella, and it's a really light color. There, so pretty, so, come hither, she says when she's done. Angela, M and MK are all looking at me like they're my freaking fairy godmothers or something and I know I'm blushing. Again. I think Angela might be tearing up. She sniffles. Ben keeps looking from me to her with his WTF face. Knock it off, guys. Let's go wait on the porch, Ang. Where are Tyler, James and Jessica? I ask as we walk outside. Shouldn't they be here to greet our guests, too? Angela has the good sense to look guilty, or at least try to look guilty, when she responds. I told them 15 minutes later than I told the limo driver. I didn't think we needed Jessica here for the sex god's arrival. She looks away quickly. Remind me not to get on your bad side. I say laughing. You really have no shame, do you? I turn to face her and lean a hip against the railing of the porch, which runs the entire length of the front of my house, adding a country feel to the craftsman style. Oh, good move, not facing the direction where they'll be coming in. Doesn't make you look too anxious, Angela observes. I swear that's not what I was thinking. I think, here they come. They're pulling into the Circle Drive. Now, I'll make the introductions since wait, I don't actually know his name. Mr. Vulture will have to do the introductions. Bella, you okay? You're looking a little shaky there, sister. Smile. Seconds later Angela grabs my elbow and pulls me toward the steps. As we descend the 4 steps from the porch to the sidewalk, the driver has already made his way around and is opening the door facing us. Suddenly, the door on the other side opens up and a tall, athletically built man gets out and steps into the yard a few feet away, without so much as a backward glance at us, talking into the phone held to his left ear. That's him, and it looks like I was right about the ass, she whispers. Yeah, she was right about the ass. He's wearing dark jeans and a dark blue shirt with the cuffs rolled up around his tan forearms. The jeans are just baggy enough to be cool, while also showing of his spectacular backside. California sex god, what is your name? And would you like to meet my friend, Lily? Gah, How much rum did Aang give me? These lustful thoughts are so not me. I snap myself back to reality as I see Mr. Vulture approach us, followed by some of his staff. I immediately recognize Jane, Alec, and Dimitri from our initial meetings in LA a few months ago. Mr. Vulture, welcome to my home. I'm so pleased you could join us tonight for dinner and some non-publishing world conversation, I say, smiling and grasping his left hand since he's holding his cane in his right hand. He pulls me close to kiss me on the cheek affectionately. I kind of wish he was my grandfather. I never knew either of mine, and Mr. Vulture seems like he would be such a good one. My heart aches a little for him that he and his wife never had children. I beam up at him and desperately hope Angela didn't miss any strawberry seeds during my oral exam. Bella, so good to see you. And I believe I've asked you more than once to please call me Arrow. You remember Jane, Dimitri and Alec, I presume. Of course, Arrow. I'm so glad you all could come. You remember Angela Weber, DeClemente Publishing's CFO, don't you? Yes, I couldn't forget Angela. We also brought a surprise guest with us tonight, Bella. I hope it isn't too much of an imposition. When my lawyer offered to come along and look over the contract, I gladly accepted, Arrow says sheepishly. With a quick glance at the sex god, he continues, I'm sure he'll be with us in a moment. He got a call from another client just as we were pulling up. I'm anxious to introduce him to you and your staff. You see, he grew up somewhere up here in the great state of Washington, although I can't remember for the life of me what the little town is called. Charming place, though, he says. Bella, we brought some wine. Would you like us to take it on inside? Jane asks, smiling. I have never been sure if she's on board with me potentially being her boss or not. But she seems to be playing nice for now. Yes, please. Angela, would you please take them in? Arrow and I will wait out here until our last guest is ready to join us. I am still holding Arrow's left hand between both of mine, and I crave just a few quiet moments with him before all the business meetings kick in. I have wined and dined this man and his wife for months now and am genuinely fond of them both. I would like to inquire about Hyda's health without the others overhearing. I know what you're up to, Missy, Arrow chuckles after the others have gone. UW. And to know if I've left Heidi for you yet, Arrow's eyes shine with amusement. Well, you know I can't do that. Not when she's on the mend from that broken hip. We're about ready to put our dancing shoes back on. Jake promised to send us an invitation to his wedding this fall, so if she's up to it, you'll see her then if not before. Oh, Arrow, that's the best news. I say, my eyes filling with tears of joy. I press my lips to his cheek and then rest my chin on his shoulder for just a second. Behind him, I see the sex god still on the phone. I watch as he raises his right hand and rakes it through his hair roughly, causing the hair on top of his head to stick out every which way. I frown slightly, thinking of someone else who used to do that, but am brought back to the present when Arrow continues speaking. Will Jake be here tonight? I straighten to look him in the eye as I answer. No, he's on a flight back from New York right now. His fiancée took him there to meet her grandparents. Since they aren't well enough to travel here for the wedding, he asked me to pass along his wishes for a wonderful evening, though. He'll be anxious to see you in the morning. You know, we are both so fond of you, I say. Over his shoulder I see the sex god finally getting off the phone. I smile up at Arrow, remarking, your lawyer is finally off the phone. My lawyer isn't even here yet. We're always waiting on them, huh? And probably getting charged for it. We laugh together as Arrow moves his right foot to turn slightly toward the sex god. Young man, he calls in that grandfatherly tone again, haven't you kept Mrs. DeClemente waiting long enough? Come and meet the lovely lady. Sorry, I'll be right there, Arrow, the sex god replies, his back still to us. Please forgive my rudeness, he begins as he turns toward us. He takes one step then stops dead in his tracks. Angela's right, he's beautiful. Our eyes meet, his are still the greenest I've ever seen. My smile falters and my eyes blink furiously. His lips settle into that smirk that used to make my knees go weak and my pulse race. I think a tectonic plate just shifted under my feet. I am clinging to Arrow now and fleetingly hope had I don't pull us both down as I struggle to maintain my composure in the midst of the earthquake. Edward, I breathe. I think I was wrong. I think you were right. All my angry words will keep me up at night. Through the old screen door, I still hear you say, honey, won't you stop treating me that way? If you could only see what love has made of me, then I'd no longer be in your mind. The difficult kind. 'Cause babe, I've changed. Edward, I repeat. Suddenly, my rum-addled brain is going a million miles an hour, like my life with Edward is flashing before my eyes. I remember the first time I saw him, talked to him, kissed him. I remember baking cookies with him in his mom's kitchen and how pissed she was at the mess we made of it and each other when we had a fight with the flour. Sitting on his bed that same afternoon, with me wearing one of his t-shirts and a pair of his boxers while his mom washed my clothes so I wouldn't get in trouble with my dad for the many Edward-sized, impossible to wipe off flour handprints on my chest and ass. That afternoon was the first time he got to second base, under the borrowed clothes, as we waited for mine to dry. I remember kissing him in the hallways at school, his car, my truck, my room, our meadow, and fighting about where we should make love for the first time. He thought a bed would be more comfortable for me. I thought our meadow would mean more to us. I won. I remember making love for the first time in that meadow, at twilight, and how both of us had tears in our eyes, feeling the intense connection. And all the times after the first time, sometimes teenage hormone-fueled, sometimes heartbreakingly slow and tender. Every time connected body and soul, his vibrant green gaze holding mine. I remember the despair we both felt when his parents announced they were following their 3 children to California while Edward and Alice attended USC and UCLA, respectively. Emmett was already at Stanford. How would we see each other with me attending the University of Washington? How could we make it 4 years, or longer, not living in the same city? Not being in the same state for school breaks and summers. I remember the searing pain I felt the morning after the big fight. How I ran away to my mother in Phoenix to escape, coming back shortly before I had to leave for college myself and seeing a different family living in the Cullens house. I remember trying to find Drive Cullen. I had no idea there were so many doctors in LA. It was impossible to find people back then. No Google, no Facebook. I remember that at some point, I quit trying to find them. Edward knew where I was. He still had my dad's phone number and he never called. He must have moved on. Slowly, I moved on too. But my heart was never whole again. It was patched over to some extent by Marcus, by Sophie, Michael and Chase, by Jake, by Angela, M and MK. But the gaping hole where the Cullens used to be was still there. I had just learned to live with it. Fuck, how long have we been standing here? 10 seconds. 10 minutes. Edward starts walking toward us again, his green eyes never leaving mine. Why didn't I insist on drinking that whole damn strawberry sex drink? I could sure use the liquid courage now. I'm sure Arrow knows something's up. I have practically cut off the circulation to his left hand by squeezing it so tightly with both of mine. And he's looking from me to Edward and back again. Hold it together, Swan. Hey, internal dialogue stayed internal this time. That's a step in the right direction. I make a concerted effort to stop pulling on Arrow's arm and release the death grip I've got on him. Standing up straighter, I decide to fake it, till I can make it. I smile my biggest smile, never releasing his gaze, try to use my best business voice. Edward, it's so nice to see you. I had no idea you were the lawyer Arrow brought with him. Bella, the smirk is gone. He is all business now, no emotion in the biting green gaze. I had no idea that Bella Di Clemente was Bella Swan Di Clemente. Oh God, is he staring at my teeth? What if there are strawberry seeds in there staring back at him? I knew that sex drink was a bad idea. Here I am, Standing with the sex god. I mean Edward, and I'm probably grossing him out with my lousy oral hygiene. Both of us seem to realize at the same time that Arrow is drinking all this in and we're acting like awkward teenagers. Edward and I shake hands and he leans down to kiss my cheek. I almost gasp out loud at the current that runs through my body. My synapses seem to remember him just fine. And Lily is accounted for, too. She's doing her best Dionne Warwick impression, singing, "Deja vu, could you be the dream that I once knew?" I really have to stop thinking of her as a separate entity. I'm starting to worry about my sanity. Edward releases my hand and I immediately latch back onto Arrow's left arm. Lightly, this time, though, as if I might need to steady him instead of vice versa. Bella and I went to the same high school, Arrow. In Forks, where I grew up, Edward explains. How marvelous. You must be old friends, then. This is a reunion of sorts for you two. You must carve out some time this week to catch up. You should have dinner tomorrow, Arrow says excitedly. I give Arrow's arm a squeeze. Don't be silly, Arrow. You have my undivided attention this week. I'm sure Edward and I can catch up some other time, I say sweetly. While shooting an icy look at Edward. Let's go inside and join the others. Shall we? Arrow and I start up the steps, leaving Edward to follow behind. I hear him mumble something that sounds like, "Same stubborn woman," under his breath and fight the urge to giggle. But I let the smirk come. Jessica and Tyler, Jake's assistants, arrive right after we get inside. And are followed just a few minutes later by James, DeClemente Publishing's general counsel. He's an asshole, but he's never steered me wrong on a business deal. I just have to constantly remind him that he works for me. After all the introductions are made and everyone has a cocktail, I excuse myself to the kitchen to check with them on the dinner progress. Well, that's what I tell them I'm going to do when I excuse myself. I'm really going to see if we have any tequila left from Saturday night. Emma is downright bubbly when I get in the kitchen. Bells, he's completely gorgeous. If you don't can attempt to get in that man's pants this week, I will drive you to the asylum myself. She gushes. Emma never gushes. I'm only saying this once and then we will drop it until the guests are gone, I hiss. This operation or objective or whatever the fuck you guys are calling it is aborted. Immediately. Sooner than immediately. It's over. If I was texting this to you, I would be using all caps. Got it. Good. Now help me find the fucking tequila. I need a shot. Emma's joyous expression is gone. Now she looks worried. Bella, I don't think Jose Cuervo will be a good friend for you tonight, hun. Let's not mix too many liquors at a business dinner, okay? Here, suck down this glass of wine and I'll get the bottle to pour you another glass so no one out there will know you were lushin' it up in the kitchen. I chug the glass of wine and she's back immediately to refill it. Sips this time, sweetie. Give it a couple minutes to start working. Want to talk about it? She asks gently. No. Fuck no. I will not let this ruin my night, my week or my life. I can drown the hysterical laughter or crying or whatever is trying to work its way out of me in wine for a few hours, I respond. I take 2 deep breaths. Reapplies lipstick to my pucker, checks my teeth for seeds. I'm pronounced seedless. Thank God, and I head back out to the living room and bar area. I find Arrow holding Sue, RT from his seat in the big leather chair. Angela has pulled a chair right up to him and is listening intently to every word he says. When she sees me, she looks like she's ready to cry. I guess Arrow has filled her in about the hometown I share with Edward. She doesn't know everything about the Edward of my past, but she does know his name and she's a quick girl. Princeton and all, I'm sure she realizes who Edward was to me. Is to me. I shoot her a big smile and tiny head shake and look around for Dimitri. He is standing alone near the bookshelf, seemingly studying the titles of my smallish, but precious to me collection. I pass the bay window where Edward, James and Jessica are talking and hear Jessica's annoying, schoolgirl giggle. I'm starting to see why Angela, Emma and MK can't stand her. Both James and Edward turn toward me as I approach. I smile at them, but continue on toward Dmitri. Hey, you. I didn't get to really say hi yet. I smile up, way up, at him. He's cute in a boyish way. We've gotten to know each other pretty well during this acquisition process and I really like him. He pulls me into a one-armed hug. Hi, Bella, are you trying to rescue me again? You know I hate the small talk at cocktail parties. Well, I don't hate it, I just suck at it, he laughs. Dmitri, you never need rescuing. Now, what you doing over here by yourself? Are you looking for a book to check out of Bella's library? I tease. Still arm in arm, we turn toward the bookshelf. Can I interest you in a little Shakespeare? Bronte, either of the Brownings, the inimitable Mr. Frost. Sorry, my collection isn't very current. Old stuff is more my style, I sigh. Just ask my friends, they'll tell you I'm a very old, decrepit, shriveled up 33-year-old. Great, the wine has kicked in just in. Time for me to start embarrassing myself by failing to edit between my brain and my mouth. I'm startled when Edward appears on my other side. Where's the Austen? You used to be such a fan of Lady Jane, he remarks. I know where he's going with this. I can't decide if I want to play along or take my ball and go home. Oh, what the hell. I just started rereading Pride and Prejudice last night. So the Austen is on my nightstand. I answer quietly. He knows that is my favorite of the novels. Or at least he knows it used to be if he remembers. I thought it was a 6-volume set. Did you only keep the 1 volume? He asks, in a kind of snotty tone. My daughter has been sent to her room for speaking to me in this tone. She usually slams her door in retaliation. I guess that isn't the best plan for dealing with Edward. I giggle. I'm not sure if it's the wine buzz or the visual I have of Edward stomping up to my daughter's room and slamming the door. No, Edward, I kept them all. They are all in my nightstand, where I keep them all year round because they are special to me. I received them as a gift for my 18th birthday and I don't like to share them. So I keep them hidden away. For my eyes only, I retort in a slightly less snotty tone. I turn my head to meet his gaze. His lips are slightly upturned. God, he still has the killer smile, even if it's just the half smile, like now. It's better than the smirk, but not quite as good as the lopsided grin. That's my favorite. He used to know that, which is probably why I'm not getting it now. I did, however, get the lopsided grin when I received that 6-volume set of Jane Austen's collected works on my 18th birthday. He wasn't supposed to buy me a gift, especially anything that expensive. I started to protest and said I was going to return them. He merely hit me with my favorite grin and showed me that he'd inscribed the front of each volume, so I couldn't return them. Just say thank you, Bella, he'd said. Thank you, Bella, I'd answered, laughing and kissing him with tears running down my face. To this day, it was the sweetest, most romantic gift I'd ever received. I look more closely at his face. He has small laugh lines at the corners of his eyes. A couple of creases are visible on his forehead. His hair is still the most unusual shade of brownish red. I look for any grays. One, of course. He's still the most beautiful man I've ever seen. If I had to love him, lose him, and then see him again, why couldn't he be bald by now? Or even better, bald and fat. Or better yet, bald and fat with a unibrow. Nose hair, ear wax, anything but the utter perfection standing beside me. I realize that I'm still staring at Edward while he and Dmitri converse over my head. I hate being short. Random thoughts present. Yep, still buzzing. I finish the wine in my glass and hope to hell we're eating soon. I'm not ready to let go of my buzz, but I will be on the floor if I don't get some food to start offsetting some of the effects. As if on cue, Emma enters the room. We are ready to serve dinner. Would you all please take your seats? I love her. Don't get me wrong. If I'm looking kind of dazzled, I see neon lights whenever you walk by. Don't get me wrong. If I'm acting so distracted, I'm thinking about the fireworks that go off when you smile. Angela and I escort Arrow to the dining room. I will sit at one end of the table. And I told Angela earlier that I wanted Arrow seated at the other end. I can see by the look on James's face that something about this seating arrangement is not to his liking. I could give a fuck. Get used to it, buddy. My house, my table, my company. James and I have a little stare down. He looks away first. I smirk and look around. Edward is smirking back at me, and I know he's witnessed this unspoken communication between James and me. I raise one eyebrow at him and am, finally, rewarded with the lopsided grin. Angela and Tyler sit on either side of Arrow. Dimitri and Alex sit on either side of me. Everyone else is in the middle. I see that Skankaka has seated herself on one side of Edward and has scooted herself as close as she possibly can without being totally obvious. Go ahead, honey, I think. I know his type and you aren't it. Then I almost hyperventilate because I realize I may not know his type anymore. What if Skankaka is his type now? Oh, God, what if he's married? I'm not Sue. I can take any more emotional upheaval tonight. Ben refills our wine. I take a few sips, but I make sure to drink some of my water, too. What's that song about water and wine I used to love? No, it's The Water is Wide. It's an Irish song that Edward used to play on the piano for his mom, and for me. I smile to myself at the memory. When I look up, Edward is looking at me. What? I mouth, raising both eyebrows this time. Nothing. He mouths back. We smile at each other. Le sigh. Clearly, my French has not improved since I took French I as a senior at Forks High, so I could speak the language of Louvre to Edward. I never said much more to him than je t'aime and je t'adore, but he didn't mind. Okay, Bella, time to rein it in and try to follow the conversation at the table. We've just started the main course when MK crouches down beside me. It's so rude of me to interrupt, she begins, whispering quietly so only I can hear. But do you want to keep your phone here with you at the table? I completely forgot I asked her to hold my phone earlier because I haven't heard from the Rents and children yet today and didn't want to miss their text. And these new jeans have tiny front pockets. Not good for holding giant iPhones. But the new jeans do an excellent job of making my butt look good. Bella, the text still hasn't come. Do you want to keep the phone? What? Oh, yes. Thank you, MK. I would like to keep it here. I smile at her and place the phone beside my plate. I really need to try and focus now. Expecting an important call, Bella. Arrow asks from way down at the other end of the table. I smile and answer, yes, very important, but just a text, not an actual call. Jake, Arrow asks suggestively, with round, innocent eyes. What is he up to? He knows Jake and I have been lifelong friends. Being romantic with him would feel like incest. He also knows Jake is getting married in a few months and is flying back from meeting Nessie's grandparents right now. We were just talking about it. Oh, no, I hope he's not getting forgetful or senile or Alzheimer's. His next statement clears it up for me, though. You know, Heidi and I are so looking forward to the wedding. I promised Jake we'd be here for both of you if it's at all possible. But only if you save me a dance, Missy. He's purposely being abstruse. I look around the table. My staff is completely perplexed. They know that Arrow knows that Jake is marrying Nessie, but he's totally making it sound like Jake and I have a thing going on. Arrow's staff isn't really paying close attention. Edward is even looking down at his plate and scowling. Back it up. Edward is scowling. Light bulb moment. Arrow is onto us and he's totally fucking with Edward. I look back down the table and Arrow winks at me. Oh my God, can I please start calling you Grandpa now? I am head over heels in granddaughter love with this man. Of course I'll dance with you at the wedding, I reply, beaming at him. And Jake's flight doesn't get in until late tonight. So I doubt I'll hear from him. He usually just prefers to give me a special wake-up call in the morning. I wink back. Arrow grabs his napkin and has a coughing fit into it, wick. I'm pretty sure is disguising a laughing fit. I'm not kidding about the special wake-up call, either. It's just not special in a good way. Jake gets up at the ass crack of dawn to run on his treadmill. LL every damn day, and that is when he gets most of his epiphanies about life, love and business. All of which he feels compelled to share with someone, usually me. He calls me at least 3 times a week between 5 and 5:30 a.m. During one of these phone calls, I screamed at him so much that he choked on his water while he was running and drinking and laughing. I freaked out and called Nessie's cell phone to make her go check on him. He got in so much trouble for waking her up that the phone calls stopped for a while. You can't keep Jake down for long, though. I vacillate between being flattered that he wants to share his deepest thoughts with me and being offended that he's more scared of Nessie than he is of me, his oldest friend and boss lady. Aang pointed out to me that Nessie is the giver or withholder of sex for Jake. So she trumps boss lady. I would like to point out that I only call myself boss lady when I'm tipsy, which isn't very often. Except for this week. Sipping my wine, I loo up and see that Arrow is fully recovered from his coughing and or laughing. Angela is looking at me and doing her impersonation of Ben's WTF face. And I am saved by the incoming text message chime. I'm so sorry, I apologize. I need to step out for just a few minutes to take care of this. Please don't wait for me to start dessert. M and MK have just started serving the dessert and they both smile at me. I think they must have heard the exchange Arrow and I hadn't deduced that I am up to no good. I'm sure Angela filled Ben in on exactly who Edward is and, really, Ben is so gossipy he might as well be a girl. So I'm sure he passed it along. I decide to go out to the front porch to read my text. It's not really my fault that I just happen to sit on the porch railing right where Edward can see me from the dining room. I mean, it is my porch, and my dining room, and a free country. I open the message and get a pleasant surprise, a picture of my babies. They are dirty and sweaty and grinning from ear to ear, holding stringers of fish they caught with Grandpa. I know I am beaming like a fool and my heart tightens so that I have to put my right hand over it to rub at the bittersweet pain. It's a mother's most daunting job, to find joy in her children's independence when she wants nothing more than to hold them close and keep them little. Even when they look like hobos. The accompanying message is downright wordy. Considering it's from my dad. Bells. We're having a great time. We're safe and happy. Your text last night was 11 words so you only get 9 tonight. Cheeky smiley face dad. I throw my head back and laugh at that. From where I'm sitting on the porch rail, I can see Edward. He's looking at me, but I can't read his expression fro this far away. I type a reply to my family. Family, love you all, miss you all, see ya, kisses. I think that will pass without breaking any rules. We had a big discussion about salutations last year. I got them waived as part of the 10-word limit. Bella Swan. Master Negotiator. I hit send and hop down from the railing to go back in. I glance through the dining room window again and that's when I see it. Skankaka has turned so her whole body is ing Edward and she has both of her hands on one of his thighs. Oh, hell no. Deep breath, Bella. He's not yours anymore, right? But I'll be damned if she's going to screw up my business deal with her overzealous sex drive. I go back into the dining room where M and MK are clearing plates now. Everyone is complimenting M on the food. Everyone except Jessica, that is, who is whispering something in Edward's ear. He seems to be trying to lean away, but she's got a hand around his neck now, pulling him closer. Angela catches my eye immediately and uses a series of head jerks and eye movements to try to direct my eyes toward Jessica and her slutrocious behavior. Yes, lassie, I get it. Timmy's in the well. Operation Save Timmy. Edward is a go. Everyone, Ben has set up some after-dinner drinks on the patio. If you'd all like to head that way, I announce. Edward practically jumps out of his seat. Jessica jumps up, too, and tries to grab onto his arm, but he shakes her off and moves Tawa Road Arrow to make sure he's steady on his feet. Angela and Edward get on either side of Arrow, who's now mumbling about babysitters, and all three make their way toward the patio. Jessica, Tyler, I need tea. Oh, speak with you both quickly about tomorrow morning, I say. I'm using the boss voice now and they both recognize it. We step into my home office, across the hall from the dining room. I pick up a file folder from the top of my desk and hand it to Jessica. This is the list of amenities that need to be stocked in the conference room by 8:30 tomorrow morning. I would like for you to personally go over the checklist in the morning and correct any mistakes prior to that time. Jessica's mouth hangs open. This kind of task is way beneath her job title. Are you catching on, sweetie? You are in big trouble with the boss lady. Poor Tyler starts to turn red. I feel bad for dragging him in here, but I may need a witness to this conversation. Jessica, your behavior at the table tonight was reprehensible. You could have jeopardized the entire deal with your actions. Therefore, you will not be sitting in on the negotiations this week. I will let Jake know what happened here tonight and he and I'll discuss your future with DeClemente Publishing. You can expect to meet with both Jake and me together sometime next week. Until that meeting, you will be working in the file room. You are to stay away from the conference room for the entire duration of the negotiations once they begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Is that clear? Yes, she whispers, but it's not a contrite whisper. It's a pissed-off whisper. Tyler, you will need to take over Jessica's responsibilities as they pertain to the meetings this week. Now, I'm sure you'll want to head on home for the evening so you can both be ready to pee. Perform your assigned tasks in the morning. I'll tell the others good night for you. They are dismissed and they know it. Tyler has the good sense to thank me politely for dinner. Jessica does not. Out on the patio, everyone's sitting and talking while they finish their drinks. I decide to have one more glass of wine to calm down before bed. I call out to Ben, M and MK to join us for a drink before the others leave. I pull a chair up next to Arrow, or Gramps, as I'm now calling him in my head. I take a sip of my wine and ask quietly, "What are you up to, Arrow?" He chuckles softly before answering, "Just helping a boy see what's right in front of him before he screws it up again." Arrow, it was a long time ago. And for the record, I'm the one who screwed it up. Not him. I'm sure he can hear the sadness in my voice. Young lady, if there's one thing I know it's this. If a man lets a good woman get away once, he screwed up. If he lets it happen again, when he's been given a second chance, he doesn't deserve her. Ask Heidi when you see her. She'll tell you all about how I screwed up at first, but eventually I deserved her. He laughs. His eyes are twinkling again when he talks about his wife. Suddenly, I want that one thing more than almost anything else in the world. I want someone whose eyes twinkle when he talks about me. Are you going to tell him we were just screwing with him? I ask. Nope. He's a smart one. That boy. He'll get it all figured out before long. Arrow winks at me again. I look up and meet the green-eyed man's gaze. He's close by, but talking with Ben, so I'm sure he hasn't overheard our conversation. He doesn't smile at me now, though. I don't smile at him back, because I'm mature like that. I turn back toward Arrow as he continues, "Bella, whether or not you two work anything out, there is something between you. I could feel it in the air as soon as you saw each other. You need to either give it a proper burial or hop on for the ride and see where it takes you. Take him to dinner tomorrow night and at least have your say. Not tomorrow. Not in the middle of negotiations. Forgive me for butting in, but you're the closest thing I've ever had to a granddaughter. Getting to know you the last few months has brought both Heidi and me so much joy. We care very much for you, Bella, so that's where I'm coming from when I say this. Screw the negotiations. You know the deal's going to go through. I don't want to sell to anyone but you. We don't even have that many details left to hammer out this week. If you think this man could have a place in your life and you in his, find out now. Before it's too late. It's your second chance, too, he says gently. Tears are pooling once again in my eyes. I take another sip of my wine and glance at Edward. He's looking at me again or still. He frowns when he sees the tears in my eyes, but I smile at him this time. I grab my phone off the top of the patio table and say loudly enough for Edward to hear, "So, Arrow. You want to see the text I got at the dinner table? It was from my dad. He sent a picture of my kids. Everyone, including Edward, gathers around to see the picture of my smiling hobo children. Oh, let the rain come down. Let the wind blow through me. I'm living in an empty room, with all the windows smashed. And I've got so little left to lose, that it feels just like I'm walking on broken glass. So, you ready to spill it, Bella? They've been gone for over an hour. The dishes are done. The kitchen is clean. And still you are reticent, Emma says, looking up at me from her spot on the floor and taking a sip of her beer. She lies down on her back and props her feet on the coffee table, bent at the knee, before continuing. And if I'm going to continue catering your parties, we've got to talk comfort mats for your kitchen. 2 days of standing on the tile floor has completely fucked up my lower back. Yeah, warm and fuzzy Emma never visits for too long at once. Angela scoots over closer to me on the couch and grabs my hand. Tell them, it's time, she implores. This isn't going to be too graphic, right? I can stay. Ben asks from his perch on the big leather chair. Yes, Perez, you can stay. I promise not to talk about girly parts or periods, I retort. I know he'll just hound Angela for deets later if I don't let him stay. Mary Catherine comes to sit on my other side, handing both Angela and me a bottle of water. I check my watch, it's just past 10:30 p.m. Okay, I'll talk, but I want to be in bed in 30 minutes, no exceptions, okay. I give them the abridged version of our young romance. My friendship with his sister, my love affair with his whole family and desire to be one of them. I tell them how I completely lost my shit and fucked it up at the end, stopping short of telling them exactly how nasty I had been to the two most important people in my world. Angela knew most of that and I am impressed the other three didn't. Even Ben. She looks at me smugly. I guess she can keep her mouth shut. Then I tell them about seeing him for the first time in 15 years outside my house tonight and how awkward it was. I fill them in on what Arrow said to me tonight about second chances and the conversation that I know Edward and I will have at some point, even if it's just to put the past to rest. Suddenly, MK sits up straighter and looks at me wide-eyed. Wait, this is the brother. The sex god is the brother of the girl you said you can't quit thinking about. She squeals. I nod solemnly. Oh my god, if my feet didn't hurt so bad, I would totally do the told you so dance for you, she points at me. And you, she points at M. There is so much to dissect here, cosmically, that I will be up all night. I'll email you a rundown first thing in the morning, though, Belle. She's practically bouncing with excitement. But suffice it to say, for now, that your subconscious did know that you two would meet again. Did you feel it tonight, the connection? Is it still there? She's still kinda bouncing next to me on the couch. My head is starting to hurt. You mean is she still hot for him? M laughs. She'd have to be blind not to be. That man is in. Now they're all looking at me. My face is on fire and I know I must be blushing all the way up to my hairline. You did feel it, didn't you? You felt the earthquake. MK again. I'm definitely not answering this one. Next thing I know, she'll be trying to balance my kai or feng shui me or some shit. Well, he seemed like a pretty good guy, from the conversation I had with him. And he couldn't stop staring at you, Ben says. Looking at me with a wink. Nice save, Ben. How did you leave things? Angela asks before MK can get going again. I saw him pull you off to the side as they were leaving. We just agreed to talk at some point this week, probably after negotiations are completely done, I say. And he apologized for not telling me earlier tonight that I look beautiful. And he kissed my forehead. I can't suppress the smile that spreads across my face at this memory. Okay, I'm going to bed. Tipsy D and tipsy dumb, I say looking from MK to M. I assume you're staying. I don't want either of you driving. Lock up and turn out the lights when you're done, K. I take my water and head toward the master bedroom. Love you all. See you tomorrow, I call over my shoulder. I keep walking when I hear Angela say, This operation is so back on. I'm in my office at 8:15 the next morning when Jake sticks his head in the open door. Hey, Bells, I got your text that you wanted to talk to me. What's up? Hi, Jake. Come on in and shut the door, I reply. I quickly fill him in on what happened with Jessica last night, leaving out the fact that it was Edward she was mauling. Edward and Jake knew each other through me, and even though they never really hated each other, they never really liked each other either. We agree not to react rashly, but to wait a couple of days to meet with Jessica and come to a decision then. Jake then wants to go over our contract proposal one last time, but I know I've got to tell him first exactly who will be at this meeting this morning. Jake, I begin cautiously. First I need to let you know that Arrow brought his lawyer with him on this trip. And his lawyer is Edward. You're Edward? He asks. I can't read his expression. He doesn't look as mad as I thought he would. That's for sure. He hasn't been my Edward for 15 years, Jake. But, yes, Edward Cullen is Arrow's lawyer. How do you feel about that? Jake asks softly. Wow, when did Jake get so mature? The last time we talked about Edward, Jake wanted to hunt him down and remove some of his internal organs. Okay, that was like 13 years ago, but still, this Jake is unexpected. Nessie is getting a good man. I don't know, Jake. When I first saw him last night, it was all awkward and kind of snarky. But as the night went on, the tension just kind of dissipated. It felt nice to see him again, I guess. And he does know now that you're the CEO of DeClemente Publishing, so there won't be any more surprises this morning, I laugh. We move on to discuss our proposal and the things we're willing to give in on. At 10 minutes to 9, we decide to head to the conference room. Arrow and his staff should be here any minute. I stand up and put my jacket back on. Angela was right about this charcoal pinstripe skirt and jacket. It's professional and just a little sexy. The black silk blouse and black kitten heel slingbacks complete the outfit. And my new black silk panties and bra make me feel just a little naughty underneath. Hello, Earth to Bella. Where'd you go? Jake laughs, waving a hand in front of my face. Who is this Lily chick you're muttering about? I laugh out loud at my apparent lack of control over my vociferous libido. Oh, no, I am so not having this conversation with you, I reply, opening my office door. Jake is right behind me, his hands on my shoulders. He leans down laughing and whispers in my ear. Bella, you know you can tell me anything, right? You're not dating a chick, are you? I look back and up at him, laughing and reaching up to squeeze his hands where they still rest on my shoulders. I step into the hallway, turning toward the conference room automatically, still looking at Jake, and run right into Edward. Whoa, he says, reaching both hands toward my waist to stop me from falling. He looks up at Jake and immediately releases me. Jake drops his right hand from my shoulder and extends it toward Edward. Edward, it's good to see you, man, he says cordially. As they shake hands. You, too, Jake. And I hear congratulations are in order, Edward replies, breaking eye contact with Jake and looking at the enormous Jake paw still on my left shoulder. Surprise. Crap, I forgot to tell Jake that Edward may be under the impression that Jake and I are an item. And that we are getting married. Yeah, thanks. My girl's finally making an honest man out of me, right, Bells? Jake laughs. Why did this seem like such a good idea last night? Oh yeah, wine. And Gramps. Is everyone else already in the conference room? I squeak. I know I am blushing. Yes, Angela sent me to find you too. Said you'd probably be holed up in one of your offices since Jake's been away for a few days, Edward replies, holding my gaze. I think I see a shadow of something cross his face. But it's gone before I can be sure if it was really ever there. There's a word for people like Angela Weber, dead meat. I lead the way to the conference room. Turn your phone on silent. I whisper to Aang before taking my seat. I need to talk to you. I see her flip the switch on the side of her iPhone. Like last night, I sit at one end and Arrow is already seated at the other. Like last night, James doesn't like being stuck in the center of the table. Not his preferred position of power. It probably didn't help that I didn't answer any of his texts this morning. Goody, he wants to have another stare down. This time he even narrows his eyes at me a little. I narrow mine back and tilt my head to the side. Is he going to stick his tongue out next? This is getting old. Jake clears his throat and James drops his gaze. I win again. I don't even try to stop the breathy chuckle from escaping. I look up to see Arrow beaming at me like a grandpa should. Edward's smirk is back. Shall we begin? I say with a smile. James, Edward, why don't you two begin and the rest of us can chime in when necessary. We all open our copies of the proposal and the negotiations begin. A little while later, I fire a warning shot at Angela via text. Stop interfering. Digging me a deeper hole with EB. Then tell SG the truth. A. Grr. I will. Prob doesn't matter anyway. B. Whatevs. SG keeps staring at you and legs. A. I put my phone down, signaling that I am done. I uncross and recross my legs. Nervous habit. The last time we had a big meeting in here, Jake said, sitting at the glass-top conference table beside me is like sitting front row at Radio City Music Hall for the Rockettes show, except my leg aren't as long and pretty. I punched his arm for that comment. But he's right. I'm constantly moving them. Left leg over. Both feet down. Right leg over. Both feet down. I'm my own personal kick line. James is reading section something or other of the proposal out loud. I'm barely listening. I know we're offering a good deal and Arrow isn't likely to make many changes. I glance up. Angela's right. Edward's looking at my legs. I uncross and recross. He's still looking. I look back down at the proposal before Edward can notice me noticing him noticing me. No giggling. Swan. This is serious business. TCB. Didn't Elvis have that painted in his bedroom or something? Taking care of business, every day. Taking care of business, every way. I try not to hum, but Jake grabs the pen out of my hand. Oh, I've been drumming on the table, haven't I? Oops, sorry. I mouth to him. I look down the table at Arrow. He's amused with my antics, as usual. We both glance at Edward. I uncross, recross. Edward's looking at my legs again. Arrow looks down to see what Edward's looking at and can barely contain his laughter. I get up quietly to get a cup of coffee from the coffee bar that's been set up on the credenza next to the conference table. I stir cream and sugar in for a long time, until I'm sure that I can pay attention and act like the owner and president of this company instead of a schoolgirl with a crush on the football star. When I retake my seat, James and Edward D are discussing the retention policy for Arrow's employees. I know this is the one thing Arrow is adamant about, so I interject that all employees will be retained for a period of 6 months, after which job performance will be evaluated by a team comprised of members of both current companies. Edward looks at me and asks to extend the period to 1 year. I suggest 9 months. He agrees. Gramps is smiling at me again. I know he's pleased for his employees. I hope he's a little proud of me, too. James wants to go over the specifics of this plan I've suggested. I leave it to him, Jake, Edward and Dimitri to haggle over the particulars. I reclaim my pen from the tabletop and start doodling in the margins of my copy of the proposal. Hopefully from down the table, I look like I'm making notations, not daisies. And the occasional lily. But they're really hard to draw if you're not artistic, and I'm not artistic. Maybe I could draw sunflowers. Jake takes my pen again. He's like the pay attention Nazi today. James and Edward move on to another subject. It sounds like legal mumbo jumbo to me, but Edward makes it sound good. I always knew he was smarter than he acted in high school. Geez. Smart, check. Hot, check. If he's still good in bed, maybe I'll just chain him to the wall in my basement and keep him. Uh-oh. Where did that thought come from? Can I casual sex Edward? Frowning. I think about it. No, I don't think so. Not when sex with him used to be so meaningful to me. Not when he used to be everything to me. I probably have it in me to casual snog him, though. But then I'll want to casual sex him, For sure. Because Edward is like potato chips. Once you start with him, it's really hard to stop. Crap. The potato chip is looking at me. I hope he didn't ask me something because haven't you no idea what anyone at this table has said for the last 10 minutes. I feel the blush creeping up my cheeks and look helplessly at Jake. Jake puts his hand over mine on top of the table before saying, Bella has a hard time concentrating when she's hungry. How about taking an hour for lunch now? I smile gratefully into his big, brown eyes, and then turn my head to search for the greenest eyes. Happy brown eyes meet sad green eyes. The sad green eyes glance down at the table where Jake's hand is still covering mine. We agree to eat in the cafe in the lobby of our office building. Jake goes ahead of the rest of us to get a table set up for our group. Angela rushes to escort Arrow and turns back to look at me, making more lassie eye movements from me to Edward and back to me. Okay, I get it. It's truth time. I move toward Edward, but suddenly Dimitri's calling out to me. I sigh and turn to walk to the elevator with him. Dimitri quizzes me the whole way down about Emma. What? How did I miss this? He's totally got a thing for her. I can't wait to tell her, the little maneater. She wasn't even trying. Right outside the door to the bistro, Edward grabs my arm. Bella, would you mind if I use the conference room while you guys eat lunch? I have a conference call I really need to take, he says. Of course not. Please go ahead. But what about your lunch? I already asked Jane to bring me back something. I can still eat a footlong sandwich in less than 5 minutes, he grins proudly. I grin back, then remember Lassie. Hey, Edward, I really need to talk to you privately for a second, though. Okay, sure, as soon as we're done for the day. I really have to be on this call in 5 minutes, he replies as he turns back toward the elevator bank. And can we knock off negotiations around 3 or so? I don't want Arrow to get too tired. He'd never admit it, but he does wear out easily these days. He's walking backwards to the elevator as he's saying all this to me, and he's so cute and sweet that I want to run to him and tackle him and give him a million kisses. But all I can do is nod my head. I'm rewarded with my favorite lopsided grin and a wave as he gets back on the elevator. Negotiations go smoothly when we continue. During a short afternoon break, I grab 2 waters and head for Gramps. I haven't been able to talk to him one-on-one all day. I plop down in the chair between Arrow and Edward, where Alex been sitting, but he's standing and talking to Angela right now. I don't know about you, Arrow, but I'm getting sleepy, I say, handing him an open water. Ink, it's all the legalese this one's spewing, I tease, pointing my thumb at Edward. I'm not worn out yet, Missy, Arrow replies. You young people don't have the stamina of my generation. He chuckles. He's baiting me and I know it. But I can't stop myself. I have plenty of stamina, thank you. No one has ever complained about my endurance before. In fact, I've been told it's superior, I huff. My eyes are laughing and Arrow can see this. Edward, however, can't. He starts coughing behind me, like he's choking on something. I roll my eyes at Arrow. Oh ho, that's one of my favorite things about you, Missy. I never know where your mind will go next. But I'm beginning to learn that the gutter is a pretty good guess, Arrow laughs. I tell you, if I was 50 years younger, you'd be younger than me. I'm no cougar, Arrow, I respond coyly. I think you need someone younger than you to keep up with your mind, and your, what did you call it? Superior endurance. Arrow's laughing out loud now. Edward, D's coughing again and I can't contain it any longer. I lay my head down on the conference table and give in to the giggles. Arrow surely can't know this, but Edward is 9 months younger than me, AFA. Court he hated when we dated in high school. I sit up and wipe the tears from my eyes. You're distracting me, Arrow, I chide. I only came all the way down to this end of the table to tell you that we're going to adjourn for the day in about an hour. Jake has another meeting he has to get to and we've made a lot of progress today. This is all true. Jake was relieved when I told him we'd be stopping. Negotiations early today because Nessie wants him to look at flowers and taste cake for the wedding. How about I take you to dinner later? I ask Arrow as I stand and take one of his hands. Sorry, but Dimitri and Jane have already spoken for me tonight. Edward, you should take Bella to dinner tonight. Take the opportunity to catch up, talk, Arrow says. Oh, I see what you're up to, Gramps. Mr. Subtle, setting us up exactly the way you suggested last night. Edward looks up from his laptop and meets my gaze. Okay, he says. Okay, I reply. It's a date. 67 minutes later, we adjourn. Angela has called for the limo to take Arrow and Edward back to their hotel. The rest of the LA group is deciding what they want to see in Seattle since they have a couple of free hours. Edward is packing up his files and laptop. Arrow has moved into Angela's seat and is regaling Jake and me with tales of his and Hyda's courtship. Twinkling eyes again, talking about his lovely wife. Oh, Gramps, if you were 50 years younger and there was no Heidi, I would snap you up lickety. The door to the conference room bangs open like someone has kicked it with their foot. Then I see, someone has kicked it with her foot. Because her hands are full carrying an enormous vase full of 65 different kinds and colors of flowers. Bakery bags hang off each arm. I see long, curly brown hair, bohemian skirt, flip-flops. I am in major trouble here. Sorry, babe, the person with flowers where her head should be calls. I thought you were done. Your secretary said I should come on in. Jake hops up to take the vase and set it on the table. I fight the urge to crawl under the table and hide. Wouldn't work anyway. Stupid glass top table. Angela's laughing at me. She knows I am busted. It's fine, honey, Jake tells her, taking the bakery bags now. 2. I want you to meet these people, anyway. He kisses her on the lips and pulls her over to stand next to my chair, in front of Arrow. I notice the twinkle in his eye as he says, Arrow, I'd like to introduce my girl, my fiancée, Nessie. Nessie, this is Arrow Volturi. Damn, everyone gets the twinkly eyes except me. I feel Edward's eyes on me before I look up to meet his gaze. His eyes are dark green now. I know that color. It's the color his eyes used to turn when he wanted me. And when he was pissed at me. Whichever reason they are that color now, I know on. Thing. I want to get the fuck out of this room. I grab my phone and hop up, excusing myself to go make some calls from my office. I scoot past Edward's chair quickly. Bella, he says softly, I'll pick you up at 6. But I fear, I have nothing to give. I have so much to lose. Here in this lonely place. Tangled up in our embrace, there's nothing I'd like better than to fall. I arrive home at 4:30 to find my fairy godmothers lying in wait. Why did I ever give them keys? Flora, Fauna, Merryweather, having a clandestine meeting of the We Heart Sex God Club. I ask. See, I told you guys, Snarkula is back to stay. Angela tells Emma and MK. We heard about your big date and we came to help you get ready, Mary Catherine offers, handing me a bottle of water. You go shower and hydrate and we'll take care of the rest. It's not really a date, I say. It's just dinner. With the sex god, Angela says. With the sex god, M and MK say together, nodding. With the sex god, I agree, rolling my eyes. They get to me, these girls. I'm smiling as I head for the shower. 55 minutes later, I'm ready, head to toe. After a lot of discussion, most of which didn't include me, my fairy god mothers, and I chose the new black dress I got Sunday. It hits just above my knees and has ruffled cap sleeves and a low but not too low versus neck. It can be dressed way up or way down. We go in between. I get to wear my new cute jeweled flats and bring my vintage black and white floral cardigan in case it gets chilly. I wear a black bead choker and bracelet that MK got me last Christmas from a funky, artsy jewelry store. We head out to the kitchen where Angela has lemon drop martinis waiting for us. To liquid courage, she toasts. May it help you say what needs to be said tonight, Bella, so that you and Edward can move forward. However you choose to do that. You deserve it. We all clink our glasses and sip our drinks. To following the signs from the universe and listening to your heart, MK toasts next. Clink. Sip. To being smart enough not to make the same mistake twice, M says. I look at her quizzically as I clink and sip. Need me to spell it out, Bells? She asks. If you let the sex god get away again, you've only got yourself to blame. I saw the way his eyes lit up every time he looked at you last night. If a man ever looks at me with that sparkle in his eyes, I will know. CK him the fuck down and drag that mofo to Vegas to hitch me. Huh, did she say sparkle? That's sort of like a twinkle, right? She clinks my glass and says, close your mouth and finish your drink. He just pulled up. I obey. Angela runs to look out the window over the sink and watch the approach of the sex god. Then she starts laughing so hard that she spills the rest of her drink all over herself. Bella. She manages to get out between snorts, Edward brought you flowers. That's sweet. Why are you laughing? I ask. I suddenly feel like I have to defend Edward. Bella. Emma says, turning to look at me from the window where all three of my fairy godmothers have gathered. Edward didn't just bring you any old flowers. Edward brought you motherfucking lilies. Karma, Mary Catherine says in a sing-song voice, before dissolving into hysterical laughter with the others. You know, MK, I'm starting to believe in those signs from the universe, Emma replies. I open the door before he can knock. Hi, I say, trying to sound breathy sexy instead of squeaky. Hi, he says, sounding sexy without even trying, I'm sure. I move to the side to let him in. He hands me the light pink lilies. I brought these for you. It's my way of saying I'm sorry I acted like an ass last night about the Jane Austen books. I'm not sure what I was thinking, he says sheepishly. No biggie, Edward, I got you back, I reply, grinning. You did, and you had help, he says. He's not looking so sheepish anymore. I've never heard Arrow laugh as much as he did this afternoon during the limo ride back to the hotel. He's pretty proud of himself and his little protege. He kept mumbling things like, smart ass and bad ass, which by the way is not a word I ever want to hear come out of his mouth again. It's creepy, about you. While I got called dumb ass and head stuck up his ass. What exactly have you told him about us? Nothing, I swear, I say, laughing. Gramps has totally made his own assumptions about us in our sordid past. Gramps, he asks, raising one eyebrow. You call him Gramps, only in my head, until now. Wishful thinking, I guess. I'm totally in love with him. No way, Swan, I saw him first. If he's going to be anyone's Gramps, it's mine. He's smirking again now. We are united in our love for our wannabe Cupid. I want to put these in water. You want a beer or something before we go? I ask, leading the way to the kitchen. Shit, here they sit at my kitchen counter. Don't they ever leave? The fairy godmothers. The three witches from Macbeth. Knock off the toil and trouble, ladies. The see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil monkeys. Who will they be tonight? Remembering their toasts from earlier, it dawns on me who they remind me of. The cowardly lion bestowing liquid courage. The tin man advising on predestined love, and the scarecrow imparting wisdom she didn't know she had. So where are the fucking ruby slippers that get me back where I suddenly know I want to go? It takes us another half hour to get away from my house. I have to say, though, Edward did a good job considering he was pretty much subjected to the fairy godmother's version of the Spanish Inquisition. I could tell they were impressed when they didn't try to give me a curfew. No shit, they have actually done that to my dates before. Okay, they did that to the one date I had before, the 24-year-old feel-me-up guy. He deserved to get curfewed. Jesus, they were worse than Charlie used to be, Edward says, opening the passenger side door for me when we finally make it out alive. I'm sorry, they are way overprotective of me. They must think you're okay, though. Emma didn't even ask to see your driver's license, I reply. He laughs like I'm kidding. I'm not. That's how we found out how old Feel Me Up was. So, did you steal this car, or what? I ask, when he gets behind the wheel. It's a rental, he replies. I'm staying a few extra days. I want to see my parents and Emmett and Alice while I'm up this way. They all live here, I squeak. I had no idea. Breathe, Bella. Not here, Edel, here Washington. Emmett's in Port Angeles. My parents and Alice are all back in Forks. I think my parents have decided to just follow wherever the majority of their children go. If Emmett and I both moved to Chicago, I bet they'd follow us there, he says with a smirk. I need more booze before I can bear to hear about my almost family, so I decide to change the subject. Edward, about the whole thing with Arrow, I am sorry. It got out of hand. I was going to tell you during the lunch break today, but you had that conference call. I hope you won't hold it against Arrow. It's my fault it got as far as it did. It's okay, Bella, really. The look on your face when Nessie came bursting through the door today made it all worthwhile. More smirking. What is Nessie short for, anyway? He asks. I laugh before answering. I have no idea. According to Jake, Nessie's parents came up with some ridiculous name by combining her grandparents' names, and she hates it so much that she has forbidden him to tell anyone, even me, what it is. She told her mom that if her full name was printed on the wedding invitation, not only would her parents be barred from the ceremony, but they would also lose any and all babysitting privileges with future grandchildren. She's a tough chick, I say with respect. I would never give my kid some crazy-ass name, Edward replies, shaking his head. Neither would I agree. So how does she feel about references to the Loch Ness Monster? Oh, Edward, please don't. I'm pretty sure she has a hit man on her speed dial, I snicker. I wouldn't want Arrow to have to find a new attorney to torment. Dinner goes smoothly. We eat at my favorite little Italian place. It's kind of a hole in the wall, but the food is delicious. And there's wine. And put you in the mood lighting. Not that I need it. I've pretty much been in the mood since I first saw the sex god again yesterday. We keep the conversation light. He tells me about his life in LA. I tell him about my sorta life here. At dinner, I get the daily text from the travelers. Bells. Hiked today. Saw lots of animals. Kids have good pics to show you. All good. Love, Dad. I quickly reply. All of you. I'm out to dinner. Miss you crazy. Kiss. Mwah. Kiss. Edward is highly amused by my text and the 10-word rule imposed by the grandparents. Traitor. When the wine is drunk and the plates are gone, he finally comes at me. Bella, are we ever going to talk about what happened? I'd like to, I say, looking down at the tablecloth and picking at the breadcrumbs left there. There are some things I need to say to you. But I don't want to do it here. We decide to go back to my house. We sit outside in the dark at the patio table. I have a glass of wine for courage and he has a beer. Edward, that night, I begin, that last night, was the worst night of my life. I am so incredibly sorry for all the things I said to you. And to Alice, and I know I can't take it back, but please just know that I'm haunted by my words. I'm completely embarrassed and ashamed of my behavior. You and Alice were the two most important people in my life, and the way I treated you both did not reflect that at all. I pause because I'm not sure how much more I want to say. How much more he wants to hear. That was the worst night of my life, too, he says softly, picking at the label on his beer bottle. But not because of the things you said, although they were pretty bad, but because that was the night I lost you. And Alice lost you. Why did you do it, Bella? Why did you throw our relationship away like it meant nothing? I wish I had a good answer for that, I say. Tears have started to run down my face. I think it must have been fear. Fear that I would lose you anyway, that I wasn't enough, that you would find someone better for you. Fear that I loved you too much more than you loved me. Impossible, he says, lifting his eyes to mine. That does it. I'm sobbing now. Ugly. Rack my whole body sobs. I lay my head down on the table and give in to them, letting them finally be real. eased from the stranglehold I've had on them since my eyes met the greenest eyes again 27 hours ago. I feel him gently take my hand on top of the table. He places one of his hands underneath mine and uses the fingers of his other to lightly stroke the back of mine, comforting me. It is such an intimate gesture and one I am sure I don't deserve to receive from this man. After several minutes, I start to quiet. I wish I had thought to grab some tissues before we came out here. I can't sit up with my face looking the way I'm sure it does. I feel him press a cloth into the hand he's holding. I sit up, wiping my face with it. Then feel laughter bubble up through the remaining tears. Really, Cullen, you carry a handkerchief now. How distinguished. I try to laugh, but it doesn't sound right. We share a small, sad smile. You never called. Not to say you were going away. Not to say goodbye before I went away. Not even to say goodbye to Alice, he remarks, holding my hand again in both of his. I wanted to, but I was so embarrassed. Then I couldn't find you. And you never called me either. You knew you could reach me through my dad, but you never called, I reply. His hands tighten around mine and he frowns for just a second. But then it's gone. He looks down and clears his throat. So, will you tell me about your husband? He asks, looking back at me. Yeah, I will sometime, but not tonight, I say quietly. I kinda just want tonight to be about us, about me being able to say to you what I've wanted to say for 15 years. Which is, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. I decide the simple approach is best. Bella, we both said hurtful things. Yes, yours were meaner, he says with a hollow chuckle when he sees me open my mouth to protest, but the truth is, we can't change what happened. We were just too young to realize what we had, what we were giving up. I think we have to forgive those kids who made such a mess out of something so good and finally let that teenage romance rest in peace. It's time to move on. Quote, oh God, my heart feels like it is breaking into a million pieces again. Tears are streaming down my cheeks once more and I swallow a big drink of wine to trap the sobs inside. I wish he would leave so I could get in bed and never get out. But he's still fucking talking. La 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 la, I can't hear you, I think in my head. I learned that from my kids. Wait, hat's he been saying while I haven't been listening? I thought I heard. What was that, Edward? I ask, afraid that maybe I heard wrong. I said I think Arrow's right. There is something between us, Ethan more than the remnants of a teenage love affair. I felt it when I first saw you again. I feel it now. I think you feel it, too. And I think we should hop on for the ride and see where it takes us, he says. Mesmerizing me with his words and his greenest gaze. He's still holding one of my hands. He gets up from his chair and moves to the one next to me, so we're side by side instead of across the table from each other. He lets go of my hand and pulls my chair closer to his. He reaches both hands up to cup my face, using his thumbs to wipe away my tears, and bends his head down so that our foreheads are touching and we are looking right into each other's eyes. You in? He whispers. Yeah, I whisper back, I'm in. Lily's in, too. She's doing a twitchy happy dance in Edward's honor. Jesus fuck, he smells good. Bella, he breathes, before gently touching his lips to mine. He kisses me once, twice, more. Slow, gentle, open-mouth kisses. Lord, I forgot how much I like kissing Edward. We're both breathing hard as he rests his forehead against mine again. I think I'd better go now, he says, smiling, or I won't be able to leave. I know we have meetings tomorrow and I have dinner plans tomorrow night. But Thursday to Saturday, I'm free. Spend those days with me before I have to go back to LA. Please. He stands and pulls me to my feet to face him. Here's what I heard. Blah, blah, blah. I have dinner plans tomorrow night. Blah, blah, blah. Paging irrational, jealous Ella. This is a 911 emergency. What do you mean you have dinner plans tomorrow? I ask, sneering up at him. The bitch is back. He rolls his eyes and chuckles. My parents are in town for a couple of days. They asked to have dinner with me, alone, without the rest of the family there. I'm not dating my mom, Bella. Oh, you're laughing at me. Huh, big boy. I give him my best narrowed eyes, tilted head, stare down glare. Inspired by James. Perfected by Bella. God, it's sick how turned on I am by that look. He laughs. Arrow's right. You are a spunky badass. His laughter dies down. My glare turns from icy to hot. Bella. He breathes, again. I hope it's an invitation. Edward. Mine is a warning. Back up or prepare for attack. He doesn't back up. I launch myself at him, throwing my arms around his neck, grabbing fistfuls of his hair to drag his mouth to mine. He wraps both arms around my waist, holding me tightly and lifting me off the ground as our mouths meet, lips and tongues moving together. Apart, back together. We bump our front teeth together, trying to get closer to each other. God, I've missed this. God, I've missed him. He tastes like garlic and beer and it's the best fucking thing I've ever tasted. Everything I cook from now on will have garlic and beer in it, I vow. I move nay hand from his hair to his jaw and hold it gently, loving the feel of his stubble against my fingers. He sets me back on the ground, but doesn't release me. He is slowing the kiss, though, taming the frenzy we were in moments ago. He breaks the kiss and pulls me to him, holding me close for a moment before stepping back. He reaches for my hands and intertwines our fingers, looking at me and grinning my favorite way. I can't stop myself from grinning back. His eyes are dark green, like they were earlier today in the conference room. This time I'm fairly certain it's not because he's pissed at me. Baby, I have to go. I cannot represent Vulture Publishing tomorrow if I stay any longer. There will be a conflict of interest if this goes any further. I know. It's okay, I reply, still grinning. He called me baby. I smile at him and raise up on my tiptoes to kiss his lips one more time. Or 8 more times. I'm pretty sure your friends are spying on us from Angela's window, he murmurs against my lips. Never breaking contact. I pull away and sigh heavily. I expected nothing less from them. We'd better get you out of here then, I laugh, unless you want to stick around for the 3rd degree. Emma is always bad cop. I turn to see if they're still watching out the window, and instead see them heading across Angela's backyard toward us. Shit. Run, Edward, I whisper. He lets go of one hand, but grasps the other tighter and we race in the back door, through the house and out the front door to his car, laughing the whole way. He leans down and kisses me once hard on the lips and once soft on the forehead before letting go of my hand. Good night, Bella. Sweet dreams, he says before shutting the car door and pulling away. I stand in the circle drive and watch his tie L lights until they disappear around the bend in the street. I stand there grinning my stupid grin even when I sense my friends standing behind me. So, good date there, Bells. Bad cop Emma is starting off nice. Enticing me to make a full confession. Fucking A, is my only reply. Things will be better this time around. Bridges we build won't break down. Feelings won't be kept inside. We'll open doors, nothing to hide. I flatly refuse to answer any questions about the dinner or the patio kissing. This does not please the fairy godmothers. They are now ticked at me and fawning over Edward. Fucking fangirls. Oh, who am I kidding? I'm a fangirl, too. I tell them all that I will share details tomorrow night if they'll go to dinner with me. Tonight, though, I want to be left alone to commit every single thing that happened with Edward to memory. I decide not to brush my teeth before bed because my mouth still tastes a little like Edward. I briefly consider sleeping in my clothes because they smell like him. But decide that's going a little overboard. I pick up my Jane Austen from the nightstand and open the front cover to read what Edward wrote all those years ago. Dear Bella, I read this book before I gave it to you. So when you read it, know that my fingers have touched these same pages, my eyes have read these same words. Every time you touch it, read it, it will be like we're doing it together. Happy 18th. Eiley. Edward, Mr. Cullen. P. S. Don't be mad, but I didn't understand most of the book. Alice hit me with it when I told her that. Ha ha. I traced the words lightly with my finger, as I do each time I read the inscription. I smile when I think of how we shortened "I love you" to "Eily" before there was such a thing as texting. I chuckle when I think how much we said "Eily" to each other back then and how it rhymes with Lily. Lily hears this and reminds me what she wants. I sigh happily when I realize that if Lily and I have anything to say about it, Angela's Operation GBLTW is a done deal. And there's nothing casual about it. James comes to my office early Wednesday morning to argue about the LA trip tentatively scheduled for next week. Jake and I are planning to fly to Los Angeles to sign the final sale papers and meet with the employees at Vulture Publishing. As usual, James doesn't like my plan. As usual, I don't really care, except that I woke up in a fanfuckingtas tick mood this morning and he is ruining it. Bella, you should not go down there unrepresented. It is my professional opinion that you should allow me to come along to look over the final documents before you sign them, he states icily. James, it's unnecessary. We can email the documents to you and you can look over them from here. I promise I won't sign anything until you give me the okay. I see, and tell by looking at him that this is unsatisfactory to him. I'm not giving in. I open my office door and stalk toward the empty conference room. James is hot on my heels. Why are you shutting me out this week, Bella? He growls. Is it this hotshot lawyer from LA? Just because you two were friends in high school doesn't mean he won't try to screw you now. I almost giggle. I am most certainly hoping he will try to screw me. No, James. But the meetings Jake and I are having in LA don't concern you. If you're that worried about the sale documents, let's just sign the fucking papers today. I say testily, my back still turned to him. There's our girl. Good mood rebound, courtesy of Gramps. I turn around and give him my biggest smile. He's beaming back at me as he walks forward, carrying his cane instead of leaning on it. Edward is right behind him, and as our eyes meet, I think I might see a twinkle there. And I think I feel my panties melting. Arrow grabs my hand and leans in to kiss my cheek. Good morning, Arrow, I say, air kissing him as he makes contact with first one cheek and then the other. Edward, I say to the panty melter. Morning, Bella, he replies. Ah, my favorite grin again. We all fix ourselves coffee and take our seats to wait for the rest of the group. My phone chimes and I look down to see I have a text from M. I have a sudden inspiration. Hey Cinderbella, I'm thinking guac and margs at 6, k. Busy today? Not really. Why? Could you do lunch for 10 noonish? Only for you smiley face where? My conference See you then. K. Are you up to SMTHG? Who? Me? Smiley face moi. With a giggle, I put my phone down and look up. Arrow. Edward and James are all looking at me. What? I ask, feigning innocence. Where is everybody else? It's time to get started. Just then they all come filing in. Sorry, Jake says. Our elevator got stuck between floors. Luckily we had Angela's voice with us. You know those guys in maintenance will move heaven and earth, and apparently elevators, for Angela's voice. No problem. I was just finalizing lunch while I was waiting, I say, glancing sideways at Dimitri. I thought we'd have it brought in today. Emma's catering. Dimitri jerks his head up to look at me. But I've moved my gaze to Jake. I see Dimitri turning red out of my peripheral vision. Is she making my favorite chocolate cake? Jake asks hopefully. I laugh. Jake's stomach trumps all business as far as he is concerned. The morning drags on and on. I would never have the patience to be a lawyer. The tedious picking over every detail in this contract is boring. Finally, it's lunchtime. Jake and Tyler get up to help Emma carry in the food. I know what Jake's up to. He wants first dibs on the chocolate cake if she brought any, which of course she did, because Jake really is irresistible in an annoying little brother kind of way and she knows it's his favorite. While she's setting up the food table, I make a beeline for Dimitri. Here's your big chance, buddy. Talk to her. She's not dating anyone right now. Although I will warn you that she doesn't have boyfriends, she has hit-and-run victims. He smiles, but says, someone like her would never go out with someone like me. You're right. You're tall, handsome, smart, sweet, and have a great job. What a loser. I deadpan. Come on, just ask her out. You'll be back here in 2 weeks for the quarterly meetings. Take her to dinner. You'll never know if you don't take that chance. Gramps the romantic is rubbing off on me. Thanks, Bella. He smiles at me again and heads off toward Emma. Water? Edward asks, Sud. NLY appearing and holding out a bottle for me. Thank you. That was a good thing you did for Dimitri, Edward says softly. Yeah, too bad Emma will just steamroll him. She's not a relationshipy kind of girl. I don't know, Bella. She looks pretty interested from here. Edward is right. She does look interested, smiling, giggling, touching his arm. Maybe it's something in the water this week. I raise the water bottle in my hand and take a big drink. Here, Edward says, handing me a file folder. I wrote down my cell number and email address. Maybe you could put my contact info in your phone. While you're down at your end of the table not paying attention to what I'm saying this afternoon, he says with a smirk. Text me so I can have your number. I want to be able to call and say goodnight to you tonight. If what you were saying wasn't so boring, I could pay better attention, I retort, trying not to smile. Whatever. Are you gonna do a drum solo on the table again today? He says, laughing. Probably. Any requests? I snicker. No, I think I'd like whatever you did, he replies quietly. Oh, now he's trying to melt the panties again. Okay, mister, I'll text you but you'd better not read it at the table. You'll blush and we'll get in trouble with the teacher for passing notes, I say, grinning. And I'm going out with my girls tonight, so if I don't answer the phone it's because we're having too much fun and can't be interrupted by distracting boys. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to eat lunch with my Gramps. I wink and turn to walk away, looking back over my shoulder to see if he's watching me. He is. By early afternoon, Dimitri and Emma have a date set up for when he comes back in 2 weeks. I'm totally going to fairy godmother her and give her a taste of her own medicine. Jake is happy. He got his chocolate cake. James is still not going to LA with Jake and me next week. He's still trying to wear me down, though. Angela has promised to do things that I don't want to know about with Ben if he will drop us girls off at dinner tonight and then pick us up several pitchers of margaritas later. He's agreed, of course, because she used her sexy voice. I have started my rocket leg thing again. I did a pretty good job of staying still this morning, but I have had too much coffee to hold still any longer. Edward is watching the show, again. I programmed Edward's info into my phone during lunch, so I decide to text him now because I truly am bored and incapable of paying attention to the legal shit. I see you staring at my legs. Want to know what I'm wearing under my skirt? B. Smiling. I hit send, grateful that I told him not to read it at the table. His phone buzzes and he picks it up from the tabletop as he listens to James asking Alec questions about some of the financial aspects of Vulture Publishing. Oh, shit, he's going to read it here at the table in front of everyone. He turns red, as I predicted. I told him not to read it at the table. My phone vibrates. He's good. I didn't even see him type a reply. Killing me. Yes, I want to know. I'm not as good at surreptitious texting. I'm also not as good at hiding my facial expressions. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Angela's shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Princeton. Told you not to read at table nothing. B. He reads it again. Boys never learn. His eyes dart to mine. I arch one eyebrow. He looks pale this time, like all the blood has rushed from his head to somewhere lower. Good. I've spent the last 2 days in a permanent state of arousal. Buzz. I look down the table to him. He's guzzling his water like he's dying of thirst. Funny, that's what I was thinking. His face tightens as he reads this one. He closes his eyes. I see his damn's apple move up and down as he swallows a couple of times. He sets his phone down beside his laptop. I guess he's done playing. Buzz. My phone again. From Angela this time. Be nice web, Spiderella. I channel Elvis. Thank you. Thank you very much. Shortly after 3 p.m., we are finally done. After overhearing the conversation this morning, Edward suggests that James prepares the final NTS and sends them with Jake and me to Los Angeles next week. My hero. The limo will take Arrow, Alec, Jane and Dimitri to the airport. Edward drove his rental car here this morning and brought Arrow, CH is why they weren't trapped on the elevator with the others. I hug Arrow goodbye and shake hands with the others. I want to hug Dimitri and talk to him about M, but since I'm basically his boss as of next week, I decide to wait until other employees aren't hanging around. After they've gone, I tell Jake and Angela that I'm heading home. I turn to Edward. Where'd you park? The lot on the next block, he replies. I'm in the underground lot. You want a ride to your car? I ask, feeling suddenly shy. Yeah, thanks. As soon as we're in the elevator, he turns to me. Closed circuit, he asks. No, there aren't cameras in the elevators in this building, I answer. Thank you, Jesus, he exhales, setting down his laptop case and sliding one arm around my waist and the other hand up the nape of my neck. Then his lips are on mine, crushing mine. He sucks my top lip in between his God, I forgot he used to do that, and uses his tongue to trace all along my trapped lip. He releases my lip and moves his mouth along my jaw, to my left ear, causing goosebumps to erupt down the entire left side of my body. I've wanted to do that all day, he whispers roughly, even before you started texting me. But since the texts, fuck. Bella, I wasn't sure I could wait. And I'm not even sure if you were kidding. Were you, Bella? Are you naked under this skirt? Edward, everyone is naked under their clothes. I laugh breathily. You know what I mean, baby, he groans. I was kidding. Thank God. I'm wearing a black thong. Mother. I don't let him finish that. I grab both sides of his W and pull as hard as I can until his lips are mashed up against mine again. This time I'm the lip sucker. And liquor. Too soon. The elevator bell dings and it comes to a stop. Why couldn't Edward and I be the ones who got stuck on the elevator? He lets go of my neck but keeps the arm around my waist, bending me with him as he picks up his case. We walk slowly to my Land Rover. I use the remote to unlock it and he comes around to the driver's side to open the door for me. Now my heart and my panties are melted. So, you're going out with the girls tonight? He asks, grinning at me as we pull out of the garage. Yep, Mexican food, margaritas and Ben to drive us home. Pretty rockin' for a Wednesday, I answer, grinning back. I can't help it. You're still going out with your parents. Yeah, but I'll call you later. If you can't answer, I'll at least leave you a message, okay? And will I see you tomorrow? You never answered me about spending some time together. I have a quick meeting tomorrow morning, but otherwise I'm free. I say, I do want to spend time with you, Edward. Then I ask the question I'm most afraid of him answering. Are you going to tell your parents that you've seen me? Actually, my mom already knows. I talked to her yesterday before we went to dinner. What's that look for? What are you so worried about? They've missed you, too. Just like me. He picks up my and from the console in between us and kisses it. I don't know if my mom told my dad or not. He wasn't with her when I talked to her. He's here for a seminar on some new surgical tool that I will have. Ida hear way too much about at dinner tonight, he says with a grimace. Hey, welcome to the last 2 days of my life, Cullen. I've heard enough lawyers speak to last me for a while. Feel free to use a NY of my proven methods of distraction to amuse yourself. Table drumming, daydreaming, dirty texting. We pull up next to his car. I am definitely a fan of the dirty texting, he says, leaning over to kiss me softly. I'll call you. Have fun tonight. Tell the spies hi for me. Smiling, I watch him until he's in his car, then drive away. I know it hasn't even been 48 hours that he's been back in my life after an absence that lasted almost half of it. Yet, somehow, it just feels so right being with him. I vow to myself that I will not be the one to screw it up this time. I get the daily text shortly after arriving at home. Bella, was that a date last night? Anyone we know? Great day today. Kids miss you but are fine. Love you. Gama. I type a quick and vague reply. My family. Sorta. Miss you too. Have fun and be safe. Standing at the crossroads. Trying to read the signs. To tell me which way I should go to find the answer. And all the time I know. Plant your love and let it grow. So, is the sex god a good kisser? MK asks, as soon as we're seated at dinner. Geez, Mare, get right to the point, I grumble. MK, you saw Bella practically attack him on her patio last night. Bella's got good taste. He must be a good kisser. Right, Angela says, looking at me for verification. I know I'm blushing, but I can't contain it anymore. His skills are superior, I answer simply. Hey, M's got a date with a hot LA guy, too. I add, going for the deflection. Success. The first pitcher of margaritas is spent discussing Dimitri. I study Emma carefully. I think Edward's right. She's definitely interested, possibly even smitten. We're back to Edward and me for the second pitcher. I tell all. My girls are fully back in fairy godmother mode again, oohing and awing in all the right places. They laugh uncontrollably about the dirty texting and my elevator undie confession. Wow, we've successfully corrupted Bella in only 5 days, Angela laughs. Nah, she always had it in her. We Jew. Saint stood her in front of the sex god and he did the rest, M argues. That man is so hot he could probably, poof, the chastity belt off of a Victorian virgin just by smiling at her. I blink blankly at her. Before I have to respond, my phone buzzes with a new text. B hey you, having fun, E. Yep, you, B yes, want to know what I'm wearing under my pants? E better not be some other girl's lipstick. B you have a dirty mind. Wish I was with you in the black thong. E no room at our table. Only my girls and Jose. B Jose. E Cuervo. B mom wants to know why I keep laughing. She says hi. You. UTXTED apped my thong with her mom there. B I'm very sneaky. She wouldn't have known if you weren't so funny. E tell her hi. Eat dinner. Talk to UL8R. B beaming. I lay my phone back on the table. The fairy godmothers are looking at me again. Can't stop smiling. Very giggly, Angela says. Texting about her non-granny panties, M chimes in. Eyes light up at the mention of sex god's name. MK adds, our little Bella is falling for the sex god, Angela concludes. Yep, MK agrees. Definitely, M nods. Abso-fucking-lutely, I say, after the third pitcher of margaritas. We call Ben to come get us. It's still early, so the girls and Ben ask to stay for a while at my house. I agree, but head to my room to change from my going out clothes to my favorite holy jeans and big comfy tee. When I emerge, Angela has passed out drinks and MK has found the disco playlist on my iPod. Disco sucks, Ben complains. But it's the most fun for dancing and I'm in a dancing kind of mood, MK responds. 1.5 drinks later, all us girls are dancing and singing hot stuff to Ben. He's used to it. He's been the only guy routinely invited to our girls' nights for more than 2 years now. As long as he's allowed to drink with us, he's happy to be entertained by us. MK pulls me up to stand on the coffee table with her and we shake our booties, holding onto each other and laughing. Hello, shit. My booty shaking stops immediately and I turn to see the sex god in the doorway. I did knock. I just don't think you could hear me, he explains, probably mistaking the horror on my face for anger. And running his hand through his hair nervously. God, That's so sexy. I realize there's no way for me to gracefully get off this coffee table given my somewhat inebriated state. So I crook my finger at Edward. Come here, I say. He does. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just couldn't stay away any longer. I'll go if you want, he says. I want you to stay, I lean down to say softly to him, wrapping my arms around his neck. Stay. I kiss his lips softly. Please stay. I kiss him again. Well, since you asked so nicely, he says, smiling and kissing me once more. Catch me, I say lightly, hopping down to him and wrapping my legs around his waist. He does, wrapping one arm around my waist and the other under my ass. Always, Bella, I'll always catch you, he chuckles quietly. I heard him, but am distracted by how freaking good he smells and looks and tastes. Yep, I'm sucking on his neck, I realize. I stop and lick the spot I was sucking, then lean back to look at him. Thanks. Want to put me down now? I ask. Not really. Do you want me to put you down now? He asks back. Not really. We grin idiotically at each other. I dive in to kiss him again, saying with my lips and tongue what I can't say out loud. His fingers have found the hole in my jeans right under my right cheek. I feel his fingers softly stroking the skin there and moan out loud. Too tipsy and too smitten to care that my friends are in the same room. All right, you two. This has gone far enough. Put her down, SG. I think you two need to cool off a little, Emma says. We ignore her and continue kissing. Isabella, you know I will go ninja on your asses if I have to. Get the fuck down for a minute. I promise I'll give SG back in a little bit, Emma threatens. She's such a bully. I pull back from the kiss. She's serious. She'll hurt us, I laugh, pulling my legs from around his waist and sliding down to the ground. He slowly removes his fingers from the hole in my JEA. NS and takes the bottle of beer Emma is holding out to him. Huddle, ladies, MK calls, and before I realize what's happening, the fairy godmothers have abducted Edward, Emma pulling his arm, Aang and MK pushing from behind, and disappearing into my bedroom. They shut and lock the door. What are you doing? I yell, pounding on the door. Let him out or let me in. Oh, relax. We're not hurting him, Bells. We'll let him go in a few minutes if he's good, M chuckles. I can hear MK giggling in the background. Ben comes up behind me. Come on, Bella, let's sit. You know they won't let him out until they're through with him. But they like him. They'll be gentle, he adds with a laugh. Defeated, I take my margarita glass from Ben and drink it down. Exactly 22 minutes later, they finally emerge from my room. Emma strides out first, shooting me a haughty, self-satisfied smirk. I give her my James glare. Judging by her laughter, she is not frightened. Angela follows behind, smiling warmly at me. MK and Edward are walking together and talking quietly, smiling. His hair is more of a mess, indicating that he's run his hands through it a lot, but he looks otherwise unscathed. When our eyes meet, he aims the lopsided grin at me and says simply, I passed. I know it's a bad idea, but I agree to play M's favorite drinking game anyway. I don't really understand this stupid card game, which is why I usually end up being the drunkest. Edward promises to help me, but I still have to do 3 shots of tequila. Multiple shots of tequila make me giggly and handsy. Edward doesn't seem to mind either side effect. We are sitting next to each other at my kitchen table, one of my legs draped across his, both of my arms wrapped around his arm. I sigh contentedly. Having fun, baby? He asks, looking at me and smiling. He's only had to do 1 shot. He is not drunky like me. I giggle. MMHMM. I answer, pulling on his arm until he bends to kiss me on the lips. Want to stay over and fool around? I ask against his lips. Sure and no, he says against mine. What? Hurt? I pull back and look into his eyes. Cupping one side of my head with his hand, he leans in to whisper roughly, Bella, I want to stay tonight. But I'm not fooling around with you for the first time in 15 years when you're drunk. There are things I want to say to you, do to you, that I want you to have a fucking clear memory of the next morning. Desire courses through my body at hearing his words, settling between my legs. He kisses my ear, kisses my lips, then sits up to smirk at me. Jesus fuck, I whisper. Lily, yo, gonna have to wait at least one more day. I think she's crying. You wanna go outside and get some air? He asks a little while later. My buzz is wearing off and I'm feeling a little sleepy. I nod. We go out and sit down in a chaise by the pool. He sits first and I stretch out between his legs, resting my back against his chest. Our hands are intertwined and resting on his thighs. Talk to me, he says in my right ear, before kissing it and resting his head against mine. About what, Marcus? He asks softly, squeezing my hands and planting a kiss in my hair. I wonder briefly if he knows that it will be easier for me to talk about this when I don't have to look him in the eyes. So I talk. I tell him about meeting Marcus right after I graduated from college. He was 42, I was 22. We became friends, we dated. We slept together. He proposed unexpectedly. He wanted marriage and children. He knew that I wasn't in love with him. He wasn't in love with me either. But we got along very well, and he thought friendship and companionship could be enough for both of us. I had only been in love once, with Edward. It had ended horribly. My parents had once been passionately in love. That also ended horribly. I started to think that maybe Marcus was onto something. I agreed to marry him. I got pregnant with the twins shortly after the wedding. I was happy being a mom, but Marcus and I were more like roommates than lovers. Chase was born about 2 years later, and after that, I basically moved out of the master bedroom, preferring to sleep up on the second floor with the kids instead of on the main floor with my husband. I knew that he loved me as a companion and friend, and I felt the same, but I felt that I had settled for a marriage that lacked passion, both emotional and physical. I tell Edward how horrible it was when we found out Marcus was sick and that he wouldn't recover. How he tried to teach me everything about his publishing company in the months he had left so I could run it after he was gone. He fervently hoped that one day the children would want to follow in his footsteps. I tell him how I found that I actually liked running the company, especially with Jacob and Angela, who were already in place. To help me, I talk about how excruciating the last few weeks of Marcus's life were and how I had struggled for the 3 years since his death to rebuild my life as a single mom and a single woman. At some point during my monologue, Edward wrapped his arms around me tightly, holding me close and continuing to plant kisses in my hair. Baby, I'm so sorry you went through all that, he says softly. Rocking us slowly, gently, from side to side. Edward, no offense, but if you don't stop shaking me, I'll puke, I say, breaking the solemn mood. Sorry, he says with a chuckle. You know what the one of worst parts was? I ask, serious again. What, love? My parents. Through planning my wedding and all of the wedding activities, they started talking again. They discovered that they were still madly in love with each other, and it had just been their stubborn refusal to compromise about anything that had caused the divorce. Their dreams of true love came true just as mine were dashed. I made my decision to marry Marcus based on a fucking faulty premise. And I was pissed, really pissed, at them for a long time for that reason. My dad moved to Phoenix with my mom right after the wedding, and they got remarried 2 months later. You've forgiven them now. It's a statement, not a question. Yes. When Marcus got sick, when we knew he was dying, they dropped everything and moved up here to help me, help the kids. It's probably the first time in my life that Renee acted like a parent. And they are so good to me now. They are wonderful grandparents. Marcus didn't have any family left. He was an only child of only children, just like me, and his parents were both dead when I met him. So Charlie and Renee were all we had as far as blood relatives went. I feel compelled to give my kids more of a support system than I had though. They have Ang and Ben, Jake and Nessie, MK, Emma. They're the best pseudo-aunts and uncles any kids could have. You're a great mom, Bella. Your friends told me, he says quietly but firmly. What was that about? Anyway, what did those little kidnappers do to you in my room? I ask, leaning to the side to look back and up at his beautiful face. I'm not allowed to say under penalty of bodily harm. He's trying not to smile. I narrow my eyes at him and say, come on, Edward, I won't tell them that you caved. Nope. Emma threatened some body parts that I'm very attached to, so you won't be getting any info out me, he says with mock seriousness. She's a scary, scary girl. Now he is serious. Truer words, my friend, truer words, I laugh, snuggling back into his chest. What about you? Any ex-wives or serious girlfriends in your past? Or present? No wives, no ex-wives, no present girlfriends. I've had a few long-term girlfriends, but no one that I was serious enough to really think of marrying. I just didn't feel it, you know. What my parents have, what Alice and Jasper and Emmett and Rosalie have. That's what I want, he says earnestly. You didn't settle, I say quietly. Bella, no, it's okay. I can't regret the path I chose. Marcus was a good man and I got 3 great kids. And I'm here now, with you, I say, swinging my legs to one side and turning my body so I can get my arms around Edward. I hug him tightly and press tiny kisses all along the left side of his neck. So Alice and Jasper, Emmett and Rosalie, they made it, I ask, happy for my almost family. The 6 of us has been inseparable that final summer, until I ruined everything. I was genuinely pleased for Edward's siblings and their soul mates. They did. Married, jobs, kids, the whole deal, he answers with a smile. We're the only ones who didn't make it, I remark with sadness. Bella, don't look now, but we're hanging out, holding hands, kissing. I don't think our ending is written quite yet, he says with shining eyes. We get to choose what happens next. I smile up at him before pressing my lips to his. Angela and Ben come to find us to say goodnight. I get up and Ang pulls me toward the gate, saying, walk halfway with me, while simultaneously giving Ben the, I want to talk to Bella alone, look. She uses it a lot. Ben gets it and starts asking Edward questions about life in LA. Okay, spit it out, I say when we're far enough away from the guys. All right, she says. I'll make it short and sweet. That's a great man standing over there with why man. Bella, he's more than just a sex god. We walk through the gate and a little way into her backyard. I know, I respond. He's terrific. He's the same as I remember. But different, too. I know that makes no sense. This whole thing makes no sense. This week has been such a whirlwind, it's too fast, too much, but I love it. And I'm scared oh death that when my kids get home I won't be able to balance this, won't be able to be mom, and this woman that Edward seems to like. You'll find the balance, Belle. We'll help you. Edward will help you, if you let him. He wants this, too. Trust yourself, your feelings, she says. I feel like I don't know what to do, where to go next. Ang, I don't want to lose him again. I say, stopping and turning toward her. Bella, you're going to figure it all out. Just give it some time, she says, hugging me tightly. Now for the important question. Does he make you want to drop your panties in 2 minutes or less? She leans back to look at me. Angela, he makes me want to drop them so fast that I'm thinking of never wearing underwear again just so I won't have to waste time taking them off, I answer. We both laugh. Is it safe to come out now? Ben asks, pretending to hide behind the gate. Edward is right beside him. Yes, Ben, take me home. See you tomorrow, Bells. Love you, Angela says, as she wraps her arm around Ben's waist and turns toward her house. Edward, take good care of our girl, she says over her shoulder. Yes, ma'am, I intend to, Edward replies, smiling into my eyes ND taking my hand to walk back inside my house. The house is quiet and dark when we get back inside. I know Emma and MK are here somewhere. They were already planning to spend the night before I asked Edward to stay. Do you run this boarding house all year long? Edward asks. Apparently he realizes they're still here, too. No, I laugh. They don't stay over very often when the kids are here, bu. T are usually here almost full-time when the kids are out of town. I don't let them drink if they're going to drive. And I like the company when the kids are gone, I admit. We go inside my bedroom and I shut the door quietly. Suddenly nervous, Edward slides his arms around me from behind. Bella, are you sure this is okay, me spending the night? Yes, I want you here, I say, turning in his arms and looking up at him. I want you. His eyes darken immediately and, groaning, he bends to kiss me, opening my lips with his tongue. He lifts me off the ground and walks to the bed, never releasing my mouth. He lays back on the bed with me on top of him before rolling us so that he's hovering over me, one of his legs in between mine. God, Bella, I want you too, he murmurs against my lips. He slides his lips along my jaw and down my neck before continuing. But not tonight, with both of our senses dulled by tequila. Not with Emma and MK in the house. I don't want to have to be quiet. I don't want you to have to be quiet. In fact, I'm planning to make sure that you're very, very loud. Edward, I groan. I know, baby, he answers. It's going to be worth the wait, I promise. He rolls off me, lying beside me and grabbing my hand. He holds our intertwined fingers over his heart and I smile when I feel it racing just like mine. We turn our heads to look at each other, our eyes dark with desire. I believe you, I say quietly. I'm gonna get ready for bed. Want to borrow my toothbrush? That's not a hint or anything. I just remember how freaky you used to be about oral hygiene. He responds laughingly. I missed you so much and I didn't even know it. Yes, I'd love to borrow your toothbrush. And he does. I let Edward brush first, and then I use the bathroom to wash my face, brush my teeth and put on pajama pants and a tee. I feel awkward and self-conscious as I come out of the bathroom, but as soon as I see Edward already in the bed, it all seems to melt away. He pulls the covers back for me, laying them over me as I snuggle in. We are both lying on our sides, facing each other, and he reaches for my hand. You okay? He asks, grinning my favorite lopsided grin. Yeah, you okay? I ask softly, grinning back. Somewhat better than okay. Talk or sleep. He doesn't give me the make-out option I was hoping for. Talk. Can I scoot closer? Bella, I won't be able to keep my hands off you if you get closer. But how about this? He asks, hooking our legs together. He rubs up and down my legs with his a little, pushing my PJ pants up around my knees. Better, I say. I just want to be close to you. Baby, I'm dying over here. Let's talk about something else, okay? He asks, but he does lean forward and plant 2 quick kisses on my lips. Why does Emma keep calling me SG? What's it stand for? I have no idea what you're talking about, I say, trying not to laugh. Oh, you're not telling, huh? All right, I'll get it out of you eventually, he replies, smiling and squeezing my hand. What do you want to do tomorrow? Well, I have a short meeting at 10 with Jake, so I'll already be downtown. The waterfront. Then maybe cook dinner here, just me and you. I mean, that's what I was thinking. But if you... No, it's perfect. 2 more kisses. I want to ask you something, but I don't want you to give me an answer now. I want you to think about it, regardless of what your initial reaction is, okay? I nod, already apprehensive because his face is so serious. I'm going to Forks on Saturday to see my family. I want you to come with me. I stare at him, wide-eyed, unblinking. Bella, I want to spend as much time as possible with you. It will be all day, by the time I drive there and back. I can't get out of this. It's a big damn family lunch thing. My parents would love to see you. You would get to see Alice, Emmett, everybody. Please just think about it. Please, he pleads. You said you were free on Saturday, I say, looking down. He chuckles before answering. The family thing was supposed to be Sunday, but my mom needed to move it to Saturday for some reason. She specifically asked me to ask you to come. Just think about it, okay? You don't have to come, but I really hope you do. He leans in to kiss me again. I look up into his eyes as he pulls back. He's serious. He really does want me to come. I'll think about it, I say, never breaking eye contact. I know I have to face his family, our past, if I want to move forward with Edward. I'm just not sure if I'm ready. I yawn, he yawns. We laugh. Sleepy? He asks quietly. Kind of, I answer. Me, too. Good night, Bella. Sweet dreams, he smiles. Good night, Edward, I say, smiling back. We fall asleep that way, smiling, holding hands, legs intertwined. I wake up several times during the night. Each time, Edward and I have shifted position in some way. Each time, we are still intertwined in some way. I wake up for good a few minutes before my TV alarm will come on. I'm lying on my back and Edward is on his side mashed up against me. His face is buried in my neck, one arm and one leg are thrown over me. He's heavy, but I like it. I sigh and smile up at the ceiling, feeling happy tears gather in my eyes. I think the last time I cried was 2 years ago, but this week I've cried almost every damn day. I don't go to grief counseling with Dr. Denali anymore. She fired me for not being willing to let it go by crying. Said she couldn't help me if I wasn't willing to participate in my own healing. I thought it was a crock of shit at the time, but damned if I don't end up feeling better every time I cry this week. I might have to send her a fruit basket. When the TV comes on a few minutes later, I reach for the remote to turn down the sound. Too late. My personal paperweight has woken. I feel the laughter rumbling in his chest before I hear it. SportsCenter. You wake up to ESPN. Bella, you are now officially my dream girl. He laughs into my neck. Single mom with 2 boys, remember. If I don't learn this stuff, who will teach them? I can't leave it to my dad. They'll end up being couch potatoes and watching baseball from April till November, I say, laughing with him. Trying not to get too excited about he dreamgirl comment. He was barely even awake when he said it. I'm hoping my boys will be more well-rounded than that, in sports and in life. You're a great mom, Bella, he says, lifting his head to look in my eyes. He kisses me gently, then puts his face right back into my neck, squeezing me with his arm and his leg. I put both of my arms around the one that's over me and draw lazy designs on his skin. Maybe you should reserve judgment on that until you actually meet them, I say, chuckling. You might change your mind. Why would you think that? I like everyone else you've introduced me to this week, even Scary Emma. Why would you think I wouldn't like the little people who are actually pieces of you? He says, looking at me again, his green eyes intense. I shrug. They're kids. They can be loud, annoying, snotty. Just like you. And I like you, he laughs. I pull his arm hair. He laughs harder. When are you leaving for LA? I ask quietly. Sunday night. You know, you could stay here until then, check out of your hotel. I mean, if you want to. No pressure or anything. I know things are moving fast this week, I say, looking away from his intense gaze. Bella, look at me, he says. I do. I'd really like to stay here if you want me to. I want you to, I whisper, lost in the greenest eyes again. Well, okay then, he whispers, smiling. Okay, I'm smiling, too. Then I'm moaning because he's buried his face back in my neck and is alternately licking, kissing and sucking the skin there. Edward, I have to get up. I know, I just needed a taste. A little preview, he says, still kissing. That statement elicits another moan from me. He pulls away, kisses me quickly on the lips, then yanks the covers off me. You'd Betty. I'll go now while I have a little self-control. I'll go make coffee. Funny, sexy, and he makes coffee. I'm so screwed. Somehow everything's gonna fall right into place. If we only had a way to make it all fall faster every day. If only time flew like a dove. Well, God, make it fly faster than I'm falling in love. As I'm putting on makeup, there's a knock at my bathroom door. Come in, I call. I turn away from the mirror to face the door. Edward comes in holding 2 mugs of coffee. He hands one to me. I inhale deeply and smile before taking my first sip. I say, smiling. Thank you. It's perfect. Scary Emma was in the kitchen when I got in there. She taught me to make coffee just the way you like it, he says, smiling back at me. She told you the secret to her coffee. She won't even tell me, I complain. What is it? What does she put in it? I turn back to the mirror and apply mascara. She made me pinky swear not to tell. Normally, I don't feel beholden to pinky swears, since I'm not a 12-year-old girl. But I don't call her Scary Emma for nothing. Sorry, babe, he says with a chuckle. Oh, don't feel sorry for me, I reply. I'll get it out of you somehow. I have ways of making you talk. I look at him suggestively in the mirror. I laugh when he blushes. I'm usually the blusher, not the blush causer. I like this new little power I have over Edward. So, how about we drive in town together? I can drop you at your office on the way to my hotel and I'll come back and get you when you're done. Then we can go do all the touristy stuff that I haven't done in Seattle for years. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day out there. I can't wait to spend it with you, he says, smiling, watching me in the mirror as I finish my makeup. I take a sip of my coffee then turn away from the mirror to look at Edward. I set my coffee down. I take his mug and set it down. I step toward him and put my arms around his neck, pulling him down to kiss me, and then I hug him tightly. Edward, I can't wait to spend the day with you, too. 4 hours later, I'm still stuck in my office meeting with Jake and James. I keep checking my watch, but they don't get the hint. We've come to a resolution about the Jessica situation. She's getting another chance, but I'm making Jake let her sweat it out over the weekend before we meet with her on Monday to set the guidelines for her continued employment. We've gone over the financials for the previous month with Angela and, smart Princeton girl that she is, she had an excuse to leave and get back to her own office as soon as she was done. I've taken up tapping my pen against the top of my desk. Tap, tap, tap. 12 taps. Check my watch. 20 more taps. Check my watch again. Jake looks over at me, clearly annoyed by my impatience. James is going on and on about things that I've already given him decisions about. He really likes to hear himself talk. He's now trying to talk Jake and me out of something he talked us into only last week. Last week. The week before Edward. That's how I will refer to it from now on. I smile to myself. I want to get out of here. I look at Jake pleadingly, but he doesn't seem to get it. The phone on my desk rings. It's my secretary, so I push the speakerphone option. Yes, Lauren, Bella, Mr. Cullen is here, she replies, breathlessly. Yes, I know, hun. He has that effect on the ladies. Jake's head snaps up and our eyes meet. I raise my eyebrows and smile at him and he smiles back at me, nodding. Now he gets it. He's not usually so slow on the uptake. Lauren, tell Mr. Cullen to come on in, I reply. Is he here to see me? James asks. I haven't really started working on the final documents yet for the acquisition. What a douche. What an idiotic self-important douche. It takes an incredible amount of self-control for me not to roll my eyes at him, but I manage. I do not want to have a big discussion with him about Edward, so placating James is my fastest route out of here. No, James, you know Edward and I are old friends. We're having lunch today. He's come to pick me up, I reply in the least condescending tone I can muster. I don't think that's the best idea, Bella. We are still in the middle of this deal. James says icily. Now I do roll my eyes at him. And I muster the most condescending tone I possess. Well, then it's a good thing I wasn't asking your permission, I fire back just as icily. Before I can say any more, there's a quick knock and Edward opens the door. I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face when I see him. He's wearing jeans and a white shirt with the cuffs rolled up. No wonder Lauren was breathless. I'm breathless, too. In my head I picture Edward walking up the halls of my offices, past human resources, thud, 4 women hit the floor, past accounting, thud. 5 more women hit the floor. I suppress my giggle at the thought of fainting women in the wake of this beautiful man. Sorry, am I interrupting? Lauren said to come on in, Edward says quickly. No, we were done, right, guys? I ask. I'm ready to go. Yeah, we were done, Jake agrees, looking at me again with that knowing smile. Since he's saving me now from the douchery of James, I will forgive him for not understanding my smoke signal pen tapping earlier. You guys have a good lunch. Jake, I'm not planning to come into the office tomorrow. I want a day at home before the kids get back, I explain. Not for Jake, but for James. Cut him off at the knees before he can start talking. That's my strategy for dealing with James. Guess I'll see you tomorrow night then, Bells, right? Remember you are meeting Nessie and me. No take-backs. He laughs. We'll talk about it tomorrow, Jake, I say noncommittally. Okay. Bells, have a nice day off. James, we can finish our discussion in my office. Edward, always good to see you, Jake says as he heads out my office door. James sullenly follows. Edward and I grin at each other. You ready to go play tourist, Edward? I tease, grabbing my purse and heading out the door. I'm ready for anything, he replies, walking right beside me. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind, I say laughing. We walk past the windows of the accounting office. The HR office. No one's passing out, but they are all watching us. More accurately, they're all watching Edward. I smile and wave and fight the urge to grab a Sharpie and scrawl, hands off. Bitches, across his forehead. As soon as the elevator doors close, I turn to him, hook both my index fingers through the belt loops of his jeans and pull his hips up against mine. Wanna make out on the ride down? I ask. Well, it is a long way down, he says, staring at my lips. Gotta kill the time somehow. I chuckle throatily as his mouth crashes down on mine. We are both tea of breath by the time the elevator reaches the underground garage. I gave Edward my keycard so he could park down here when he came to pick me up. We get in his car and head toward the waterfront. We decide to eat lunch first and find a place where we can sit outside and enjoy the semi-sunny day. We both have fish and chips and a beer. He laughs as I tell him about how I tried to get out of my eating earlier with my pen tapping and watch looking. I really sound like a pathetic businesswoman, don't I? I ask. I promise I'm not usually like this. I've been extraordinarily distracted this week. You've been distracted. I hadn't noticed, he quips, smiling at me. How is it possible for him to be even hotter when he's wearing sunglasses? I've been pretty preoccupied this week myself, he finishes. You have. Why? I ask. There's nothing wrong with Arrow, is there? I can't keep the alarm out of my voice at that thought. He laughs. No, Bella, I've been distracted because I met this incredible woman who's smart, funny, sexy and beautiful. I'm having a hard time concentrating on anything but her, he says seriously. Who is she? I ask, smiling now. You, Bella, you know it's you, he says, taking my hand and linking our fingers together. But you didn't just meet me, Edward. No, not technically, but we're both different than we were 15 years ago. I'm enjoying getting to know the adult Bella. Seeing how you've changed, how you're the same, he says. I raise one eyebrow at him, but don't say anything. He takes it as a cue to continue. You still get to me with that one eyebrow thing. You're still intelligent. I still never know what you're going to say next. But you're bolder. You have so much self-confidence now. You're not embarrassed to say what you think anymore or to put people in their place. In fact, I love watching you put James in his place, he laughs. When you smoked him with that glare at your dining room table on Monday night, that's when I knew. Knew what? I asked, sitting back in my chair and sipping my beer. Knew that I would fall for you all over again if I didn't get the hell out of there. Yet here you sit, I say, smiling on the outside, doing backflips on the inside. Yep, here I sit, he smiles back at me then leans over to kiss me sweetly. He pays for our lunch and we start walking. He wants to go in almost every store. We wander unhurriedly from place to place, holding hands, kissing occasionally, talking. At a candy store, he buys 2 bags of saltwater taffy, one for us to share and one for Charlotte. Who's Charlotte? I ask. My secretary, he answers. I don't respond. I'm thinking 25, blonde, LA boobs, big lips. I purse my lips and roll my eyes. Bella, what's that look? Geez, Charlotte is my mom's age and she's mean as a junkyard dog to everyone except me. Why I got stuck with her, he laughs. I told you, I'm not seeing anyone else. I haven't dated anyone for several months. We find a bench and sit to eat our taffy. I noticed you said you haven't dated, not that you haven't slept with anyone. Are you a man-whore, Edward? I ask, laughing. But I'm not really kidding. What? He laughs, too. I don't kn. Ow, why I'm still surprised about the things you say. No, I am not a man-whore. I have had a healthy sex life, but not an overactive or casual one. What about you? He asks, handing me a piece of taffy he's unwrapped. I'm not a man-whore, either, I say dryly. He laughs heartily and kisses me. Well, that's a relief. But really, have you dated a lot? Oh, boy, now I wish I wouldn't have started this conversation. I take a long time to chew and swallow my bite of taffy, buying myself time to think of an answer. The look on his face tells me he knows exactly what I'm doing with my excessive chewing. No, I haven't. I haven't met anyone who I was really attracted to, or who I wanted to spend time with more than I wanted to stay home with my kids. I've only been on one date since Marcus died and I made him bring me home before curfew. I say, feeling embarrassed and totally inadequate. You had a curfew. Who gave you a curfew? He chuckles. One guess. Scary Emma, and her sidekicks. I laugh. My phone starts chirping. I look to see who's calling and roll my eyes. It's like she knows we're talking about her, I say to Edward. Hey, Em, what's up? I say, answering the call. Hi, Bells. I talked to SG this morning and he said you two were staying in tonight. I'm heading over to your house right now and have dinner for you guys all prepped. You just have to grill the stuff and do a salad, okay? She says excitedly. Em, that's so sweet. You didn't have to do that, I say. But thank you. I wanted to. I've been at your house more than mine this week and you deserve a break from me, she laughs. And I want you two to have a really special night, if you get my meaning. I get it, I say, laughing. Emma the pimp. So I've got oysters on the half shell for an appy, black and BLE. You steak and lobster tails to grill and I threw stuff for a salad in, too. And veggies to grill in your grill basket. Can you remember all that or should I leave you instructions? She's going a mile a minute now. Leave instructions, please. Will do. And you two stop for a couple bottles of wine and a box of condoms. Emma, oh, don't act all outraged. You know you want it, she laughs. Make sure he eats some oysters. I think he'll need the extra stamina to keep up with you. Hanging up now, Em. Okay, you and Lily have fun and I'll see you tomorrow night. We're still going to hear Nessie's brother's band, right? You should totes bring SG. I like him, she finishes. I've noticed. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Thanks again, Em. Love you, I say quickly. Love you, too, B. Bye. I hang up and look over at Edward. The president of your fan club. She made us dinner. Surf and turf and oysters. I can't stop the giggles. Edward throws back his head to laugh, then pulls me close. He kisses me as he says, I knew I liked her. Quote, we sit for a while longer on the bench, eating taffy, people watching, enjoying the late afternoon sun that has finally broken through. We talk some, we're silent some. I love the comfortable nature of the silence. Neither of us feels that we have to fill every second with talking. I lean my head on his shoulder and turn my face up toward the sun, smiling. He kisses the top of my head and asks, what are you smiling about over there? I'm just content, I say. Then I sit up and look at him. No, that's not a strong enough word. I'm happy, Edward. I'm blissfully happy to be sitting here in the sun with you, eating taffy and talking or not talking. I stretch up to kiss his lips, then his cheek, and put my arms around his neck to hug him. He hugs back, holding me tightly. Thank you for sticking around this week. I mean, I know you stayed to see your family, but I'm very glad that I'm getting to spend time with you, too, I say into his neck. Bella, I have a confession to make, he says. I try not to panic. I really stayed because of you. My family was just the excuse I gave you. I would have blown them off and gone back to LA if I hadn't seen you again, he admits. My face breaks into a wide grin and I hug him tighter for a moment. Then I lean back to look at his face and say, Edward, I think it's time to go. When we get to my house, we take Edward's bag to my room. He needs to return a few business calls, so I send him into my office. I want to take a quick shower anyway before cooking dinner. After I shower and dress, I check my phone. 3 new texts. Ang and MK both texted me to have a good night and my dad texted that the kids were all fine. I text all 3 back quickly and go to find Edward. I peek through the glass doors to my office and see him still on the phone. He looks up, smiles and waves me in. Arrow, she's just walking in. Hang on, I'll put you on speaker, he says into his phone. Ah, it's my Gramps. I miss him even though I just saw him yesterday. Hi, Arrow, I say. Hello, Bella. I hear you've been playing hooky today with my lawyer, he says laughingly. Well, just for the afternoon, but yes, I respond, laughing too. That's good to hear, he replies. Fun and laughter are food for the soul. Now when are you coming to Los Angeles to see me? Jake and I are coming down Thursday to sign all the papers. And then Friday morning we'll meet with the employees at Vulture, I answer. Good, good. Heidi and I would like to take you and Jake to dinner Thursday evening. I've asked Edward to come, too. Oh, Arrow, that sounds wonderful. I am so anxious to see Heidi, I say excitedly. She's been waiting very impatiently to see you, too. All right, it's a date. I'll let you two get on with your evening. Edward, I'll speak to you Monday. Bella, see you Thursday. Have a nice evening, he says. Bye, we answer in stereo, then laugh as Edward ends the call. He stands up from my desk and walks around it to kiss me. You look amazing and you smell good, too, he says, burying his face in the crook of my neck. I have one more quick call to make, then I'm all yours. Okay, I'll go see what all left us. I'll be waiting for you in the kitchen, I say, reaching up to kiss him. I walk to the kitchen and start pulling out all the food Emma left for us. I set out the platter of oysters, laughing and rolling my eyes. Even for a pimp, this is a little obvious. I take out all the food she left for us to grill and the bag of organic mixed greens she left in the crisper. I open a bottle of wine and pour myself a glass. I take a few sips, then turn on the radio to a station that I think will play good dinner mood music. Several minutes later, I hear the door to my office open, so I pour Edward a glass of wine, too. Thanks, he says, taking it from me and bending down to kiss me. I am expecting a quick peck, but Edward deepens the kiss, running his tongue along my lips until I part them, then stroking my tongue with his. Holding my head to his with his free hand. I am panting and weak-kneed when he finally lets me go. Against my stomach, I feel that he is affected as well. Jesus, Bella, you kill me, he laughs. Right back at ya, I answer, putting my arms around his waist to hug him. Hungry, very, he answers looking in my eyes. I don't think he means hungry for food. Oysters, I squeak, pointing to the table where I've placed the platter left. Sure, let's sit, he says, picking up my wine from the counter and carrying it to the table. I grab the wine bucket and follow. He squeezes lemon onto an oyster, loosens it with one of the little forks also left, and puts the shell to his mouth, sucking out the oyster. I forget to breathe for a minute. Fuck, that's hot. I eat one, too. But I use the fork because I'm sure I will not look sexy sucking it out of the shell like he does. We eat the oysters and finish one bottle of wine. He offers to do the grilling. I fix the salad, watching him out the window as he stands at the grill. I can't believe he's really here, with me, and he wants me. How did I get so lucky? How in this world full of people did we meet again? I think about MK. She's sent me email after email this week pointing out the incredible odds of us finding each other again, arguing that this man must be my soulmate based on that fact plus the way I PT thinking of him before he re-entered my life on Monday. I think she might be onto something, although I can't tell her I might agree with her or she'll never leave me alone about it. I'm also very afraid that everything will change after he goes back to LA Sunday. He turns to look at me through the window, catching me staring at him. He smiles his sexiest, lopsided grin at me. I smile back, shaking my head slightly. He really is too beautiful. He walks inside carrying the platter of grilled food to the table. He sets it down then comes to me. Putting his hands on either side of my neck, he bends down to kiss me gently. I kiss him back. It's a slow, easy kiss. Let's eat, I say, pulling away. If we don't eat now, I'll have my panties off in less than 2 minutes. I really don't want to have to tell Emma that we wasted all her food because we couldn't keep our hands off each other. She wouldn't care about the food, but I would have to listen to her tell the tale of Bella and the sex god until the end of time. We sit down and I tell him it's his turn to talk. He gives me abbreviated updates on the last 15 years of his family's life, talks briefly about the 3 girls with whom he had what he considered serious relationships, tells me why each relationship broke up. He takes the blame for all 3, and then says he isn't sure he wants to stay in LA and has been thinking for a while about relocating. Really? I assumed you really liked the Southern Cal lifestyle. I am completely taken by surprise at his revelation. I did when I was in my 20s, but I am getting tired of all the fakery. I know there are people like that everywhere, but there seem to be a higher concentration of them in LA, he laughs. Plus, I'm basically losing my favorite client. Arrow won't have much use for me after next week and anything he does need can most likely be handled long distance. I bite my tongue to keep from asking where he wants to move. If he says anywhere except back up here, I'm pretty sure it will ruin my night. When we are finished eating, we clean up the kitchen together. He asks question after question about my kids. He wants to know all about their personalities. I laugh as I try to describe them objectively, laying out their faults as well as their strengths. He says he can't wait to meet them. I don't tell him that I haven't decided if I'll introduce him to them this weekend or not. Obviously, I've never introduced them to a date and I'm not sure how they'll react. It might be better to wait until I can prepare them. We take our wine and move into the hearth room. I sit down on the leather loveseat, but Edward walks over to the wall where I have a gallery of family pictures. He looks intently at them, asking questions about who's who. What's this? He asks, pointing to a newspaper article one have framed on the family wall. It's the Forks Gazette from July 15, 1928. There's an article on the front page about my great-grandparents' wedding. I found it when we were packing up the house in Forks and my dad let me keep it. It's a sweet little story about how they stole away at sunrise one morning and got married in the little country church. Only their families attended. It all seemed very romantic to me, I answer wistfully. It is romantic. Just a simple family wedding. Not about the gifts and attention and party like so many weddings are these days, he says. That's what I thought, too. They exchanged vows and went back to my great-great-grandparents for a big family breakfast before leaving for their honeymoon. They were married more than 40 years. Until they both passed away within a week of each other. I like having their story on my wall. It's like a little piece of their romance lives on. I sound like a sap, huh? I laugh, sipping my wine. Not at all, Bella. He says, sitting down on the ottoman in front of the loveseat to face me. He takes my hand and holds my gaze with his own. The radio station we are listening to plays, The Best Is Yet to Come. Edward and I smile at each other. He was obsessed with Frank Sinatra when we were in high school and so we both knew every Frank song by heart. I know what MK would say, it's a sign. Dance with me, Bella. We can't let old Blue Eyes go to waste, he says, standing and pulling me to my feet. Edward, I'm still not a good dancer. That hasn't changed, I say, allowing Hi. M to pull me close with one arm and link our other hands to hold over his heart. I saw you shaking it last night on the coffee table. Don't dismiss your dancing skills, he says, laughing down at me. That was a very specific case of disco plus tequila. Nothing to be impressed with, I laugh, pressing myself closer to him and resting my face against his shoulder. Bella, I'm impressed with every single thing I've seen you do this week. I've seen you be incredibly tough and savvy as a businesswoman. I've watched you laugh with your friends, who clearly adore you as much as you do them. I saw you. Our eyes light up and your face melt when you saw the picture of your kids. I was so jealous in that moment when you were on the porch that someone else put that look on your face, the look you used to save for me. Of course, I thought it was Jake then, not your kids, he laughs, rubbing my thumb with his. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I found out who that text was from. It was matched on Lee by my relief when I realized that you and Jake were not getting married. I'm really sorry about that, I say quickly. Bella, I already told you not to apologize for that anymore. I'm not such an ass that I can't laugh at myself. I know what Arrow was trying to do and he succeeded. And I couldn't be happier with the way this week has turned out. I was expecting a boring business trip in India. I'm ending up with the best surprise I've ever had, he says, squeezing my fingers and pulling my hand up to his mouth to kiss it. We move slowly together, his fingers lifting the back of my shirt tee. Draw tiny circles on the bare skin of my lower back. I move my hand from his shoulder to the hair at the nape of his neck, running my fingers through his thick hair. He bends his head to kiss me, pressing my lips open with his. Using the hand on my back to keep my hips against his. I'm breathless by the time he moves his lips down my jaw to my neck, placing open-mouthed kisses on first one side. Then the other as I tip my head back to give him better access. Frank is finishing up his song as Edward moves back to my lips, both of us breathing hard. He kisses me more urgently than earlier and then rests his forehead against mine. Still moving as slowly, still holding me pressed up tightly against him. Then we both burst out laughing when the next song comes on and Marvin Gaye starts singing, "Let's Get It On." Think someone's trying to tell us something? I ask, lost in his green eyes. Bella, we don't have to. I don't want you to feel like I'm rushing you. We can take all the time we need, he says earnestly. Edward, I think we've waited long enough. I haven't wanted to do this with anyone for a very long time, I say. I don't feel rushed. This feels right. Baby, it feels right to me, too, he says. Then kisses me again. Once we've made the decision, neither of us wastes any time. He picks up both of our wine glasses, I grab the wine bucket off the counter and we head straight for my room. I turn on the indirect lighting built into the vaulted ceiling while Edward refills our wine glasses and hands me mine. To miracles, he says, tapping his glass against mine. I laugh quietly. It's just sex, Edward. Not a miracle, I say. Bella, it's always been more than just sex where you and I are concerned, and to me, us finding each other again is, in fact, a miracle, he insists, melting my panties right off. Damn. He's good. You're right, I agree. I want to say more, but I'm not sure I can get it out without starting to cry. I tap my glass to his and we both drink. Are you nervous? He asks gently. I am, I say simply, nodding. He chuckles. I am, too. I think the last time I was nervous was our very first time together. I smile broadly at him. Me, too. Isn't that funny? This is important to me, Bella. You're important to me, he says sincerely. You're important to me, too. You always have been, I answer intently, reaching up to touch his sweet face. He leans down to kiss me. He sucks my lip into his mouth and I moan, feeling my body come alive for him the way it always has. I reach for the buttons of his shirt with my one free hand, but don't ache much progress handicapped by the hand still holding a wineglass. He pulls away and takes my wineglass, setting both of our glasses down on the dresser. I can't take my eyes off him, and as he turns back to me, he smiles my favorite grin. As I smile back at him, I feel my nervousness dissipate. Now I just want him out of his clothes. I reach both hands back to the buttons on the front of his shirt, practically ripping them from the holes, and hurriedly push the shirt off his shoulders, sighing as I finally find bare skin with my hands. He puts his bare arms around my waist and kisses me again, both of us frenzied. He pulls back long enough to lift my shirt over my head before jerking my mostly bare torso back up against his. His hands roam down to my backside and he lifts me up, wrapping my legs around his waist and walking to the bed. He lays me down gently and follows me down, settling between my legs, kissing down my neck toward my chest, moving my bra straps off my shoulders. "Edward, wait," I pant. "What, sweetheart, what do you need?" he asks, lifting his head to look in my eyes. "Before you see me naked, I just want to remind you that I've had 3 kids, and when you've had 3 kids, everything doesn't necessarily go back where it used to be after they are born," I say. He laughs, burying his head in my neck and sucking on a spot there before he answers. "Bella, you are the most fascinating person I've ever met in my life. Come here," he says, sitting up and back on his heels and pulling me until I'm sitting up, too. He reaches around my back and unhooks my bra, pulling it off and tossing it on the floor, looking intensely at my body. He leans forward to kiss my lips. "I don't remember you ever being as beautiful as you are right now," he says solemnly, never breaking the kiss. "I've never wanted you more. Jesus, did you go to some kind of charm the pants off the ladies' school?" I ask, smiling against his lips. "Because it's totally working. It's the truth, Bella. You are fucking gorgeous," he murmurs. I wrap my arms around his chest and lie back down, pulling him back on top of me, pushing my pelvis up against his. We both moan at the friction. He kisses his way back down my neck and shoulders, finally reaching my breasts. He sucks one nipple into his mouth while caressing my other breast. I can't stop my pelvis from rocking against him again as he switches sides, taking the other nipple into his mouth and sucking. He thrusts his hips against mine twice before kissing his way down my stomach. He unbuttons and unzips my jeans, pushing up on his knees to slide them off, looking appreciatively at the black thong I'm wearing in his honor. "You're wearing it," he growls, raising his eyes to meet mine. "Just for you, baby," I smile up at him. "Thank you," he whispers, placing several kisses over the thong. I gasp when he gets a little too close to Lily. "Edward, please, I don't think I can wait anymore," I moan. He hooks his fingers in the sides of the thong and pulls it swiftly off. He sees the scar above my pubic bone and traces it gently with an index finger. He looks at me questioningly. "C-section," I say breathlessly. He bends place little kisses along the length of the scar, then looks up at me as he scoots farther down. He pushes my legs farther apart before pushing one finger inside me and bending to touch his mouth to the spot I want it most. I gasp again. "Edward, please, I need you." He pushes another finger in as he continues making lazy circles with his tongue on my clit. "Baby, I want you," I beg again. The desperation in my tone finally gets through to him because he starts crawling back up my body, stopping again at the scar to lick across it. As soon as he gets close enough, I reach for the buttons of his jeans. He helps, and as soon as naked as I am and reaching for a condom. I have no idea when he put condoms on my nightstand, but thank God that one of us has the good sense to. We both groan as he pushes inside me. "God damn, you feel so good, Bella," he whispers against my lips. I am incapable of words by this point. I can only gasp as he starts to move in me. His thrusts are slow and gentle first, but he increases the tempo as he feels my hips meeting his with more force. He reaches between us, touching me where he knows I need it. "Come, baby, come for me," he breathes into my mouth. "Oh my God, Edward." I moan as my orgasm overtakes me. He moves his hand away, reaching out with it to grab mine and linking our fingers together. He kisses me as he continues thrusting, and I feel it building again in me. I cry out as another, more intense orgasm rips through me. He thrusts 3 more times, then I feel him find his own release, groaning and burying his face in my neck, sucking the sensitive skin there. We lie there several minutes, catching our breath, clinging to each other. I feel the tears leaking out the sides of my eyes before I can try to stop them. Edward raises his head to kiss me and sees the tears. "Baby, what's wrong? Are you upset?" he asks anxiously. I shake my head. "No, I'm not upset. I'm the opposite of upset. I'm so fucking happy I feel like I'm gonna explode. I never thought I'd have this again, never thought I'd have you again," I say, smiling into his greenest eyes. He smiles back at me and kisses me again. "Me, too, Bella. I'm so fucking happy, too. Take me now, baby. Here as I am. Hold me close, and try and understand. Desire is hunger as the fire I breathe. Love is a banquet on which we feed." Edward kisses me gently, lazily, until I'm breathless again, and then he rolls us so I'm on top of him, straddling him. I start to raise up, but he pulls me down to kiss me once more, then pushes my head down onto his chest. "Stay here. Just another minute," he says gruffly. "Okay," I say, pressing a kiss right over his heart. I sigh. Was that an "I'm so satisfied" sigh or an "I'm so irritated with Edward" sigh? He asks, "Satisfied? Can't talk," I mumble. "I'm so good that you're speechless." He laughs. "MMHMM. Want me to do it again and see if your speech is restored?" I laugh at that. "Definitely. Have to pee first though." I raise up to kiss him and then lift myself off of him. In the bathroom, I look in the mirror. I'm a total mess. Mascara is smeared under my eyes and back toward my temples. My hair is ratty. I have a hickey on my left collarbone. I smirk at myself in the mirror. It's been a long time since I looked this bad and felt this good. I quickly wash my face and brush my hair so I look a little better. I pull on my short blue silk robe and head back into the bedroom where Edward is propped up against the headboard waiting. "Why are you dressed?" Edward frowns. He's practically pouting. "It's just a robe. I'm not in the habit of sitting around naked. I have to work up to it," I answer. I pick up one of our forgotten wineglasses and fill it with wine from the cold bottle. I take it with me and climb back into bed, taking a drink and then offering it to Edward. "I'm just going to take it off you," he says. "Oh, I'm counting on that, big boy," I say laughingly as I settle in next to him. I slip my arm through his and lean my head on his shoulder. He kisses the top of my head and sighs. Was that an "I'm so satisfied" sigh or an "I'm so irritated with Bella" sigh? I ask. He laughs. Both. Ouch. What is it with you pulling my arm hair? I giggle and turn my head to kiss his shoulder. Sorry. Sick of me yet? I ask. Not even close, Swan. In fact, the more I'm with you, the more I want to be with you. Isn't there some psychological theory about that? Like the more you have something, the more you want to have it again. He muses. I think that's greed, one of the 7 deadly sins. I laugh. You're hilarious, Swan. Here, drink this. It's apparently the only way to shut you up, he jokes, tipping the wineglass up to my mouth. I take a drink before answering lowly, Edward, you know how to render me speechless. Do you know what you do to me? He asks with a groan, reaching for my hand. Do you know what I'm going to do to you? I fire back. I sit up and swing one leg over so I'm straddling Edward's lap. I take the wineglass from him and hold it to his lips. He drinks, keeping his eyes locked on mine. I finish the wine, letting a couple of drops dribble down to my chin. He leans up to CK them from my face and I close my eyes, tossing the empty wineglass down to the carpeted floor and wrapping my arms around his neck. You're going to get wine on the carpet, he remarks, kissing his way down my neck while untying the sash on my robe. I don't care. It's white, won't show. Are you gonna keep talking or kiss me? I pant. Kiss you, absolutely. He's got his hands inside the robe now, gently caressing my breasts. You're still talking, I say, leaning back to smile at him. I trace his cheekbones with my fingers, then lean forward to lick the small cleft in his chin. He's smiling as I capture his lips with mine. I'm the aggressor this time. I kiss him hungrily, gripping his hair in my hands. I move to his neck and farther down, finally reaching his left collarbone. I suck skin there so that we have matching love bites. Bella, Jesus, he groans, pushing my robe off my shoulders. Satisfied that I've left a mark, I lift my head up to smile at him as I rake my fingernails gently, teasingly down his chest. He inhales sharply and his hips jerk against mine. I rock my hips against him, lowering my forehead to his and placing my open mouth on his. For a moment, we just look at each other, breathing each other in. The feelings I have are so intense that I let my eyes slide shut. Open your eyes, he whispers. I snap them open to meet his again. Edward, I whisper, breathing hard. Baby, lift up, I need to be inside you. I whimper, raising up onto my knees as he reaches toward the nightstand for another condom. No, just you, Edward. It's okay, I'm on the pill, I say quietly. You're gonna be the death of me, Bella, he chuckles. We smile at each other as I lower myself onto him, then both of us moan and shut our eyes. I sink down and stay still, just feeling him. Opening my eyes and touching his lips with my fingers. He kisses them as he opens his eyes. Tears spring to my eyes. He lifts his fingers to them, catching the tears as they leak out. I feel it, too, he says. His eyes intense as they bore into mine. I put my mouth back to his as I slowly start to move. He puts his arms around me, then slides his hands down to help me move, eventually urging me to increase the tempo. I do. It doesn't take me long to reach my peak in this position. Oh my God, Edward, I cry out, gasping for breath and hugging him tightly. He doesn't give me any time to recover. Rolling us sideways and grasping my left leg under the knee, pushing it up and out to the side. I'm not capable of doing more than lying there, watching his face as he thrusts himself into me over and over until finally he comes. Bella, fuck Bella, he groans, kissing me. He pushes my hair back off of my face, placing tiny kisses all over my cheeks and jaw. He rolls us to the side and puts both of his arms around me, holding me close, lifting my top leg over his hip so our bodies are still mashed up against each other. I alternately kiss and lick the spots I can reach on his chest. You think we'll ever make love slowly? Not be in this rush? He asks. Yeah, tomorrow, I answer, smiling against the hollow at the front of his neck. Or Saturday, he says, rubbing gently up and down my back. Or next week, I laugh. He laughs with me. Maybe when we're 50. No, 60. I pull back to look in his eyes. He leans down to kiss me, cupping the side of my face with his hand. Bella, I meant what I said earlier. I do feel it, too. I'm not sure what to call it at this point, but I do feel it. Edward, shut up and kiss me, I smile. He does. It's after midnight when we finally stop our lazy makeout session. We should sleep. I know I've worn you out, I tease, looking at him and trailing my fingers through the hair on his chest. You're right. I don't have your superior endurance, right? He laughs. I laugh, too, thinking of Arrow, thanking him in my head for pushing both Edward and me toward the other. I would like to think that we would have gotten here anyway, but Arrow's NT. Ference probably did speed up Bella and Edward 2.0. Edward, I've been thinking I would really like to go with you to Forks on Saturday, I say, lowering my eyes to stare at his chest. He grasps my chin and tilts my head up until I finally raise my eyes to his. Really? He asks. His eyes are all lit up. He's actually excited that I want to go. I laugh. Yes, really, Edward. I want to see your family, talk to Alice, but more than that. I don't want to waste any of the time we have before you have to go back home. You'll be so tired of me by Sunday that you'll be anxious to escape back to LA. The only thing I'll be anxious for when I get back to LA will be for you to get there on Thursday, he says, still grasping my chin and tipping it up to kiss my lips. I shake my head slightly at him and smile. If they made a movie about us, it would be called When the Granny Panty Wearer Met the Panty Melter. I'm pretty sure I could do the Meg Ryan orgasm diner scene without a problem if Edward was sitting across from me. But I wouldn't be faking it. I wake up several hours later with a gasp. I look around the dark room, disoriented. Edward, I ask. Look who's finally awake. He chuckles, then goes right back to sucking my clit. I feel him push 2 fingers inside me. I moan, as he starts moving them slowly in and out of me, hooking them slightly upward every time he's all the way in. Jesus, what are you doing to me? I groan. Anything you ask me to, he answers, lifting his head, making me groan again. He lowers his head again, licking now. He moves his fingers faster. Don't stop, I beg, gripping the sheets with my hands. When he realizes I'm close, he sucks at my clit again and reaches up with his free hand to pinch my nipple. Oh God, oh God, oh God, I yell as I come. I've never had a stronger orgasm. My ears are ringing and I am gasping for breath. Still, he doesn't stop. He's gentler, slower, now, but not bringing me down. He's pushing me again and I have another, longer orgasm, moaning his name. He brings me back down gently, finally removing his fingers. He kisses his way back up my body, stopping briefly at my breasts before reaching my lips. Bella, I don't have words to tell you what this means to me, what's happening with us. I wanted to show you what I'm feeling for you. I couldn't wait until morning. Go back to sleep, sweetheart, he says, lying down on his back beside me and gathering me to his side. I put my arm around him, put one leg between his and, sated and speechless again, do what I'm told. Where are you going? He asks groggily as I sneak toward the bedroom door. I turn back and walk to the bed, bending down to where he's laying facing away from me. It's after 9. I thought I would make some breakfast for us. Eggs, French toast, pancakes. What sounds good? I ask, hugging him from behind. You sound good, he says, tugging on my hand, trying to pull me back into bed. Sustenance, Edward, we need sustenance, I laugh against his neck. I'll let you eat breakfast in my bed if you let me go cook it. In that case, get in the kitchen and cook me some food, woman. He laughs, pushing my arms away. Watch it, mister, or breakfast. Tea will be the only thing you're getting in this bed, I retort, dropping a final kiss on his shoulder and laughing as I head for the kitchen. While the griddle and oven are heating, I check my phone. I have texts from all 3 of the fairy godmothers. B. Objective number 5 met yet. Cheeky smiley face A. BSG live up to his name, M. B. Lily's lonely days over, MK. Smiling, I answer each of them. A mission successful B. MOMG, more than cheeky smiley face B. MK Lily has a friend B. My phone rings immediately. Ang. Hey, Ang, I answer. Hiya, B. You're on speaker. Jake is here in my office and we're trying to figure out the plan for tonight, she says. Hi, Jake, I say, grateful she told me before I launched into my story of the successful mission. Hi, Bells, I called you this morning. Why didn't you answer? Or do I not want to know? He laughs. Moving on. What do you guys want? I answer, laughing, too. I'm making sure you aren't trying to bail on me tonight, Jake says. We planned this night out weeks ago. You promised Nessie you would come to watch Seth's band. You know she'll take it out on me if you don't show up. I know, I laugh. Nessie is infamous for taking her irritation with Jake's friends out on Jake. I really was going to come, but I'm not sure now. I don't know if Edward will want to, I say. I frown as I realize I really don't know. I don't know if Edward likes bars or bands or going out. Well, ask him and call us back. I know he's there. And just to give you a heads up, James is suspicious that something's going on, too. He couldn't find Edward's cell phone number, so he called the hotel and found out Edward checked out yesterday. Then he called Edward's office and found out he's still in Seattle. I don't know why he's so weird about you, but he was an ass the whole afternoon yesterday after you and Edward left, Jake says. Jake, he's an ass every day, I say, rolling my eyes. True, but he's also hinting around about wanting to come out with us tonight. He's trying to find out where we're all going. Don't tell James anything about tonight. I'm out for sure if you do. I'll call you back later. I hang up and finish fixing breakfast. As I enter the bedroom with the tray, Edward sits up sleepily, rubbing his eyes. Something smells fantastic, he says, yawning. Well, it's not us. We smell like sex, I grin. Our sex is fantastic, he grins back. That it is, I agree, laughing as I set the tray down over him. I climb up beside him and we share the plate of food and the orange juice I brought. What should we do today? He asks, chewing a bite of bacon. It's raining out. What's wrong with what we've been doing? The sleeping or the sex? Both. I giggle. I have no problem with either of those things. I just thought maybe you had something you wanted to do besides me. He replies cheekily. Ha ha. Do you have to work? I ask. I need to check email and voicemail. Shouldn't take long, though, he replies. I tell him about James looking for I am and about Jake wanting us to come out tonight. Do you want to go tonight? He asks. Kind of, but I don't know how you feel about bands and bars, I answer. I like both, especially if you're going to be there, he says. They want to eat dinner with us, too. When we planned this night a couple of weeks ago, we were going to take a limo, eat tapas, then head to the bar. Does that sound okay to you? We don't have to go, I say. He laughs at me. Bella, I already told you, I like your friends. I'd be happy to go to dinner and the bar with them. It sounds fun, and I get to bring you home with me at the end of the night, I say, smiling at him. And I get to bring you home with me tomorrow, he says, smiling back at me. Crap, I forgot about tomorrow. I'm not smiling anymore. Are you, sir? It'll be okay with your family if I come? I ask. My parents invited you, Bella. Don't let Alice scare you away, he says. I'm not scared, just nervous. Bella, you're unbelievably brave. You have survived worse things than my sister. It's going to be fine, he says, pulling me into his side. I lift the sheet up a little to peek under the covers at him. What are you doing? He laughs. Just seeing if you're still naked under there. And you are. So I don't think I should let that go to waste, I say, narrowing my eyes and smirking at him. And I don't. We don't spend the whole afternoon in bed. After we shower, Edward ends up having to work for about an hour. Then he comes with me to the grocery store to stock up before the kids get home on Sunday. It's so nice to have someone over the age of 10 with me at the store. He puts the food in the cart as I read off my list, lifts the cases of water and Gatorade for me and pushes the cart when it starts to get heavy. And in every aisle, he kisses me at least once. Usually these kisses are accompanied by some sort of a suggestive comment. Lily approves. By the time we get everything put away back at my house, we don't have time before Angela and Ben will arrive. Angela told me she was coming over early to give wardrobe approval, so I don't even bother changing from my jeans and t-shirt. I sit on the side of the bathtub while Edward gets ready. Talking to him, watching him. He's telling me about the last conversation he had with Alice, standing in my front yard not knowing it was my front yard, with Arrow and me standing behind him waiting. Alice was the client you were on the phone with? I asked disbelievingly. Yes. I told Arrow it was my biggest pain in the ass of a client. I just didn't tell him it was my sister. She is a client, and a pain in the ass. She's starting her own company and I'm doing the legal stuff for her. But that wasn't what she was calling about, he answers. What was she calling about? She had on of her famous twin connection feelings. She was calling to tell me to be open to whatever came my way this week, and that her feeling was it was something good. Our eyes meet in the mirror. We're both grinning stupidly. What did you say to that? I said I had to get off the phone, that I was at some rich bitch's house for dinner with a client, he laughs. You called me a rich bitch? I ask incredulously. Well, I didn't know it was you, he insists, still laughing. I thought I was at some rich widow's house who was trying to charm the pants off my client and steal his company. You show. I'd have heard how Arrow was talking about you the whole trip up here. I swear, I thought he was having an affair with this Bella Di Clemente. We both laugh at that. Alice is going to freak when she finds out it was me, huh? I say sadly. Probably at first, Bella. But you know Alice, she overreacts and then calms down later. We can handle her, he says, turning to smile my favorite smile at me. I like the way that sounds. But I don't want her to think we're ganging up on her or anything, I say. My sister is a tough little chick. She'll recover. We'll just take it as it comes, okay. Okay. There's a knock at the bedroom door. Edward looks at me quizzically. Angela. She usually doesn't even knock. That's a concession on her part, I laugh. Come in, I call. Hi, you two, she sing-songs. Edward. Ben is waiting for you in the kitchen. He's already hitting the beer. Okay, I guess I'll see you in a little while. He asks me. I stand up and kiss him as he passes me on his way out. Once he's gone, Angela hands me the drink she's holding. I'm afraid to ask the name of this one, I say, taking a sip. It's good, whatever it's called. Afterglow, she says smugly. We both laugh and she hugs me. I'm so glad for you. Bella, it's been a big week for you. It has. And you are definitely glowing. So, I want deets, she says, sitting down on my vanity stool. I answer her in generalities, saying only that we are having fun, having sex and it's all fantastic. I promise to give more detail later. Bella, I'm trying really hard not to gloat about my brilliant plan and how well it turned out for you. So I will only say this once. I am a motherfucking genius. She laughs. You know, Angela, I have to agree, I laugh, too. She approves of the dress I had laid out. It's a black and white peak shift with cutaway shoulders. It's sexy, but still casual enough for a bar. When Angela and I come out of my room, the limo is just pulling up. We all get in and head downtown to pick up the others on the way to dinner. The restaurant is loud and fun and we are all having a good time. Nessie is sitting by me and quizzing me incessantly about Edward and what's going on with us. I keep trying to catch Jake's eye to have him intervene, but he's ignoring me on purpose I think. I ask her something about the wedding and successfully distract her from the Edward and Bella questions. On my other side, Edward and Ben are deep in conversation about the Lakers. Edward has his arm around the back of my chair and occasionally lifts his fingers up to brush across my shoulder. My fairy God mothers are sitting across from me and smiling. I roll my eyes at them, but can't contain my own smile. After dinner the rain has stopped, so we walk the 2 blocks to the bar. Seth reserved a table for us at the corner of the stage. We sit and order drinks. We don't have to wait long for the show to begin. Damn, Seth's band is good, really good. I had no idea. They play for quite a while before taking a break. Seth comes to our table to say hi. He keeps staring at MK, eventually working his way down the table to sit by her and talk for a few minutes. When he has to go back on stage, I wink at MK and she beams back at me. We've had 1 round of shots and 3 rounds of drinks by the time the band starts up again. I'm really glad Nessie asked me to come tonight. I lean over to her to tell her that and we end up hugging. Uh-oh, we must be getting buzzed. Nessie and I, although we're friends, aren't usually affectionate friends. I tell her how lucky Jake is to have her and she says how lucky Jake is to have me. We hug again. All right, drunky girls. Break it up, Jake laughs. He pulls Nessie away from me. I lean back against Edward and pick up my beer to take a drink. Do you know how sexy you are sitting here in your little dress with your lips wrapped around that beer bottle? Edward says lowly in my ear. I turn to smile at him. I can't wait to get you home, I respond. He smiles back, kissing me. I get up to go to the bathroom, making my way down the dim hallway toward the ladies' room. When I come back out a few minutes later, Edward is waiting for me. He grabs my waist and pushes me back against the wall, crushing his mouth to mine. I wrap my arms around his neck and kiss him back hungrily. Jesus, SG, get a room. Aren't you guys a little old to be making out in the hallway of a dive bar? Emma mutters as she goes by toward the ladies' room. Edward and I laugh, but pull apart. He kisses me chastely once more before taking my hand and leading me back out to our table. By the time the show is over, I'm feeling no pain, but feeling very horny. I need to go home. Now, I whisper to Edward. We call for the limo. Everyone gets in except Emma and MK. Seth asked MK to stay for a while, so Emma's staying with her. They promise to take a cab home. We drop Jake and Nessie at their loft in the city, then head toward my house. Angela and Ben and Edward and I talk and laugh the whole way home. We drop them off first, and as the car heads around the long block to make the turn to my house, I hop on Edward's lap to kiss him. I feel his lips turn up into a smile. Bella, the car is stopped. I think we're supposed to get out. Tony doesn't care. I pay him a lot of money to not care. I laugh, but I do scoot toward the door where I can see Tony standing patiently outside. We tell Tony thanks and head inside. I look over my shoulder to make sure Edward's following as I head straight for my bedroom. When we're in the little hallway leading to the bedroom door, he grabs me from behind and pulls me back tight against him. He kisses my shoulder and moves my hair to the side with one hand to kiss up my neck. I struggle to turn in his arms, needing to touch him. He finally lets me turn and I grab his hips, pulling him hard against me. We stumble a little until I'm pressed up against the wall and I slide my hands around to his ass, still pressing him against me. He moans against my neck where I'm pretty sure he's giving me another hickey. I move one hand up to his hair, pulling a little and trying to get his mouth up to mine. He raises his head and looks into my eyes. His face softens and he smiles at me. I smile back and move my hands to the hem of his t-shirt, starting to lift it. He helps me take it off him and I run my hands down his bare chest, then lower, looking at him appreciatively. You're beautiful, Edward. Everything about you so perfect, I say, drinking him in. His hands are on the wall beside my head and he leans forward to kiss me softly, but our kisses quickly turn frantic. He grabs one of my legs and hitches it around his hip, running his fingers up the back of my thigh and under my thong to touch me. Baby, you're so wet, he moans. He plunges 2 fingers into me deeply, making me gasp. Only for you, always for you, I manage to say. I pull at the buttons on his jeans, trying to get to him. I need you, I want you. Hurry, I tell him. He pulls his fingers out of me, grasping the sides of my thong to slide it down my legs. I let go of him to help get my thong out of the way and he slides his jeans and boxers off, kicking them away. He pushes my dress up around my waist and lifts me till I can wrap my legs around his waist as he plunges into me. It is frenzied and fast for both of us, and when I climax he follows. Bella, he says, leaning his head against the wall and kissing my shoulder. I know. Me, too, I answer. He kisses my lips as he stands up straighter, walking us into my room. I am still wrapped around him and he sets me down on the bed, unzipping the back of my dress and pulling it off over my head. He pulls the covers down and I climb under them, holding my hand out to him. He takes it with a smile and lets me pull him into bed where I push him down on his back. I lie down beside him, wrapping one arm and one leg over him and laying my head on his shoulder. He kisses the top of my head and squeezes me with the arm he has around my back. Good night, sex god, I say with a small laugh. He hesitates before laughing with me. Good night, sweetheart, he answers. Come on, you little fighter. No need to get up tighter. Come on, you little fighter. And get back up again. Saturday morning I wake up to Edward brushing light kisses across my bare shoulder from behind me. Time to wake up, baby, he whispers. We need to be on the road in an hour so we can make it to my parents on time. Holy hell, why didn't I bail on this again? Because he called me brave. I'm not feeling very brave at the moment. But I can do this for Edward and for myself. Even for Alice. Whether or not she forgives me, I need to apologize to her. I scoot back closer to Edward so my back is pressed tightly against his front. Well, good morning, I say with a chuckle, feeling his erection against me. Wanna take a shower with me? He says gruffly in my ear. Oh, no, no way. We will never be out of here in an hour that way, mister, I laugh. Rain check. I'm holding you to it, he says, hugging me tightly. Somehow I doubt you'll have trouble getting me to pay up, I say. You shower first and I'll make the coffee since I know the secret ingredient now. How do you know? Did Emma tell you? He asks. No, you talk in your sleep, I tease. He laughs. You're lying. You're just trying to get me to say it now by bluffing me. Won't work. I had a whole semester of bluffing in law school. Fine, whatever. You continue to be Emma's secret keeper. Maybe she'll come shower with you, I say, trying to sound mad, but I can't contain the sigh when he sucks on a spot on my shoulder while his hand moves from my waist up to my breasts. I only want you, Bella, he murmurs against my back. Just you. All right, SG. We've got to get up or we'll be late, I say, giggling and trying to pull away. He'll sway me over to the dark side if I don't get up right now. He's too tempting. And too handsy. I don't care if we're late. And, seriously, you're calling me SG now. I thought it was just Emma. I care if we're late. I'm anticipating enough problems with Alice today. Let's not add tardiness to my list of sins, okay? Okay, but I want you all to myself tonight. He pouts. I roll over to look at him, kissing him softly on the lips. I think that can be arranged. And you're the one that keeps living up to the nickname, SG. Plus, Angela is the one who started it. Em's just trying to goad you, I laugh. I'll tell you all about it on the way to Forks. That earns me a smile and another kiss. Then I really do get up and go make coffee. Plain, uninspiring, not as good as Edward's coffee. When I take him a mug of my boring coffee, he doesn't seem to mind its lackluster flavor. In fact, he spends 5 minutes showing his appreciation and I have to hold the door of the shower closed for a minute to keep him from following me in. The drive to Forks passes quickly. We talk the whole time. I tell him all about Angela's brilliant plan. The lingerie buying, he says that's his favorite part of the story, and MK's prediction that something would happen with the boy I couldn't stop thinking of the week before. I explain how he fell right into Angela's trap when he accompanied Arrow to Seattle, relating all the texting and phone calls from her after she first saw him, how my girls couldn't stop gushing about him and how much they really like him now as more than just an objectified sex god. He is amused by the story and somewhat embarrassed at how thoroughly my friends have been checking him out. He tells me funny Emmett stories. He must know I'm getting more nervous because the closer we get to Forks, the funnier his stories become. As we enter the city limits I realize I don't know where we're heading. Hey, where do your parents live now? I never asked. He chuckles as he answers, they bought our old house back. That's how my mom convinced my dad to come back. He always loved that house and when she told him it was for sale and she would finally let him get a pool to entice the children and grandchildren, he went for it. It was a great house, I remark, although my fondness for that house had more to do with the people who lived in it than with the actual structure. Want to drive by Charlie's old house? He asks, looking over at me and squeezing the hand he's holding. Maybe later. I just want to get this over with, I answer, chewing on my bottom lip. Bella, it's not a firing squad. It's going to be fine. I'll protect you from my sister, he chides. Edward, it's sweet and more than a little hot how you want to defend me. But I really need to take care of this myself. I have apologies to make and things I need to say, especially to Alice. So, promise me that you won't interfere, okay? I say firmly. Okay. He answers, glancing at me again with a smile. What's the smile for? I ask, frowning. You're impressing me again, spunky badass. Don't back down from my sister. She's used to walking all over people. Getting her way, not usually maliciously, but still, walking all over is walking all over, he tells me. I'll try to make you proud, I say, smirking. You do without even trying, baby, he says softly, raising my hand to brush his lips across the inside of my wrist. I shake my head, panty melter. We pull into the driveway of the house I used to think of as my second home. I smile involuntarily. It feels right being here. Edward takes my hand again as we go in through the side door. It was my preferred entrance in high school, too. We walk down the short hallway that leads to the kitchen. Esme is standing at the counter with her back to us, humming along with the radio, arranging a platter of something. Mama, your baby boy has arrived, Edward says loudly. Edward, you scared me to death. Esme laughs, turning around with her hand over her heart. I didn't hear you two come in. She walks toward us, hugging and kissing Edward and then turning to me. Bella, we're so glad you could come. She smiles at me, pulling me into a tight embrace. It's so wonderful to see you, so wonderful that you and Edward have gotten a chance to know each other again this week. I can't wait to hear all about your life. I return the embrace, not able to speak around the lump in my throat. I swallow away the sobs that want to come pouring out at seeing the woman who was more of a mother to me than my own was during my late teen years. What's all the commotion in here? Carlisle says as he enters the kitchen, laughing. Hey, Dad, Edward says as they hug. Son, nice of you to finally make it home. And you brought Bella back to us. We've missed you, he says to me, pulling me into a fatherly hug. I've missed all of you, too. Thank you for inviting me today, for being so welcoming after everything that I did, I say, forcing myself to look both of them in the eyes. Oh, sweetie, that's water under the bridge. There's no need to apologize. We're just thrilled you're here, Esme says sweetly, hugging me again. Come on, let's go out back. Boys, you bring out the antipasto platter and drinks, she says to Carlisle and Edward. She keeps an arm around my shoulders and leads me out the back door to the pool area. I see Emmett and Rose and two blonde-headed boys. Emmett turns and sees us coming. Smella, he yells, using what was always my least favorite of his nicknames for me. It actually sounds kind of good to me now, reminding me that I was once like his little sister. Rose, look who's here. Hi, Emmett, I laugh as he picks me up and swings me around. He sets me back on my feet right in front of Rose, who is looking none too pleased to see me. This is how she always used to look, though, so I don't know if she's really unhappy or just normal unhappy. Hi, Rosalie, I say tentatively. Never thought we'd see you again, she says sourly. Esme clears her throat. What? Rose says to Esme, shrugging her shoulders. I didn't think we'd ever see her again. I didn't say I wasn't marginally happy to see her again, she says, smirking. Edward joins us, putting an arm around my shoulders, and Rose aims for him next. Does Alice know you're bringing a guest today? She asks with raised eyebrows. No, I haven't talked to Alice since Monday, Edward replies. Wait, let me pull up a chair. I want a good seat for the fireworks, Rose laughs. Just then a dark-haired boy comes running out the back door, calling out hellos to his grandparents and aunt and uncles before doing a perfect cannonball into the pool to join his cousins. It's showtime, Rosalie chirps. A younger version of the boy who just ran by comes through the door next. Uncle Edward, he calls. Edward bends down to pick him up. Hey, Griffin, how are you? He smiles at his nephew. Who's the lady? Griffin asks. We all laugh. Griffin, this is my friend, Bella. Bella, this is my nephew, Griffin, Edward introduces us. I say hello and then turn back toward the door when I hear talking inside. I hear Alice before I see her. As she comes through the door, she's yelling, Edward Anthony Masson Cullen, get over here and hug your twin. She's holding a curly-headed baby girl and laughing until she sees me. Look, Mommy, Uncle Edward brought his friend, Bella. How come I never get to bring a friend? Griffin asks. Jasper comes out the door behind Alice. His eyes widen when he sees me. But then he smiles at me and says, "Hello, Bella. It's great to see you." I respond with a hello, but I'm too busy trying to read Alice to really pay attention to Jasper. Alice turns to Jasper. "Take the baby," she says flatly. He does. She walks right up to me. "Hi, Alice," I say softly, aware that everyone is standing here, watching us. I'm afraid for a moment that she's going to slap me. "Bella, I'd like to speak to you privately," she says angrily. "Hang on, Alice," Edward starts. "No, Edward, it's okay. I want to talk to her," I say, my eyes never leaving hers even though I'm addressing Edward. Alice turns on her heel and stomps back inside the house. I know I'm supposed to follow, so I do. Behind me, Emmett says, "Stinkerbell, you holler if you need help. I got your back." How come he only remembers the nicknames where I smell bad? Edward answers for me. "She won't need help, Emmett. You should see her now. She's a total badass." That comment gives me the boost I need as I head down the hall following Alice to the study. She shuts the door after I enter and wheels around to face me. Whoa, she is more pissed than I realized. "What the hell are you doing here? Have you not hurt my brother enough?" She seethes. "Alice, I'll be happy to talk to you about Edward in a minute. First, though, I want to say the things I need to say to you," I say quickly. "I am so sorry for what I did. I've been haunted by the things I said to you that night so long ago. I shouldn't have said what I did. I should have apologized immediately. I should have done so many things differently. But I am sorry, and I've missed you. You have a lot of nerve, coming here to my parents' house and saying those things to me," she says, still boiling mad. "I don't know how you managed to get back in everybody else's good graces so quickly, but I don't forgive as easily as they do." "I remember," I remark with a wry smile. "Don't you dare try to humor me. Do you have any idea what you put my brother through? Any idea at all how much you hurt him?" She rips into me. "No, I don't. I imagine it's similar to the pain I caused myself. I'm sorry I hurt both of you, all of you," I say, tears springing to my eyes. This ticks her off even more. No, you don't get to cry about this," she sneers. "Jesus, what is he thinking? You'll have to ask Edward that question," I answer calmly, still fighting tears. "How did you two hook up again?" she asks icily. "Edward is the lawyer for the company that my company is buying. He came to my house for dinner with his client and things just sort of took off from there," I say with a slight grin, because I can't help but smile when I think of everything that's happened this week. She tilts her head and narrows her eyes at me. I recognize this look. It's Alice's version of my James look. "So, you're the rich bitch. I was talking to him on the phone when he got to your house. He didn't know it was your house. He said it was some rich lady's gigantic house. Did you know he was coming?" she asks. It sounds like she's accusing me of luring Edward to my house. "No, Alice, I didn't know Arrow was bringing his lawyer until that afternoon, and I didn't know Edward was the lawyer until he arrived at my house," I answer through clenched teeth, irritated now. "And he forgave you, just like that," she snaps her fingers. "It's a long story. Neither of us was very nice at first. There was one rather large misunderstanding. But eventually we talked and decided we wanted to get to know each other again, see what happens," I state simply. She nods angrily and paces back and forth in front of her father's desk. She stops and glares at me. "I heard you got married a while back, so where is your husband? Did you throw him away like you threw my brother away?" she asks, her eyes narrowed. The tears begin sliding down my face full force. "No, Alice, my husband died 3 years ago," I answer quietly. I want to look down at the floor, but stop myself. Spunky badass Bella doesn't back down. "Oh my God, Bella. I didn't know," she says, covering her mouth with her hands. Tears are gathering in her eyes now. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You don't have to apologize. You didn't know, I answer, wiping away the tears that have fallen. She sniffles and uses her hands to fan away the tears still in her eyes. It's completely silent in the room for a couple of minutes. She sighs heavily. Look, Bella, I don't really know you anymore. You don't know me and you sure as hell don't know Edward. When you disappeared from his life, it devastated him. It took him years to recover emotionally, which he probably won't tell you. I will not watch him go through that again. So when you get back to Seattle, cut him loose, okay? Go back to your rich, single life and leave my family alone, Alice says, cutting me with her steel blue eyes. I look away for a minute before turning back to her. I nod, pursing my lips. You're right, Alice. You don't know me anymore. If you did, you'd know that I'm not the same timid girl I used to be. I don't let anyone tell me what to do, I say, pissed now, too. I've apologized to you. Forgive me. Don't forgive me. It's your choice. But I won't stand here and be dragged over the coals again and again for the same shit. It's a waste of my time. I turn and open the door to the study. Then turn back to her. I don't know yet what is happening between your brother and me, but I will not cut him loose to please you or anyone else. Whatever happens with Edward and me from here out is up to us, not to you. Butt the fuck out, I say loudly. I hear applause from behind me and turn to see Rose standing in the open doorway. I'd be willing to bet she's been LS10ing the whole time. Well said, Bella, she says. Come on. We're waiting on you two to eat lunch. She puts her arm through mine and pulls me toward the back door. You, too, Alice. Your mom said to get your skinny butt outside immediately. She laughs over her shoulder. Then she whispers to me, Edward is right. You are a badass. Nobody talks to Alice like that and lives to tell about it. Welcome back, Bella. She laughs and squeezes the arm she's holding. Alice pouts all through lunch. When Esme, Rose and I move to the chairs by the pool to watch the kids swim afterward, she won't join us. I love my daughter, but she does have a stubborn streak. I think she gets it from Carlisle, Esme laughs. Rose and I laugh with her, knowing that Esme can be as stubborn as they come. Bella, you'll just have to give her time. She'll come around. I probably should have told her in advance that you were coming, but I was afraid she'd come at you with both barrels blazing if she had time to prepare a speech. I don't want to upset her. I feel bad that I've ruined her day, I say, looking over to the table where Alice is sitting, holding her baby and talking to Edward. His head is bent close to hers and he's talking almost non-stop. I see her reach up and wipe away tears. Bella, quit looking over there guiltily. She's been pushing him around for years. It's okay for him to push back a little, Rose chides. So, you two shacking up this week? Rose. I burst out laughing. It's okay. Esme already told me all about how Edward kept calling her this week asking for advice on how to not screw this up. And I know Esme and C. Carlisle sent him to your house Wednesday after they had dinner, too. Carlisle told me that yesterday. And I kept my damn mouth shut for 24 hours, didn't even tell Emmett. So at least throw me a little bone here, she says. Esme and I both laugh harder. I'm sure I'm blushing, but I don't even care anymore. I look back over at Edward and our eyes meet. He is smiling at seeing me laughing with his mother and sister-in-law. Then I look at Alice. Big mistake. She looks miserable. I decide to refocus on the women who are speaking to me. I turn to Esme and ask, Edward's been calling about me. Esme looks conflicted. I'm not sure I should tell you this, but yes, a couple of times. He was very happy to see you again, Bella, and he called before he took you to dinner and asked if he should bring flowers. I said yes, but not to bring something cliché, like roses. I thought you needed something different because this is a different relationship, wherever it goes. What did he bring you? Lilies, I respond, smiling. Light pink lilies. They were beautiful. Esme and Rose smile back at me. Before I can get any more information from Esme, Edward comes to stand behind me, placing his hands on my shoulders. He tells Rose about how Arrow and I made it sound like I was getting married and how I got caught the next day when Nessie arrived in the conference room. We all laugh. Bella, you really have changed a lot, Rose says. She reaches over to pat my leg. I never knew you had it in you to be such an evil genius. Impressive. Then the next night, Bella's friends kidnapped me and subjected me to 20 minutes, he begins. 22 minutes, I correct, looking up at him. 22 minutes of what can only be termed an interrogation session, followed by a lecture and several stern warnings, Edward continues. What did they say to him? Rose asks me, giggling. None of them will tell me, I complain. But I'm smiling. Rose, Bella has a friend who is scary, maybe even scarier than you. She forbade me to tell a soul what went on in that room and threatened me with bodily harm if I ever blabbed. She even got him to pinky swear about keeping her secret coffee ingredient a secret, I laugh. She got me to pinky swear about it and mean it, he says, laughing, too. Rose laughs so hard that her chair starts to tip over and Edward has to grab it and set it upright again. I am no T giving her any reason to come after me, Edward finishes, putting his hands back on my shoulders and leaning down to kiss the top of my head. I reach one of my hands up to squeeze his on my shoulder and he intertwines our fingers. Esme is smiling knowingly at us. Rose is smirking again. Rose's two sons, Jordan and Jackson, and Alice's oldest son, Grant, run up to us. Uncle Edward, Dad and Grant. Pa said they'd play football with us if you'll play, too, Jackson says excitedly. It's us and you against Dad, Grandpa and Uncle Jasper. Okay. Okay, Edward answers. I don't know why I always get stuck with you twerps, though. He teases. Hurry up, we're skins. Jackson calls to Edward as the boys run off toward the yard. Edward takes his shirt off and hands it to me. You ladies coming to watch? He asks. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't miss it. We move over to the side yard, carrying chairs to watch the big game. Alice comes too, sitting on the other side of Esme, but still refusing to talk to me. We cheer for both teams, laughing at their antics. Edward's team is winning, mostly because the other team isn't trying very hard. The little boys dog pile on Emmett several times at Edward's direction. So it isn't surprising when Emmett and Jasper gang up to take Edward down. When they finally let him up, he smiles in my direction. I grin back. Rose leans over to me and whispers, really? A hickey. I assume that's your handiwork on his chest, right? I know I'm blushing as I whisper back, he started it. I have one in the same spot. We giggle and I notice Alice looking over at us. Fresh guilt. I can't let it get to me, though. I've made peace with what I did and I've apologized. Alice will either get over it or she won't. I don't have any control over that. Rose leans forward to look around me at Esme. You know, Esme, we should drive up to Seattle for the day, have lunch with Bella and see her offices. I have a sitter on Wednesdays for the boys. Are you free for lunch on Wednesday, Bella? She asks me. Yeah, I think I am. I have a pretty light schedule this week until Thursday, I answer. Then it's a date, Rose exclaims. She and Esme excitedly start planning their shopping day. I'm really glad they want to come visit. I offer to go get bottled water for the football players from the cooler on the patio. Once my arms are full I turn to walk back to the yard. Alice is standing on the edge of the patio. I start to walk past her when she says, Bella, please, just don't hurt him. Don't let him fall in love with you all over again if you don't feel the same, she pleads with her big blue eyes. It's only been 5 days. Neither of us knows where this is going right now, but I do really care about him. I don't want him hurt, either, I reply honestly. I start walking again. You cared about him before. Didn't stop you from hurting him then. How do you know you won't do it again? She asks. I guess she's not going to butt the fuck out like I asked. I take a deep breath before answering her. You're right, Alice. I can't know what will happen in the future. Whether one of us will end up hurting the other, whether I will end up hurting him. But today, of the two of us, I say forcefully. You're the one hurting Edward. Not me. She sniffles. Do you know that right now my mom and my sister-in-law are out there gushing about how excited they are to go to Seattle and see you? They didn't even invite me. One day and already everyone in my family is on your side, Alice says dejectedly. There aren't sides, Alice. Everything doesn't have to be a fight, I say, defeated. It feels that way to me. We were best friends. I've waited 15 years for you to write, call, show up on my doorstep, something, and you didn't. And then you just show up here today with Edward and expect me to forgive you. You never even tried to get in touch with me. I sigh. Alice, I did try to find you after you went to LA. I called UCLA, but they wouldn't give me any information about you. I tried to find you through your dad, but he was impossible to find. After a while, I figured you'd moved on. And I was pretty sure you wouldn't. Forgive me today. We are both teary-eyed, staring at each other. I wish you and Edward hadn't met again. I wish you hadn't come here today at all, she says, pissy again. I feel the tears start to overflow. Alice, what the fuck is wrong with you? Emmett growls as he comes out the door from the kitchen. You're lucky it's me and not Edward who heard that comment. What comment? Edward says, coming out the door next. No one answers. He looks pointedly at me. What comment? Bella, what did she say to you? Edward, please, just let it drop. Alice and I have a difference of opinion, I answer, trying to wipe away the evidence that I've been crying without dropping all the bottled water. Rose and Esme come out the door next. They look at the four of us standing there, Alice glaring at me, Edward glaring at Alice. Alice, I'm kicking why? Our ass for real if you're still pulling this shit with your brother, Rose says. Esme pipes up. Rosalie, we have a guest. I know, Esme, but Alice is the one who apparently needs to be reminded how we Cullens treat our guests because she has acted like a spoiled rotten brat all day today about something that happened when we were teenagers. She made Edward feel guilty for years for driving away. Her best friend, and now she's going to try and make him feel guilty for bringing her back. Jesus, Alice, why do you have to make everything about you? I know how your mind works. You're not upset about Edward dating Bella again. You're upset that he found her first, that no one came running to you for approval. Why can't you just let your brother be happy for once? Look at him, Alice. Really look, he's freaking on cloud 9 here. So get over yourself and give your brother and his girlfriend a fucking break from the bitchfest. We all stand in silence for a minute. Alice has tears running down her cheeks now. Edward moves to stand behind me and wrap his arms around my shoulders. As usual, Emmett provides the comic relief. God, babe, that speech was so hot. Mom, can the boys stay here tonight? He asks, prompting us all to laugh. Well, everyone except Alice. She turns and heads into the house. Drink to all that we have lost. Mistakes we have made. Everything will change. But love remains the same. You should go talk to her. I murmur to Edward. He starts to grab the water bottles out of my hands. Edward, I'll do this. You go talk to Alice. She's hurting, I insist. Only you would. Send me to comfort someone who's been mean to you all day, he remarks, smiling at me. He kisses me quickly on the lips, then goes inside. It's true, you know, what I said, Rose says as she helps me set the waters down on the table. She's really just hurt. She will come around, Bella. This is a classic Alice overreaction. I hope you're right, Rose. I say honestly, and I appreciate your support. But I do not want Alice to feel like you're siding with me, against her. Please don't fight with her about me. Bella, just because I'm nicer now doesn't mean I've gone totally soft, so I'll only say this once. Seeing Edward so happy today, I'd have to be a real bitch not to support both of you in whatever it is you two have going. He hasn't really been happy for a long time, and as much as he irritates me, he is my brother. Blood or not, you are doing something right. Just don't fuck it up again. She laughs. I'll second that, Emmett says, smiling. He kisses me on the cheek and hugs me with one arm. Amen, Esme says. I look over at her. She shrugs her shoulders. What? I want you both happy. I want my surrogate daughter back. I want both of you to not screw this up, and I have faith in you both that you've learned that lesson. Thank you, Esme, I say softly, going to hug her. Welcome home, Bella, she whispers in my ear. While sitting at the patio table, Rose and I trade cell phone numbers and I text her directions to my office for Wednesday. I show her and Esme some pictures of my kids that I have on my phone. Jasper comes out to the patio and pulls up a chair beside me. So, Bella, how you doing? He asks, laughing. Because my wife is not taking this so well. I cringe as I respond, I know and I feel terrible. I don't know what to say to her to make it right between us or not even make it right. But make it not awful. You know that she doesn't mean what she's saying. She'll be very upset with herself when she calms down and realizes what she's done. She just needs time. I think it's shock more than anything that caused this reaction today, Jasper says. But I'll deny it if you tell her I said that. We all laugh. In retrospect, Edward and I should have warned her, I offer. Maybe not. She can be scary when she gets riled up about something. Usually it's aimed at me, so I guess I should thank you for bearing the brunt of her anger today, he smiles at me. Anytime, Jasper. You just let me know when you're in trouble and I'll do my best to piss her off so she comes after me instead. I knew I could count on you, Bella, he laughs. Edward D comes back outside a few minutes later and sits with us. He smiles at me, but his eyes are a little red. How's Alice? Rose asks, still pissed, but wearing down. I think there's a good chance she'll be completely over it in a couple of years, he answers sarcastically. Give her a little credit, Rose counters. It'll probably just take 1 year. They both chuckle. Should I go talk to her again? I ask. I think you two have inflicted enough damage on each other for today, Edward answers. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been mean to her. Bella, that's silly. You know you have to stand up to her. She'll bully you into doing what she wants. That's her MO. Even her kids have figured that out, Rose laughs. Jasper nods, but wisely doesn't say anything out loud. Want to go take a drive around Forks? Edward asks me. Sure, I agree. Be back by 5 for leftovers, Esme says. Have fun. We drive by Charlie's old house, reminiscing about all the times he climbed up the tree out front and sneaked into my window. His curfew was quite a bit later than mine, so most weekends from midnight to 2 a.m. he was with me in my room. We both smile at the memories, some innocent, some not. I pull out my iPhone and start a list. What are you doing? He asks. Making a list for the security system guy of all the windows I want alarmed before my kids become teenagers, I laugh. He laughs with me. Bella, you know you can't stop them from doing some of the stuff we did. They will find ways around you just like we found ways around our parents. Zip it, SG. You are not making me feel better, I say, holding an arm across my stomach. I suddenly feel nauseous. He laughs harder and leans across the console to kiss me. It'll be all right, baby. Look how good we turned out. Looking at him, I have to agree. I think he's pretty great and hot. We drive through the Blink and you'll miss it downtown. I haven't been here in more than 10 years, so a lot has changed. I'm sad to see that the mom and pop hardware store is gone. But glad that my dad's favorite diner is still going strong. Is our meadow still there? I ask quietly, recognizing that we're heading in that direction. As far as I know. I haven't been there in years. Think we should go see? He asks. I'm not sure. We had so many good memories in the meadow and one very bad. It was where the big fight started. Oh, what the hell? I'm trying to exorcise all my demons this week. Yeah, I think we should, if it's still there. We drive out to the trail that leads to the meadow in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I am reliving the series of very bad decisions I made that last night, remembering how the argument got out of hand so quickly and turned into the breakup. I sigh. Edward reaches over to take my hand, but neither of us says anything. He parks at the end of the lane and we both get out. We hold hands again on the trail as we walk the 100 or so yards to the clearing. I stop and smile as we reach the edge. It looks the same. Green grass is surrounded by tall, stately trees and sprinkled with colorful wildflowers. It's exactly the wall I've pictured it in my head hundreds of times in the last 15 years. I look up at Edward. He's smiling, too. The happy memories outweigh the sad for both of us, I guess. I turn toward him and wrap my arms around his waist. I tip my head up to place some kisses on his neck. I think we should make a happy grown-up memory, as long as we're here, I say. Bella Swan di Clemente, are you propositioning me? He says, grinning down at me. You really have to ask. Geez, I thought you had to be smart to get into law school, I tease. He leans down to kiss me softly. I didn't think to bring a blanket. Hey, I have 2 dress shirts in the car. I can go back and get them. The ones hanging in the back. Aren't they clean though? I ask, laughing. Yeah, but I don't care. They'll keep the dirt off you, he smirks. No, baby, they'll keep the dirt off you. I raise one eyebrow at him. He swallows visibly. I'll be right back. Stay right here. Don't move, he says, kissing me in between each statement. I laugh. Yes, sir. Oh, my God, that just turned me on more. Don't move. He gets back pretty quickly carrying his 2 white dress shirts. Edward, they'll be ruined, I whine. This was your idea. You can't back out now. He looks panicked. It's cute. I'm not backing out. I'm just saying maybe we shouldn't completely trash your shirts. Well, we can't go back to my parents' house with grass stains and dirt all over us, so this is the best solution. He hands me the shirts. All right, then, nature boy, led me into temptation. Giving in to him is becoming my favorite hobby. The pleasure is mine. Ah, my favorite lopsided grin. And mine. Where to? The middle or the tree line? He asks, bending down slightly for me to hop on him piggyback. The middle, I say, hopping on. It's fitting, I think, to make a grown-up memory in the same spot where we had our first memory. Well, my first memory. You were a man whore, no a boy whore. You weren't even a man yet. I laugh. I don't think 2 other girls in high school before I even met you made me a boy whore, he says, laughing. 2. I don't answer but suck lightly on the side of his neck. We reach the center of the meadow and he sets me down gently. I take the shirts and lay them down, hawking my head at the thought of ruining these probably very expensive shirts. I kick my sandals to the side and kneel down, smiling and holding my hand up to Edward. He takes it and kneels down in front of me. Edward, I say softly, pulling his head down to mine, pressing tiny kisses all over his face before finally kissing his lips. We kiss tenderly for a long time, hands roaming each other's bodies, touching gently. He breaks the kiss to pull off my shirt and then his own. He lifts his hands to cup my breasts, kneading them, kissing me again. I reach behind my back and undo the clasp of my bra, kneading his hands on my skin. I pull it off quickly, sighing as I get what I want. He sits back on his heels. Come here, baby, he says, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me to him. I cling to his neck and continue kissing him as he tips me backward and lowers me to the ground. He moves lower, kissing down my neck to my breasts. I moan as he sucks at first one nipple then the other. Bella, look at me, he says softly. I open my eyes. This is perfect. You are perfect, he says gazing at me intently. Edward, this has been the best adult week of my adult life, I say, smiling. Mine, too, he responds. Kissing my breasts again. He sits up to unbutton my shorts. I lift up to let him slide my shorts and panties off. I don't have the patience now, but I definitely want another look at that thong later. He says hoarsely. I sit up to unbutton his shorts and he pulls them off quickly. We kiss again, lying back. My eyes slide shut. Don't close your eyes, baby. Look at me, he says. When I do, he thrusts into me with a groan. He stays completely still for a moment, looking into my eyes. Edward, I whisper. I reach my hands up to frame his face. Bella, it's only like this with you, he whispers back. His deep green eyes intense. I know, baby. For me, too, I answer. I pull his face down to mine. We are both smiling as our lips meet. He starts to move and I wrap my legs around him. We make love slowly. Finally, trying to drag it out, slowing down when we get too frenzied, until I finally tell him I can't take it anymore, begging him to go faster. He does, driving us both to our releases and off the shirts, into the grass. He collapses onto me, shaking with laughter. What's so funny, Romeo? I ask, laughing too just because he is. Your hair. It's a big mess. Everyone's going to know what we've been doing, he manages to say. Then let me up, sex god. Or I'll tell Emmett and Jasper that's my friend's nickname for you, I giggle. You wouldn't, he says, raising up to look me in the eyes. Oh, I would, I threaten, then squeal when he tickles me. I want to lie here, with you, in our meadow for just a little longer, he says, kissing me softly. He sits up and pulls my wrist so I sit up, too. Then he lays down on his back and pulls me on top of him. I struggle out of his grasp and sit up to grab the shirt we're not really lying on, then put it on before lying back down on top of him. Don't put that shirt between us, he says gruffly while pulling at the material until we are chest to chest again. Why are you always trying to get dressed right after sex? I don't know. I just don't want my ass hanging out where anybody walking by could see it, I answer. But it was okay when it was my ass hanging out. He asks. Of course, Cullen. You have a much nicer ass than I do. I laugh and kiss him. A lot. And I know by now where kissing Edward a lot leads. I am not disappointed. Before long, rubbing and grinding accompany the kissing. I sit up Edward immediately reaches for my breasts. You look so fucking sexy, Bella, with your hair messed up, wearing my shirt, he says. I want you, I say, closing my eyes. Take what you want, baby, he says. I raise up and lower myself onto him. My need for him, for the release I have only ever gotten with him, drives me to move faster and he holds my hips to help me. Oh my God, Edward, I groan as I come. He grasps my hips tighter and keeps moving me, thrusting upward again and again until he comes. Bella, he breathes, grabbing the front of the shirt and pulling me down to kiss him. I tee myself off him and lie down fully prone on top of him. I never want to get up, I say, pressing kisses anywhere I can reach without having to move. He chuckles and wraps his arms around me. Me neither. Let's just stay here, till we expire. Someday they'll just find our skeletons in these two white dress shirts. And they'll know we died happy, I say. We do eventually get up, just in time to make it back to the Cullens for dinner. I find a ponytail holder at the bottom of my purse and try my best to save my makeup so it's not completely obvious that we've been out shagging. Edward says I still look well fucked though. I'm not sure if I look it, but I feel it. He wads up the dress shirts and stows them in the trunk. I'm totally keeping one of them, ruined or not, as a souvenir. When we get back to the house, Esme and Rose are in the kitchen pulling out leftovers. I stay inside to help while Edward goes out back to find the other guys. Have a nice time, dear? Esme asks, turning to look at me. I feel my face begin to redden. I grin and look at her out of the corner of my eyes. Rosalie starts to laugh hysterically. I think that's a yes, Esme, she manages to get out. For God's sakes, don't ask her what they did. She might have a stroke. I think we can guess what they did, anyway. Forks is tiny, there's not that much to see. But they've been gone almost 2 hours. Esme Jew. Saint smiles at me and puts an arm around my shoulders, giving a little squeeze. Thank you for putting the light back in my son's eyes. He put the light back in mine, too, I say. That's the way it should be, Bella. And I know in the deepest part of my soul, that she's right. We decide to leave shortly after dinner to make the drive back to Seattle. Everyone except Alice hugs me goodbye. Alice mysteriously disappeared inside the house with all the kids when we said we were going. Edward and I are in the driveway when she comes flying out the side door. Wait, Edward, I want to say goodbye, she calls out, coming toward us. She kisses and hugs him, then turns to me. I'm sorry if I was a bitch today, she says quietly. Me, too, I answer. I wasn't as mean as she was, but I did probably hurt her feelings. Well, I'll let you two get on the road. Drive safely. I'll talk to you soon, Edward, she says and turns back toward the house. Edward and I exchange confused looks and shrugs and get in the car. We aren't as chatty on the way back as we were on the way there, but we talk some and we hold hands the whole way. I lean over to kiss his shoulder often or raise our joined hands to my mouth. The level of comfort and contentment I feel with him just seems to keep growing. We are getting close to my house when I feel compelled to tell him exactly what I'm feeling. I turn toward him to say, Edward, no matter what happens after this weekend, I want you to know that this has been the best week. I've loved every minute I've been able to spend with you. Are you planning to dump me already? He grins over at me. Hardly. I'm just saying, if we both go back to our lives and decide not to continue this, I say because I'm not sure what to call it, I have no regrets. I have no regrets, either. But I am slightly alarmed that you're bringing this up. Are you not aware of how much I care about you even now? How much I want this to work? What I'm willing to do to make it work? I'm willing to work at this, too. Why are you freaking out? Because you're making it sound like I'm going to go back to LA and never see you again, he answers testily. I didn't mean that. Quit putting words in my mouth. I just mean that long-distance relationships are difficult to maintain, I say through gritted teeth. You've done harder things in your life, Bella, than making a long-distance relationship work. You cared for your husband when he was sick, you're running a company by yourself, you went through childbirth twice, he asserts. I can't keep up. Is he pissed at me or impressed by me? No childbirth for me. I had C-sections, with lots of drugs, no pain. Is that what you want to hear? That I take the easy way out, quit anything that's too hard? I ask. How did we end up fighting? I started this by telling him what a great week I've had. We are now stopped in my driveway. No, that's not what I want to hear, he says quietly, looking out the window on his side. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm going in, I say. I unlock the front door and go in, leaving the door open wide so he knows I'm expecting him to come in. I head for the kitchen and get a bottle of water from the fridge. Drinking half of it before setting the bottle down. I guess meadow sex dehydrates you. I roll my eyes thinking how this stupid fight is exactly like fights we used to have where something small and stupid gets blown out of proportion and ends up being a big damn deal. Then I think about how Esme said she had faith that we wouldn't screw this up again. I don't want her faith to be misplaced, so I make a plan. I start to head toward my bedroom, toward the shower. Edward still hasn't come in. As I walk through the living room, I kick off my shoes and leave them in the middle of the floor. I take a few more steps and discard my shirt, again on the floor. A few more steps and drop my shorts, then my bra, and lastly the thong, which I hang from the doorknob of my room. I turn on the shower and get in, letting the hot water soothe away the tension. I've shampooed and rinsed when the shower door opens. I'm sorry, he says, looking miserable. I'm sorry, too, I answer. Where's your phone? He looks confused by the question, but answers, on your dresser. Thank God. I smile, pulling him, fully clothed, into the shower with me. I push him up against the tiled wall and kiss him passionately. I pull at his soaking clothes trying to get them off. He helps, laughing. Why were we fighting? He says. Because you overreacted to some stupid comment I made, I answer, smiling against his chest. I don't want to fight with you, he says, tipping my chin up with his hand. Okay. Then I'll promise to try to keep my stupid comments to a minimum if you promise to try not to overreact to them when I slip up, I offer. Linking my arms around his neck. Deal, he replies. Can I wash you off now? I nod and laugh. We wash each other, some parts more thoroughly than others. I look wistfully at the built-in shower bench, but my thighs are already so sore from last night and earlier today that I just don't think I can make it work tonight. But I also can't wait any longer. I turn off the water and grab 2 towels, wrapping one around myself and drying him minimally with the other, licking some of the water drops off his chest and back as I do. We try to make it to the bed. I swear we do, but we don't. We end up on the floor a few feet away from the bed, taking each other frantically. Afterwards, he collapses on top of me. Ouch, he says. What's wrong, baby? Did I break you? I ask smiling. No, rug burn, knees, probably bleeding on carpet, he answers against my shoulder. I giggle at the caveman speak. I'm so sorry. Why don't you get in bed and Nurse Bella will kiss them and make them better? I say suggestively. In that case, there are some other places that hurt, too, he laughs, getting up and pulling me up, too. It's going to be a long night. Love is the answer. At least for most of the questions in my heart, like, why are we here? And where do we go? And how come it's so hard? It's not always easy and sometimes life can be deceiving. I'll tell you one thing. It's always better when we're together. Waking up Sunday with Edward is bittersweet. I've gotten used to this over the last few days and I know I will miss him tomorrow. Maybe I'll ask Jake to call me super early so I don't have a chance to lie here and wallow. We are on our sides facing each other. He's still sleeping, so I just lie there and stare at him. He starts to open his eyes, blinking sleepily a couple of times before closing them again. What are you smiling about, beautiful? He asks groggily. I wasn't even aware that I was smiling. It just seems to happen around him. You, us, I like having you here, I reply. I scoot up in the bed so I can get an arm around his neck and I pull him to me, holding him the way he usually holds me. He wraps an arm around me and pushes one of his legs between mine and goes back to sleep. I kiss the top of his head and lie there a little longer trying to imprint everything that's happened this week forever in my memory. A few minutes later, I carefully extract myself from him and go out to the kitchen to start breakfast. I'm standing at the griddle flipping blueberry pancakes when he walks in. How come you never cook naked? He asks. I laugh. Good morning to you, too. Several reasons. Have you met my nosy neighbors? They come over unannounced way too much for me to ever come out of the bedroom naked. And hot griddle, hot stove, plus exposed dangly parts is a potential disaster. Good points. But sometime if we have cereal and Ben and Angela aren't home, we're cooking naked. Children, I remind him. Grandparents. He smirks at me. Good point. I relent. Okay, you're on for naked cereal sometime. Edward makes coffee while I'm finishing the pancakes. He makes me turn my back as he gets and adds Emma's secret ingredient. I complain, but I really love it so much that they like each other that I don't even care they're keeping secrets from me. Why don't we go for a hike later? He suggests. A hike, Edward. I am more coordinated than I used to be. But I'm still not a sporty, I insist. I'm not talking about anything hardcore. I just thought it would be nice to find a trail and spend a few hours away from the phones, computers. Everything else except each other. Especially after all the Alice drama yesterday, he says. He's so sweat that I can't really say no. I just thought we could hang here today. I take one last shot at laziness. Sweetheart, if we stay here we both know where we'll end up spending the day. I don't want you to think I'm just using you for sex, he laughs, leaning in to kiss the side of my neck. What if I'm just using you for sex? I ask suggestively. You're not. No one would willingly subject herself to the wrath of Alice just for sex, he returns laughing. Then number one must not have had sex with you, SG. 'Cause it was totally worth it, I say, whacking his backside lightly with my spatula. I lose, though, and reluctantly get ready for hiking after breakfast is eaten and the kitchen is clean. While I'm getting ready, he packs up his stuff, planning to put it in the car so we won't forget to do it later and get busted by the children. I want one of those shirts from yesterday. I call as he's headed out to the car. Why? He asks, sticking his head around the bathroom door to look at me as I stand in front of the mirror. Souvenir, I reply, and I want to sleep in it this week. You want a t-shirt, too? He laughs. Yes, if you're offering. Then I get to take something of yours, he smirks. What do you want? I ask dumbfounded. None of my stuff will fit him. The black thong, he says, coming up behind me and wrapping his arms around me. Jesus, are you trying to keep me in a constant state of arousal or does it just come naturally to you? I ask. Can I have it, please? He pleads, looking at me in the mirror. Fuck, he's cute. He knows I won't say no. I get it for him from the laundry room. Thank goodness I did a quick load of laundry yesterday. Before we left, and we make the trade. One men's white shirt, slightly dirty, and one black t-shirt that smells like him in exchange for one black silk thong. Good trade. I win in quantity of fabric alone. Now I'm really not in the mood for hiking. But I go anyway. We both leave our phones at the house, but I do text Ang quickly so she doesn't freak when she can't find me. I grab us each a water and we're off. We go a park not too far from my house that has several trails. The nice, paved kind of trails. He takes my hand and we start walking. It's less of a hike and more of a stroll. I know he's going slow for me. You want to talk about Alice or not? He asks gently. Not. I answer. Really? I'd like to know what she said to you yesterday. I don't want to put you in the middle of me and Alice. It will be uncomfortable for everyone if it's you and me against her. I'd rather just give her some time. Hopefully she'll calm down and be able to talk to me rationally at some point. Will you tell me if I promise not to tell her? That won't work and you know it. She's not the only Cullen who overreacts at first, I tease, jabbing him with my elbow. You'll call her and she'll know I blabbed. Let's give her a chance to get used to my reappearance. Your mom thinks she'll come around. Bella, I'm sorry she acted the way she did. I was expecting it. It's okay. I survived. Honestly, I was so glad to see everyone again that my argument with Alice was just like a little speed bump. She's not my biggest fan. I can deal with that. I'm your biggest fan, he says softly, looking at me with those damn green eyes. Edward, you have got to stop saying things like that to me when we are in public, I say teasingly. I cannot be held responsible for my actions if you keep getting me hot and bothered. He laughs and puts an arm around my waist, pulling me close to his side. What time are you expecting the kids back? I'm not sure. Probably around 5 or so. I'm anxious to meet them, Bella. About that, I'm not sure about you meeting them today. I don't want there to be any confusion, I say carefully. I'm not confused. Are you confused? He asks, looking at me intently. No, but I've never introduced a man to them. I'm not sure how they'll react. They might freak out. Well, they can't be worse than Alice. She can freak out with the best of them, he laughs. If it makes you uncomfortable, we can wait. I would prefer not to, but you're the mom, so it's up to you. I want them to meet you, I say, stopping and looking up into his eyes. Then it's settled. He WRAPs his arms around me and kisses me lightly on the lips. Yep, it's settled. I agree. On the way back to my house, we stop at a convenience store for more water and chips. I feed him the chips, laughing as he keeps, accidentally, biting and licking my fingers. When we get back to my house, he stops in the circle drive and turns to me. I need to get this out of my system before we go in, he begins. I do not want to attack you inside the house and end up getting caught in a compromising position. He leans over to me, unbuckles my seatbelt, and slides one hand up under my hair, using the other to pull me close. Ew, I'm all sweaty. I laugh. I don't care. I've kissed you when you were sweatier than this, he says, leaning forward to touch his lips to mine. It only takes a couple of minutes. of kissing to get us both completely desperate, trying to get closer to each other. He slides both hands up the front of my shirt, pushing my bra up out of the way. I have one hand around his neck, and the other pressing against the front of his cargo shorts. Just as I'm about to unzip his shorts, I hear a knock on Edward's window. I open my eyes and am horrified to be looking into my father's eyes. He gets an eyeful before realizing what he's looking at and quickly standing up. Edward pulls his hands out from under my shirt and says, "Who is it?" "Charlie," I answer, lowering my head to Edward's chest in embarrassment. Edward starts to laugh. "This is not funny, sweetheart. This is hilarious. I'm sure Charlie is just as embarrassed as we are. Let's get out and face him together. We're not teenagers anymore," Edward says. I sigh. We both get out of the car. Charlie is turned away from us with his hands in his pockets. "Hi, Dad," I say, trying not to sound as embarrassed and annoyed as I feel. He turns to smile sheepishly at me. "Hi, Bells. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to spy on you. We got back with the kids a while ago and I just got back from storing the RV. I didn't know whose car this was and I guess the old cop in me just took over and knocked on the window without thinking." When Edward comes up beside me to put an arm around me, Charlie does a double take. "Edward, I didn't realize that was you at first. How did you end up here?" "Long story, Dad. Edward and I met up during some meetings this week and we've starting seeing each other again," I explain. Charlie's face turns red. He looks guilty when he looks at me again. "Bells, I'm so sorry about what I did. I wanted to tell you so badly for the last few years, but I was afraid it would just hurt you more at that point. I should have told you anyway, though. I should have told you 14 years ago. I was only trying to protect you and you know how I felt about true love at that point in my life." Charlie is rambling on and on. I'm frowning because I have no freaking idea what he's talking about. I turn to look at Edward. He looks uncomfortable and he's shifting his weight from one leg to the other. "What are you talking about?" I ask Charlie. Now Charlie looks at Edward and understanding dawns on me. Edward knows what my dad is talking about. "Hello. One of you better start talking," I say, frustrated. "Bella, why don't we go inside and we'll sit down and talk?" Edward says, using a tone like he's talking to a first grader. "No, I want to know what the hell it is that you two are hiding from me," I say angrily. Moving out from under his arm. When he reaches for me, I step farther away. "Bella, this is all my fault. I should have told you about all the phone calls and letters way before now. But by the time I got my head straight about love, you were already married to Marcus. I couldn't see any point in telling you then," Charlie starts. "What phone calls and letters?" I ask in a monotone. The feeling of dread spreading through my body. Silence. I turn to Edward with tears in my eyes. "Bella, I called your dad's house every week for about a year trying to get in touch with you after I moved to California. I also wrote you several letters. Charlie asked me to stop numerous times, told me you had moved on, and so I finally did stop. But I didn't know until last week that you didn't know I'd tried to contact you." Edward explains gently, looking at me intently. "You never told me," I say looking at Charlie. I turn my watery eyes back to Edward. "And you didn't tell me. Neither on of you thought this was information you should share with me." A sob escapes as I stare disbelievingly from one to the other. "Bells, honey, let's go inside." "No, how could you do this, Dad? It's time you just let me go on believing that he never tried to talk to me. And you," I say, pointing a finger at Edward, "you and I even talked about this earlier this week. But you didn't say a word. Bella, I didn't see the point in upsetting you more than you already were that night. So, we're back to that, are we? Everyone else knows what's best for me and makes decisions without even asking me," I huff. I start to walk into the house. "Bells, Bella, no," I yell, turning back to look at them. "Do not talk to me right now. Do not follow me. Give me a little freaking space." I flee up the steps and into the house. My mom is waiting in the entry. "Hi, Sweetie, is everything okay? She asks, looking worried. No, Mom, but I don't want to talk about it right now. Where are the kids? They're out back swimming with Angela and Ben. Good. I'm going to shower and calm down first then before I go see them, I say, still teary. I go into my bedroom and shut and lock the door. I head straight for the shower, hoping the steam and water will wash away my misery. I stand under the spray for a long time, crying and thinking. Then I hear the door to the bathroom open. Bella. Great. It's Angela. How did you get in here? I locked the bedroom door, I say testily. She laughs. Oh, please. Do you really think a little privacy lock will keep me out when I know you're in here upset? I don't want to talk about it, I say snootily. Too bad, sister. Your children are outside waiting for you. Let's talk this through and get you out there, she replies insistently. Did anybody tell you what happened? I ask. No. You want to tell me? She probes gently. Well, first my dad caught Edward and me making out, like seriously making out, in the driveway. And, honestly, having your dad see you getting felt up is no less awkward and embarrassing at 33 than it was as a teenager. Angela, for once in her life, is silent. Then I hear her snort. This is so not funny, I say, shutting off the water. I grab a towel and wrap it around myself before getting out. Bella, you're absolutely wrong. This is the funniest thing ever. Think about it objectively. You've been mostly celibate for 5 years, not that you're not making up for lost time this week, but as soon as you start sleeping with someone, you immediately get caught rounding the bases by your retired police chief father. The comedic timing couldn't be more brilliant. I actually giggle a little now. She's right. It is funny, horrifying, but funny. Is that the big reason you're hiding in your bathroom? She asks questioningly. No, I'm hiding in here because I'm furious with my dad and irritated with Edward. What did they do, B? She asks quietly. I just found out that for a year after the breakup, Edward called my dad's house every week to try and talk to me. And he wrote me letters. My dad never told me. Edward didn't tell me, even though I accused him of never trying to contact me earlier this week. How could they do that to me? How could both of them keep something so important from me? I ask, feeling the tears coming again. Bella, I'm so sorry that you're hurt. But is this really how you want to spend the last few hours before Edward goes back to LA? Hiding in your room alone? No, I admit. What's in the cup? I am excellent at diversion. She hands it to me. It's called a lifesaver. Drink it and let's get you calmed down. You need to get outside and see what's going on. Why? What's going on? Is Edward leaving? That thought panics me. I sip the drink. It does taste like a lifesaver. A yummy lifesaver, with rum. She laughs heartily. No, and lucky for you, my husband is an excellent spy. You know he can't stand not knowing what's going on, so he camped out right by the back door where he could see what was going on in the kitchen. First your dad and Edward were sitting at the counter talking and looking miserable. Then, they shook hands and your dad patted Edward on the shoulder. Your mom hugged him and brought him out to meet your kids. They asked him to swim with them, so Ben got him some swim trunks and he's out there right now in your pool playing Marco Polo or so. Messing with your kids while you were in here moping about stuff that happened years ago, stuff that can't be changed anyway. She pauses to take a breath and to motion for me to keep drinking. I finish what's in the cup and hand it back to her like a good little girl. So, no, Edward did not leave. He did the opposite of leaving. You, however, pulled a classic Bella and hid away. You are in danger of losing all the progress you've made this week by standing in here feeling sorry for yourself. Are you going to put your granny panties back on? She asks, arms crossed, eyebrows raised. Wow, she is harsh. But crap, I think she's right. She calls me on my shit. That's why she's my bestie. I smile. I'm not regressing no more granny panties. But I suck, don't I? I say. Bells, you don't suck, she replies gently. But get out there and prove it to that man who was clearly so fucking head over heels for you. You told me the other night that you didn't want to screw it up this time. So get out there and face him. Tell him how you feel and listen to what he has to say, too. Have an adult freaking relationship. She's right. It's irritating. I roll my eyes. Okay. You're right. I know. Motherfucking genius, remember. She laughs, pointing both index fingers at herself. Geez, how many hickeys do you have? I see 3 on the front, 1 on your neck and 1 on your back, sister. And I can't even see any of your most likely to have a hickey places under that towel. I don't think you should wear a swimsuit out there. Better do shorts and a t-shirt, unless you want to do a whole lotta splainin', Lucy. Edward already had to lie that he got his from playing football with his brothers yesterday. I thought your mom was gonna pee her pants, she was laughing so hard. This day just keeps getting better. Actually, it is kind of funny. Did you see the scabs on his knees? Carpet sex, I confide, giggling. Jesus, you two are like the walking sex wounded, she laughs. I know, I fucking love it. I take her advice and put on a pair of shorts and a crewneck t-shirt. I walk into the kitchen. My dad is still sitting at the counter, looking guilty and sad. He looks up as I enter, then looks down at the ground. Dad, I want to talk to you, but I need to speak to Edward first. I'll be back, I say to him, gently but firmly. Okay, and, bells, go easy on Edward, he really does care about you, Charlie says. I nod and smile and turn to go out the back door. I stop in the doorway for a minute to watch what's going on in the pool. Edward and Ben are both in the pool with my kids playing monkey in the middle. Edward, Sophie and Chase are the monkeys. Chase can't touch the bottom where he's playing, so he's hanging onto Edward's back. I choke back a sob at seeing how easily Edward's worked his way into their space. Why was I ever worried? It would be impossible for them not to fall in love with him just like I did. Twice, I step out onto the patio. Hey, didn't anybody miss their mommy? I call, smiling. Hi, Mom. All 3 answer, but no one gets out of the pool. My mom comes to stand beside me and squeezes my waist. Bella, it's all right. The fact that they're not getting out of the pool to hug you should actually make you feel good. They are secure enough in your love to KNW that you'll be here when they're ready to get out. Hippie Renee strikes again. I don't know any mother who would be glad her children chose a game of monkey in the middle over her. Isn't anyone getting out to hug me? I ask again. They all answer with some version of, in a minute. Edward looks at me with a half smile. He looks worried. Now I feel bad for acting like such a child and stomping off to my room. I smile back at him and see him relax before he goes back to playing with my kids. Hard to tell which ones are the children, isn't it? Renee asks, laughing. I think Edward and Ben are having as much fun as your kids. I heard you made the introductions, Mom. How did they take it? Do you think they know he's more than a friend? I ask quietly. We sit down at the patio table and she glances over at me, frowning. I don't know, Bella. Do you think you're raising smarties or dummies? She laughs. Mom, I'm serious. This is stressful for me. I don't want them to be upset or feel threatened or feel like I'm disrespecting their father. And I really want them to like Edward, I say. Honey, look at them. They're having a great time with him. I think that after he leaves tonight, you should sit them down and talk to them. Say to them what you've just said to me. I don't think you'll be disappointed by what they say. She rubs my arm and then pats it. Your dad feels terrible. I hope you won't make him suffer too long. He made a bad choice, but he'd like to talk to you about it now. I know, Mom. I told him I'd talk to him. I just want to talk to Edward first. Well, here he comes, so I will make myself scarce. Edward is walking toward the table. I grab a towel off the chair next to me and toss it to him, hoping he will cover up that body. I will not be able to think straight if he doesn't, looking at his chest, abs, arms and the hickey I put on him. He sits down in the chair my mom vacated and looks at me. Hey, he says softly. Hey, I answer. I suddenly don't know what to say. Bella, I'm sorry. I should have told you Tuesday about all the phone calls and letters. It just took me by surprise that you didn't know and I wasn't sure what your reaction would be. I should have told you anyway, though. I understand why you didn't tell me Tuesday. Why didn't you tell me anytime after that? Though, we've been together the whole rest of the week. Aren't you upset with my dad, too? God, Edward, all the time we lost when we might have been together. There are tears in my eyes again. This emo Bella crap is starting to tick me off. Honestly, Bella, I don't know what would have happened back then. We might have lost each other anyway being apart like we would have been. There are too many what-ifs to play that game. As for the reason I didn't tell you the rest of last week. Simple. I was too goddamn happy about where we are now to even think about it. We both grew up. You had 3 great kids. Everything that happened to us between the breakup and last week made us who we are now. And what's happening now feels so good that I'm not sure I'd change the past if I could. I look up at him, smiling through my tears. I really want to kiss you, I say laughing. So do it, he says, smiling back at me. In front of my kids. I'm not sure they're ready for that. I glance toward the pool. They're playing catch with Ben and paying no attention to Edward and me. They already asked me if I was your boyfriend while you were still inside, he says. Shit, what did you say? I ask, wide-eyed. Yes, accompanied by my grin. Then I guess I'll kiss my boyfriend, I say tentatively. I'm waiting. I lean over to kiss him chastely on the lips. Twice. I'm sorry I ran away and hid. It's okay to need space to deal with stuff. That doesn't upset me as long as I know you'll come back eventually. I lean over to kiss him again. Gross. Mom is kissing Edward, Sophie announces. Her family nickname is the Informer, for a reason. Mom and Edward sitting in a tree, Kissing, Chase and Michael sing. I guess they're not bothered by it. Well, none of you will kiss me, I say, laughing. I think you guys should let your mom welcome you home now, Edward says, winking at them. On cue, they all get out of the pool and make a run for me, dripping wet. Smothering me with hugs and kisses. By the time they're done and back in the pool, I'm soaking wet and laughing. Edward laughs, too, then leans over to kiss me on the cheek. I'm getting back in the pool. Wanna come with? He says. I can't. Too many hickeys for me to put a suit on, I smile. Sorry, he says, but he doesn't look that sorry. I'm not. I like having your marks on me, I retort, raising one eyebrow at him and laughing when he groans quietly. I'm going to go talk to my dad. I'll be back. My parents are both in the kitchen now, making hamburger patties. You guys don't have to do that, I say guiltily. We're not doing much, Bella, my mom answers. Dad, I would like to speak to you. Do you want to do it here? This is fine. I've already told your mother what I did. I'm sorry I freaked out and ran away from you. I was pretty mad, though, at first. He looks at me remorsefully. I know, Bells. I'm really sorry. It's bothered me for a long time, so I'm glad the truth is out now. At first, I didn't tell you because you did seem to be doing better. I close my eyes for a minute before answering. It only seemed that way to you because I hid it from you, Dad. I was miserable for 2 years. Not able to find the Cullens and thinking they weren't trying to get in touch with me. I made a poor decision. You know how I felt about love back then. I really thought I was protecting you from more pain. Until your mother came back into my life, I was a grouchy old man who didn't believe in soulmates and true love. Then when I found your mom again, when I realized what I kept from you, it was too late. You were married to Marcus. You seemed happy with him and the kids and I thought telling you would only upset you. After Marcus died, I contemplated telling you. But you were so closed off for so long. In fact, your mother and I were just in here discussing how today is the first time we've seen the light in your eyes since Marcus got sick, maybe even before then. I smile at that. I know that it's true. He continues, I know that this sounds like a bunch of excuses, but I want you to understand that I really did think about it, really did try to make the right decision. I know now that I shouldn't have made the decision for you, though. Dad, it's okay. Well, it's not okay, but I forgive you. I know you did what you did with love in your heart. I can't say that I wouldn't have done the same if it was one of my kids, I say. I walk around the counter and into his arms. He wraps me up tightly, kissing the top of my head. Thanks, Bells. Will you two stay for dinner? Wouldn't you like to be alone with Edward and the kids? My mom asks. Not tonight. What I would really like is to have all my family, all of the people I love most in the world, eat dinner together. I want to ask Aang and Ben, too. It would mean a lot to me if you would stay. We'd love to. The rest of the evening flies by. Dinner is a loud and lively affair. Edward seems completely at ease. Talking to my parents, joking with my kids, arguing about sports with Ben. Angela and my mom keep smiling at me sweetly. After the first few times, I begin rolling my eyes in response. I get it, everyone likes Edward. I have to admit, though, I'm pleased that he's so completely charmed and impressed all the people I love most. Edward helps me clean up the kitchen while everyone else sits out by the pool, taking advantage of the warm, clear evening. All too soon, it's time for Edward to go to the airport. I want to say goodbye to the kids, he says. Come with me. I feel like crying, but take his hand and walk out the back door with him. Hey, kiddos, Edward has to go. Can you come say goodbye? Manners, please. I level my gaze at Chase, who tends to be the one that embarrasses me in situations like this. But he's the first one who comes to us. When are you coming back? He asks. I'm not sure, Chase. Sometime soon. Okay. Edward responds. Okay. Maybe you could come to my baseball game. Chase says, smiling his partly toothless grin up at us. That would be awesome. I'll definitely come watch you play sometime, Edward responds eagerly. I feel like crying again for a different reason. They high-five and Chase runs back to the pool. Sophie and Michael both come up next. Are you going to kiss my mom goodbye? The informer asks. I roll my eyes at her, but she smiles snottily at me. Edward laughs as he answers, probably. Okay. I was just wondering. See ya. She turns to walk away. Then she turns back. It was nice to meet you. Thanks for taking my mom on dates. She usually never goes anywhere. We all laugh at that and I feel my face redden. God, Sophie, you say the dumbest things, Michael says to her. You know, I have a twin sister, too, Edward tells him. So I know how you feel, he finishes in a whisper. Michael smiles at him. Is your sister annoying, too? He asks. Sometimes. But sometimes she's also really great, just like yours, I bet, Edward answers. Not so much. She's mostly just annoying and bossy. Can I get back in the pool now? He asks, looking over to me. I nod. Bye, Edward. Edward is still laughing about the annoying and bossy comment. Probably thinking about how aptly that describes Alice sometimes, too, but he does manage to say goodbye to Michael. He says goodbye to all the adults seated at the table and we head out front to his car. So I guess I'll see you Thursday, I say, wrapping my arms around him and resting my forehead on his chest. Yeah, I think we're signing the papers at my office, so you'll get to meet Charlotte, too. Don't let her scare you off. She's like an older version of Scary Emma, he laughs. She wants to meet you, though, so she'll probably be nice. She knows about me, I ask incredulously, looking up into his eyes. She figured something was up when I canceled the whole rest of my week to stay here. And she has a way of getting me to talk, so, yeah, she basically knows what's going on, he replies. Grinning down at me. It was a good week, I say wistfully. It sure was. I think this may be the greatest 6-day span in my life, he says, bending to kiss me. I had a lot of fun. And we took our meadow back, I say. We took our meadow back. Who had our meadow? He laughs. The bad karma gods. But now we have rid the meadow of bad karma with our hot lovin', I answer with a giggle. He laughs with me, then kisses me again. All right, I've got to go, baby. I'll miss you, he says quietly, kissing me sweetly once more and hugging me tightly. I'll miss you, too, I say sadly. Will you call me when you get home so I know you got there? It'll be late, he says. I don't care, I just want to say goodnight to you. Yeah, I'll call you. Bye, sweetheart, he says with one final kiss. I sit teary-eyed on the front porch steps for several minutes after he's gone, until my mom comes to sit beside me. She puts an arm around me and I lean into her, letting the tears fall. Mom, I think I love him again, I say between sniffles. I know you do, honey. I think he loves you again, too, she says softly. How are we going to make this work with him there and me here? I whine. Isabella Marie, Angela just spent the last 30 minutes telling me what a plucky, spirited woman you've been this past week. And now you're going to crumble at the thought of having to do the long-distance thing for a little while. She snaps at me. Geez, is no one going to let me indulge in a little self-pity today? But this hurts, Mom. I don't know what he wants, I say, refusing to stop the pity party just yet. I know it hurts to be away from someone you care about, honey. But you're going to have to be patient. You two will figure it out. It wouldn't have gone as far in only a week if you weren't both invested in the outcome, she states. You're right, but I still feel sorry for myself, I say with a hollow laugh. Then you should go put on a suit and get in the pool and play with your kids. She suggests. I can't. I have too many hickeys, I respond with a full giggle. My mom laughs, too. Then why don't you let your dad and me take you all out for ice cream? Angela and Ben, too. Mom, that's an excellent idea. Thank you, I say, hugging her tightly. When we return from the ice cream parlor, I call a family meeting, PJs required, in my bedroom. We all gather there. Is this meeting about Edward? Sophie asks. Kind of, I reply. But mostly I just want to tell you guys that you can say anything to me. If you have any concerns or questions about anything in this family, you can tell me. I have concerns about Chase. He keeps calling himself Frank, Michael laughs. We all join in, even Chase. What? I like the name Frank, he says. Okay. Does anyone have any other concerns or questions? Are you going to marry Edward? Sophie asks. Sophie, we've only been dating for a week. It is way too early to be talking about marriage. But someday if I decide to get married again, I promise I will discuss it with you guys. And whoever I marry would have to love all of us and we all would have to love him. Edward is fun. He makes really big splashes when he jumps in the pool. And he likes us, Chase chimes in. You're right, he did really like you guys. He was very anxious to meet you, I smile. So you like him? A lot. Sophie again. Yes, I do, a lot. Does that freak you out? I ask gently. No, Mother, she huffs, followed by the eye roll. That learned behavior is straight from me. As is the cussing I periodically hear from the boys when they think I'm not around, which is why I'm trying to watch my mouth around them more. Why would it freak us out for you to have a boyfriend? Em has boyfriends all the time, Michael says. I just don't want it to be weird for you guys. Can he really come to my baseball game next time he visits? Chase asks excitedly. Sure, I reply, thinking, you bet your sweet ass he can, be. Because there are a couple of baseball moms who have remarked to me this season how sad it is that I have no one special in my life, no one for Chase to look up to. So if Edward's here, I'm totally going to flaunt him. Can we go visit him sometime? Michael asks. Maybe. We'll see how things go, okay. I smile. The questions dry up after that and it's way past bedtime, even for summer. I force him to give me real hugs and kisses and send them to bed. I'm sitting up in bed reading, wearing Edward's t-shirt, when my phone chimes. I grab it off the nightstand quickly to read the message. B. Are you still awake? Yes, reading. Where are you? B. Be home now. Miss U.E. Oh, that does it. He answers the phone with a chuckle. That didn't take long, he says. I would have called, but I thought you might be asleep. I wanted to say goodnight to you first. I miss you, too, I say quietly. We both sigh, then laugh. Anything interesting happen after I left? He asks. We had a family meeting about you, I say. And, he prods. They like you. They're not freaked out. Chase wants to change his name to Frank, I answer. Edward laughs hard at that. Bella, your kids are terrific. I'm not just saying that. I really enjoyed this evening with them, with all of you. This sucks. I wish I could see your face, I say grumpily. Me too, baby. I'm beat, but I'll call you in the morning, okay? He asks, yawning. Okay, Edward. Sweet dreams, I say smiling. Hey, that's my line. Get your own, he laughs. All right, rest up for Thursday, I say slyly. Jesus, now I'm not going to be able to sleep, he groans. Good night, I say. Good night, Bella. Sweet dreams, he says softly. What in the world you thinking of? Laughing in the face of love. What on earth you tryin' to do? It's up to you, yeah you. I am jolted out of sleep by the chirping of my phone. I open one eye, grabbing the phone off my nightstand. It's 5:26 a.m. Jacob fucking Black, someone had better be dead. I say into the phone through gritted teeth. We have discussed this. No more calls before 6:30. I hear his laughter through the phone. Bells, you texted me to call you. Remember? Oh, right. I didn't want to wake up and lie here thinking about Edward. Stupid, considering I only really got to sleep about 2 because I was lying here thinking about Edward. Sorry, I forgot, I admit. So, how was the rest of your weekend with Eduardo? He asks. I can hear how fast he's running in the background, but he's not even winded. Good, I reply, lying back on my pillow. Details, Bells. I need details for Nessie. I give some about Saturday. Most about Sunday, leaving out all the sex. But I do tell him about the phone calls and Charlie's decision to keep them from me. Whoa, that's not cool, he says. I know. Good intentions and all, though. So what am I supposed to do? He's my dad. I'd forgive him eventually. Why waste the time being pissed? Plus, I'm pretty sure he's practically given himself an ulcer about it already, I say, stifling a yawn. So, you're gonna do a long-distance romance, huh? Yeah, for now. I guess we'll just see where it goes. We both said we wanted to make it work, I say. Bells, he seems like a really good guy. And he's definitely crazy about you. I think this is great, he says. Jake is the #1 cheerleader for Team Bella. Whatever I decide to do, he's always behind me. Thanks, Jake. I'm gonna get in the shower now. We have a meeting at 9:30, right? Right. See you then. I'm on my way to the office when my cell phone rings again. Home. Good Lord, I just left. Hello, Mom, Chase, or Frank. Or whoever the heck he is today. Who's fighting already and where is Liz? I ask, amused. No one's fighting. Can I call Edward? Why do you want to call Edward, sweetie? I ask, trying to use my most patient voice. I want to tell him when my game is so he can come. He's breaking my heart with his eagerness for attention from Edward. Maybe I'd better get Jake to come to the next game. Honey, Edward's at work. So how about we talk to him this evening when he's home, okay? I say gently, okay. Don't forget. I hear muffled yelling in the background. I gotta go. Liz is calling me. Bye. He hangs up. 20 seconds later my phone rings again. Home again. Hello, Bella. I'm sorry about Chase calling you already. He got away from me, Liz says. She's a great baby TTER and also a nursing student, so I feel really comfortable with her taking care of the kids. It's okay, Liz. I don't mind if they call. I know you don't, but I usually at least try to let you get to the office first, she laughs. We're going for a bike ride before the rain comes in, so you can get me on my cell if you're looking for us. Thanks, Liz. Helmets. Gotcha, Bella. We'll wear helmets. Bye. I swear I have just turned the radio back up when the phone rings again. This time I don't bother to look at who's calling. Yes, I ask, slightly testy. Hi, who pissed you off already this morning? Edward asks, chuckling. I smile involuntarily. Hi, yourself. No one pissed me off. Well, Jake did, but it was my fault, not his. But I just left home and they keep calling and I don't know, I'm rambling. How are you? He laughs. I'm good. You sound flustered. I just didn't get a lot of sleep and Jake called super early. Sorry, I guess I am a little flustered, I laugh. It's okay, baby. So you're on your way to the office? Yeah, where are you? Already at the office. I couldn't sleep. I've gotten used to having a certain beautiful girl beside me at night and now I can't sleep without her. I smile and shake my head at the panty melter's powers, which clearly work long distance, too. I slept in your t-shirt. It smells like you, but it's not the same, I whine. How many hours until you get here Thursday? Edward whines. I don't know, too many, like 75, I sigh. We need a subject change. Okay. No more moping. What do you have going on today? Office work this morning. A couple of big meetings this afternoon. And I have to fit Arrow in sometime, too, he answers. Do you have a big day? Meetings this morning. I'll probably go home early to spend some time with the kids. Are you meeting with James this morning? He asks. Yeah, why? I reply. Are you telling him you have a boyfriend? I doubt it. We're going to be in a meeting with several other people. Did you want me to wear your class ring and leather jacket so everyone will know we're going steady? I laugh. Ha ha. How about you just wear the dirty white shirt to work all week? Or show him all your hickeys. Great idea. And you wear my thong all week, I say sarcastically and laugh harder. I have it in my pocket, he says quietly. I stop laughing. No, you don't. Yes, I do. Want me to send a picture? He asks gruffly. No, I believe you. God, Edward, now I'm going to be thinking about you carrying around my underwear all day, I say, trying to catch my breath. Good. Think about it while you're in your meeting with James. He bugs the shit out of me, the way he looks at you. If you can work it into the conversation, tell him you have a boyfriend, he insists. I laugh again. Sure thing, baby. I'll try to work that in during the meeting where we tell your molester that she can keep her job if she agrees to keep her fucking hands off you. Edward laughs, too. Okay. I gotta go. I have another call holding. I'll talk to you later today. Yeah, have a good day, I say. You, too, baby. Jake and I argue about the conditions we're going to set for Jessica. He thinks she's remorseful. I think she's saying what she thinks she should to save her job. Jake is blind when it comes to her. Probably because she treats him like a fucking king and she has boobs. We finally agree on the terms for her continued employment and call her in. We meet with Jessica in my office. No way am I doing this in Jake's office or any neutral territory. She'd better be figuring out who's in charge here. She is slightly more contrite than she was last week, and she's sugary sweet to Jake, but she is still a probationary employee as far as I'm concerned. We asked James to come in near the end of the meeting to go over the conditions she must meet in order to keep her job. When the meeting is over, James says, Bella, I have some things I need to go over with you. Do you have time now? He's bine. Pleasant and polite, he must be up to something. Sure, James. Does Jake need to stay? I ask. No, not necessarily. You're the only one signatory to the agreement to purchase Vulture and that's what I need to talk to you about. He states. Jake takes this opportunity to flee my office. Thanks for all the help, friend. I guess he's still kind of ticked at me. You have the final documents already. I say, surprised. I know what Edward's been doing the last few days. He has not been working with James on final acquisition documents. I'm momentarily lost in a daydream, until James says something that snaps me out of it. No, we're still working on them. But I don't think Edward Cullen should be present for the signing, he says. Why? I say, surprised. You seem to be emotionally invested in him. You can't be impartial where he's concerned. It could end up costing DiClemente Publishing, he says snidely. I heard he was out at a bar with you and Jake on Friday night, too. What's going on, Bella? Let me get this straight. You asked to meet with me alone so you could pry into my personal life. What I do outside of these offices is none of your business, James, I say. Then I level my patented James glare at him. It could screw up this deal, he says. No, the deal is done. What is your problem this week? Bella, you kept saying that you weren't ready to date, but now you re-throwing yourself at the first guy who looks your way, he says angrily. He's just going to hurt you. My phone chimes and I grab it and read the incoming message. B, can you talk? E, not now. Call you soon. B, is that from him? James, do you have any real business to discuss? If not, I have other things I need to accomplish today. My personal life is off limits, I say sternly. I'm going to insist on making the trip to LA with you. Out of the question. You were collaborating with Edward on the final documents. I am hand-carrying the documents, prepared by you, to LA at your insistence. There's no reason for you to travel there, too. I cannot in good conscience allow you to sign the documents without legal counsel present, he threatens. Whatever. Okay, James. I'll find a lawyer in LA to look them over, then. That's all. We're done. I swivel my chair around to face my computer behind me. I hear him leave and shut the door behind him. Then I grab my phone and dial Edward's cell. Hi, baby, he says. His voice is so sexy. I sigh. What's wrong? He asks, alarmed. Nothing that can't be cured by a hot lawyer, I say. You'd better not be talking about James, he says testily. I laugh at that thought. No, I just kicked him out of my office. I'm talking about my hot lawyer boyfriend, I say, trying to sound sexy. Did you tell James you have a boyfriend? Edward asks impatiently. Good God, what is up with the men in my life today? It's like they all have PMS, pissy man syndrome. I hope this isn't how I act for 3 days every month, but it probably is. I make a mental note to try not to act like this next week. Bella, he laughs. You're not listening again. And I wasn't even talking about anything boring. Sorry. What did you say? Nothing important. What has you so distracted? James is being a dick. He wants to come to LA and he's throwing a little tantrum about it and about you and me. You did tell him, he says smugly. I think I hear him smiling. No, sex god. I restrained myself from taking off my shirt to play Connect the Hickeys during the meeting, although I was bored a couple of times, I say laughing. He heard we were out at the bar Friday night and accused me of being so emotionally invested in you that I wouldn't recognize it if you were trying to screw me over. Baby, I would never screw you over, but I would like to. Shut up. I laugh again. I still can't stop thinking about the thong in your pocket. My overactive imagination doesn't need anything else to work with. Aren't you supposed to be working, hotshot? Actually, yeah, I have a meeting in 10 minutes, he says. I'll call you tonight, though, okay. Yes, we have baseball, so try my cell, I answer. Who has baseball? Michael. Big game. We're playing the best team in our league. Tell him I said good luck, he says. Sounds like he's smiling again. I am, too. I will. Bye. Tuesday at lunchtime, the fairy godmothers and I are in my office, eating salads we ordered from the cafe downstairs. MK has been here torturing me all morning. The interior design firm she works for is doing our office remodel, and now that the reception area is done, we're ready to start on some of the other offices. MK brought all kinds of samples and swatches and drawings. This is not my thing, so I've recruited Angela to help. Emma is here for lunch and to go over the menu for the in-house luncheon we'll be having late next week. Several of the newly acquired LA staff, including Dimitri, are coming for meetings and to be introduced to the staff here. They also want the Edward update. I haven't really had a chance to talk to MK and Emma since the kids got home, so I tell them about our trip to Forks, about what happened with Alice, about Rose and Esme coming to visit tomorrow. I leave out the meadow sexcapade. Not even Aang knows about that. She rats me out about the carpet sex, though. They laugh at me for being caught making out in the driveway and D for being so worried about how my kids would react to Edward. I tell them how he talked to Michael last night after the game and congratulated him on the big win. Bella, really, you should have known. Anyone who can win over Emma's black heart would be able to win over children in a heartbeat, MK chides. We all agree, even Emma. My desk phone buzzes. Yes, Lauren, I say after pushing the speakerphone option. Bella, there's someone here to see you. Alice Whitlock, she says. My eyes widen. Crap, what's she doing here? Did she not abuse me enough on Saturday? Send her in, I say to Lauren. Oh my God, you guys. You have to stay. Don't leave me here alone with her, I say quickly and quietly. I don't want to end up yelling or crying in my office where employees could hear. Oh, we're staying. If she dares to say anything else to you, I'll deal with her, Em says with narrowed eyes. I laugh. The door opens and Alice comes in carrying her daughter. When she sees that my office is already full, she is taken aback. I'm sorry, Bella, I didn't mean to interrupt your lunch. I guess I should have called, but I didn't think you'd talk to me on the phone, she says. It's fine, Alice. I'd like you to meet my friends. This is Angela, she's the CFO here. This is MK, she's redecorating our offices. And this is Emma, she's the best caterer in Seattle. Girls, this is Alice Whitlock, Edward's sister, and her baby, Paloma. They all say hello to each other. Paloma is such a cute name. I like it, like Paloma Picasso, MK says. That's who she's named after, Alice says, brightening. I am a jewelry designer like her, and since my husband named both of our boys after Civil War generals, he's a total Civil War dork, I got to name Paloma, she laughs her bubbly laugh. This is the Alice I remember. I smile slightly. What brings you all the way to Seattle, Alice? Emma asks, arms crossed. Oh, bad cop. I had some meetings with a few of the stores here about carrying my line. I'm starting my own jewelry company. What kind of jewelry? MK asks eagerly. I figured these two artistic souls would hit it off if they ever met. I have some samples in my bag. Bella, could you take Paloma? She asks quietly, looking at me shyly, and with that simple question, all the walls between us start to crumble. I nod and gladly take Paloma from her arms. I was dying to hold Paloma on Saturday, but thought it would upset Alice, so I kept my distance. She really is adorable. Light brown curly hair like Jasper, big blue eyes like Alice. Alice lays some of her jewelry out on the small round meeting table in my office. She really is talented. Her pieces are diverse, some funky, some dressy. All of us compliment her on her creations. Angela looks at me questioningly. I nod. Well, I'd better get back to work. Wouldn't want my boss to think I'm slacking off. It was nice to meet you, Alice, Angela says. Emma and MK get the hint and go, too. Alice, would you like a water or some coffee? I ask, sitting down in one of the chairs at the little table. Paloma has fallen asleep on my shoulder. No, thanks, I'm fine. Your friends seem really great, Bella, Alice says. They are great, I agree, patting Paloma's back softly. So, Alice, last time I saw you, you weren't speaking to me. Why are you here? Geez, get right to the point, Bella, Alice answers. Edward kept saying how different you are. I guess he's right. I don't think I'm that different. I just don't let people push me around anymore, I say, leveling a firm look in her direction. If she's starting to come around, good. But I want her to know that she will not be in the middle of my relationship with Edward this time. I would say that's pretty different, she laughs. And I get it, I know I can be pushy. Edward told me to stop trying to boss both of you. It's really hard for me, but I'm going to try. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that. Thanks for letting two 33-year-olds make their own decisions. Alice. It's condescending the way you act like we aren't smart enough to figure out what we want and how to get it. I know, she says looking down. I acted like an ass Saturday. It's okay, you can agree. I do agree, I say chuckling. She looks up and smiles wryly. But I also understand why you have concerns. I hurt him before, and it seems like right now everything is happening so fast. So, what exactly is going on with you and Edward? She inquires. Alice, I'm not trying to offend you or piss you off, but I really don't feel comfortable talking about this with you. Or making this that easy for you. You were talking about it with Rose and my mom, she says, sounding offended. They weren't trying to get me to give him up. I'm not going to just hand you ammunition, I say lowly. She laughs loudly at that. Okay, fair enough. Edward's off limits for now. She gets up and walks over to the wall where I have some framed photo collages of the kids. These are your kids. You have twins, Edward Saeed. Are they like Edward and me? In some ways. He's funny and sweet. She's bossy but cute, I laugh. Alice turns to smile widely at me. You're funnier than you used to be, too, Bella. You were much too serious. I'm glad you lightened up, she remarks. I can see why Edward's falling in love with you again. She claps her hand over her mouth after that remark. Shit. Don't tell him I told you that. He'll kill me. Now I'm the one smiling widely. I won't say anything. It's too soon to be throwing around words like love anyway. Alice frowns as she studies me. You're blushing. That's the same. He always loved that about you. You know, he was never really in love with anyone else, at least not in the way that he was with you. Boy, I'm really spilling my guts here, huh? Quote, are you trying to score points with me or something? I ask with a laugh. But I'm not kidding. No, it's just, well, Jasper really laid into me yesterday, on top of Rose and Emmett and Edward all yelling at me on Saturday. Even my parents were unusually quiet toward me. So I figure I must have been worse than I thought. And Edward was really happy to have you with him on Saturday, she says quietly. She takes a deep breath. Then I started thinking about how close we used to be. I realized that I missed you a lot, too. I don't know if we can get that close again, but if you're going to be with Edward, hell. Even if you're not, I want to try being friends again. She's teary-eyed and sniffling now. So am I. My cell phone chirps at that moment. It's Edward. Jesus, you two still have that freaky twin thing, don't you? I laugh. Hello, I say, sniffling again. Bella, are you okay? Are you crying? I'm fine. I'm not really crying, just sniffing. What's wrong, baby? Nothing's wrong. Can I call you back? I have someone in my office. Hi, Edward, Alice calls out. So much for the not butting in. Is that my fucking sister? He growls. Is she the one making you cry? Again. Yes, it's your fucking sister. I answer, laughing. Alice laughs, too. She didn't make me cry. We're just talking. I'll call you back in a little while, okay? Let me talk to her. Edward, I don't want you butting in with me and Alice any more than I want her butting in with me and you. I swear, you two are ridiculous. I refuse to be constantly stuck in the middle. Put me on speaker, he says grouchily. Edward, are you PMSing? You've been irritable for 2 damn days, I say, annoyed. Alice is laughing silently. Speaker, he says again. Fine. I put the phone down a little roughly, hoping it was loud in his ear. And turn on the speaker. You're on, Charlie. What do you have to say to us angels? And watch your language because the littlest angel is here, too. He chuckles at that. Paloma is only 6 months old. I doubt she'll be repeating any foul language just yet. Are you girls playing nice today? Alice and I look at each other. Neither of us answers. Ladies, Edward says. We both start giggling. You answer him. He's your brother, I say to Alice. No, you answer him. He's your boyfriend, she says back. We giggle again. Jesus, it's just like fucking high school. All giggling and no answers. Edward huffs. I laugh louder. I told you he has PMS, I whisper to Alice. I know he can hear me, though. You're hilarious, Bella. Have you two been drinking already? It's not even 2 in the afternoon. But he's chuckling now. I'm sure he's glad to hear us laughing instead of yelling. Look, I'm just going to tell both of you right now that my relationships with each of you will be independent of the other. It will be great if we can all get along when we're together, but I'm not going to spend all my time caught between you two, okay? I say firmly, okay. They answer in stereo. Good. Edward, do you have anything else or can Alice and I get back to our conversation? I'm good. Call me later. Okay. Alice and I answer in stereo this time. We all laugh. Alice stays for another hour. I get to feed Paloma and Alice and I catch up. It's basically a superficial conversation. I know we will have more in-depth conversations, too, but for now, I think both of us want a break from the drama. Are you going to come back tomorrow for lunch? I ask as she's getting ready to leave. I don't think so. I had some time with you today. I think my mom wants tea. Oh, do her own pumping tomorrow and you'll be more comfortable talking if I'm not there. You know it's hard for me to keep things from Edward, she laughs. I do remember that, I say. Will you call me, if you're going to be in Seattle again though? Yes, I will. I think I'll be back in a couple of weeks, so maybe we can have lunch then if you're free. I would like that, I say, smiling as I straw Paloma into the stroller we brought in from the hallway. Bella, I know we still have a long way to go, but I would really like to hug you. I would really like to hug you, too, Alice, I reply. So we do. Then we both sniffle. I have one thing to say about Edward and then I promise I will butt the fuck out like you asked, she begins. I raise my eyebrows at her, but remain silent. He deserves to be happy. You are making him happy. Please don't stop, and get him to move back up here. He hates LA. Alice, I will do my best to keep him happy. But I'm not getting him to move back here. That is a decision he would have to make himself. I won't try to push or guilt him into doing anything for my sake. Okay, I'll work on him, then. I'm not above pushing and guilting, she laughs. I roll my eyes. Poor Edward. Rose and Esme arrive at my office a little early on Wednesday. Lauren sends them into my office and they both hug me hello. They want a tour of the offices so I take them around. Wow, Bella, you run this all by yourself? Rose asks as we leave Angela's office. I can't believe shy little Bella turned into such a mogul. I don't run it by myself. Actually, Jake does most of the day-to-day operations. He and Angela both worked for Marcus before so they help me a ton, I say, embarrassed. Jake is coming up the hall toward us. Mrs. Cullen, Rosalie, it's nice to see you. Bella said you were coming to visit today. He says, hi, Jacob, it's nice to see you. I see your dad once in a while. He's so proud of you. But he never told me that you worked for Bella. I guess maybe he thought it would be uncomfortable. Maybe it would have been, but it isn't anymore, Esme says, looking at me and smiling. Jake, you sure grew out of your awkward phase well, Rosalie says. We all laugh. We talk for a few more minutes. Then let Jake get back to his office so we can head to lunch. When we are seated at the restaurant for lunch, they pounce. So, now that we're out from under Edward's watchful eye, we can talk. What's going on with you two? Rose asks. I feel the heat of my blush starting. We're seeing each other. Well, there's a newsflash, she says sarcastically. I was looking for some useful information. I don't know what to say. I'll see him later this week when I'm in LA on business, but I don't know after that. We didn't really discuss it. Is he calling you multiple times a day? Rose again. Yes, I answer, looking down and smiling. I knew it. He's so easy to read when he's happy. He can't contain it, she laughs. Emmett and I have a bet on how long it is before he's back up here permanently. So try and hurry it along, okay? I have before Christmas, Emmett has after. Geez, you sound like Alice. I am not pushing Edward to relocate. If he decides that on his own, that's great. But I don't want to make him feel like he has to, I say. Esme pats my hand. Bella, you've grown into such a lovely woman. I think he'll come to the right decision on his own. And my money's on Rose. She finishes laughing. Speaking of Alice, I heard the little bitch was at your office yesterday. She was calmer than Saturday, I hope. Rose asks. Yes, we talked some. We're not discussing Edward, though. I say, smiling. That's probably smart on your part. She cannot keep her mouth shut when it comes to him, Rose says. She's always been that way, Esme offers. He loves him so much and she always thinks she knows what's best for him, really for everyone. She laughs. But her heart is usually in the right place. No argument here, I say. She has a heart of gold as long as you don't piss her off. We all laugh. When Rose excuses herself to the restroom, Esme turns to me immediately. I have to hurry because I don't want Rose hearing this, but Edward told me at dinner on Wednesday that he was thinking of relocating out of LA. Has he said anything to you? She asks. Crap, I don't want to answer this one. He mentioned that he was tired of LA, but nothing more specific than that. And that was very early last week. We haven't talked about it since, I answer. Well, I can't deny that, as a mother, I'd love to have him back up here near me. And NK, you're my best shot at that happening, she laughs. But also as a mother, I appreciate that you don't want to control Edward, that you want any decision to be his. And I'm so grateful that our whole family got you back, Bella. Thank you, Esme. When Rose comes back, we talk kids, shopping, and men. I don't say much about Edward, preferring to listen to them talk about Emmett and Carlisle. It turns out to be so much fun that we agree to have lunch again in a month, each of us pulling out our phones to put it on the calendar. Outside the restaurant, Rose hugs me goodbye first. See you soon, Bella, she says, before walking away and telling Esme she will get the car from down the block. Esme takes my face between her hands. Bella, I know you have Renee and she's a good mom. But I used to be like your mom, too. And I want you to know that I'm so proud of the woman you've become, she says, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Thank you, Esme. I love my mom, but honestly, my parenti style is patterned much more after you. I always wanted to have a family like yours, I answer, my eyes shining, too. Sweetie, my family is your family. Never forget that, she says, pulling me into a hug. I won't. I am proud to be an honorary Cullen, I laugh against her hair. Honorary for now, she says, pulling back to smile at me and kiss my cheek. Rose pulls up in her car with the window down, talking on her phone. Emmett says hi, Stinkerbell, she calls out the window, laughing. Just remember, nothing says family like a little name calling, Esme laughs as she gets in the car. Waving goodbye to them and thinking of my own kids, I have to agree. Late Wednesday night, I sit on my bed and talk to Edward, telling him about my lunch with his mom and Rose. When did Rose turn nice? She was never this way with me in high school, I remark. She's not usually this nice to anyone except her kids. She's trying to impress you, he says. She is on her best behavior right now. Like my kids were on Sunday with you. I laugh. Bella, your kids are great, he says. They're not always as sweet as they acted then, I hedge. You're kidding, he says sarcastically. Shut up. Nice, Swan. Dissing the boyfriend when he leaves town. He laughs. Promise me you'll come back soon. I promise. Hello. Sorry. I was smiling at you. I wish I was there to see it, he says huskily. Okay. I have to go. You're getting me all riled up. I need sleep. Big day tomorrow. Oh, really? Yeah. Big meeting with a hot lawyer, I say suggestively. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. I like the way that sounds, I answer, sighing. Sweet dreams, Bella, he says quietly. Rest up for tomorrow, sex god, I reply. I hear him exhale sharply before I hang up the phone. I lie back on my pillow, pulling his white shirt more tightly around me, and fall asleep with the smile still on my face. We will continue in next part. Thanks for watching.